What's up? You guys just sitting here waiting for Globers? Alright. Good morning.
Hello, hello, hello.
denied it.
Wait, when did
Good
I
job,
say
buddy.
that I denied
Why
it?
are you talking?
Dude,
You said it, dude, on FED show while Jedi was there.
yeah, can I? Well,
But
wait
who
a
cares?
second.
Who cares? Who
Jedi was
cares?
on
Listen,
there.
Vaxwax.
All
This
right, I'm
show
not
is
going to
not
be
about
okay.
you. This show is
I
not
never
about
said it
you.
was.
So if
Never
I just want
said
to
it
know,
was.
I don't care. Listen, do you agree with Brenda that the two lines intersect at the star physically? Do you agree with that or not?
What do you mean physically?
Okay. If you took a line, imagine a ray. Do you know what a ray is? It's a straight line that continues forever. That's a ray.
Rays don't
So
exist
if
in
you took a
reality.
ray,
Rays don't exist in reality.
yeah, do you know what else doesn't exist in reality?
Your brain?
Triangles. No, triangles. Triangles don't
Oh,
exist in
triangles.
reality.
Okay. Triangles don't exist in reality.
Yeah,
Planes.
guess what else doesn't exist?
They
Yeah,
Spheres.
so
don't.
every
Spheres
yield
don't
sign that
exist.
I've ever seen doesn't exist. I got you.
Dude,
Dude,
he's
yield signs
speaking
have rounded
geometrically.
yield.
He's
Hey,
speaking
hey, hey,
geometrically.
hey, hey, Peter. No, hold
Yield
on real
signs are
quick.
rounded.
Hey, yeah, they're rounded, you dummy. They're not triangles.
They aren't technically triangles, no.
All right,
My
so yeah, so
God.
triangles don't exist in reality, according to AI. Okay,
The
cool.
perfect
Anyway,
Oh, yeah.
geometrical
Yeah,
shapes don't
dude.
exist in
Don't
reality.
exist in
Everybody knows.
reality. Holy crap. Everybody knows that. Just like Peter was saying just 5 seconds.
right.
Holy crap.
Yeah, so AI, when I take a 32-degree angle of elevation,
Vaxwax. Stop talking. You
what's
still haven't
going on when I
allowed
do
me.
that? What's
You
going on when I take
still
a
haven't
32-degree
allowed
angle of
me.
it?
All right. Vaxwax.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to mute you so I can do this. Okay.
If you mute me,
And
dude,
I'll
I'll just
unmute you
leave.
to
It's
answer.
fine.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
leave
fine.
then.
Yeah, go ahead. Make
See
your
ya. Bye. Get lost. Goodbye. You're still here. You're muted and you're still here. I guess you're not a man of your word. Now, I'll unmute you if you can keep quiet while I ask you the question. All right.
I wouldn't
So
bother.
the question is, Vaxwax, if you are at the GP and you claim that the star is directly above your head, that means that at that moment in time, you extended a ray out in space, it would intersect the star. Yes or no? I don't know. It must be a trick question, guys.
wait.
Maybe he
So if
doesn't know
I'm at
you finished
90,
class.
Bacon, shut your face. Shut up your mouth. Thank you. Yeah. So if I go outside and I see a star that's 90 degrees above my head and a line popped out of my fucking head and went vertical, it would intersect the star? Of course it would.
Okay. That's lock that question in. All right. Next question. If you're sighting that star via an elevation angle, so you're using your whatever tool you're using, you get an angle from you to the star. Now, same question. Instead of it going straight up, it's going to go at the angle that you got. Does that line intersect the star?
Yes.
Okay, congratulations. You played yourself. Good job.
Congratulations. We just made a right angle triangle, you donkey.
Okay, listen, in case you didn't know, if those two lines physically intersect at the star, then you've just
Physically
triangulated the height of the
intersect?
star. Yeah.
What do you mean physically intersect? They're conceptual.
Holy crap, dude.
What do you mean
Wow.
physically? They're conceptual. Do you think a fucking
You,
a giant pole is shooting out of my section?
That's not
hey,
what that
listen,
means.
in case you didn't know, bro, if you imagine a ray that continues at a fixed angle, all objects that it passes through. If the objects indeed are passed through when the ray is extended. Okay? So what you've
Sure.
just done is you fixed
I have a
what you
picture
have done, Vaxwax,
right
what you
here.
have just done is you have fixed a physical location of the star, whether you realize it or not, friend.
Look at my beautiful triangle that I just posted. Look at that. Oh,
Okay, let me look. Well, hold on, let me look because it's very important.
almost
It is
perfect.
actually beautiful. I gotta give you that.
No, okay,
Yeah,
so hold on,
it was a good
You listen.
triangle.
You messed up. You messed up. You didn't label your angles with A, B, C, and D. So where it says angle 58,
What?
you see that you put a. Just listen, dude. Angle 58. There. Imagine there's a dot there because I think
Now
you just
you're
made
just
lines
being
and you didn't
cruel.
put
You're just
dots.
being cruel now.
I know I'm
What
being
the fuck?
cruel, Peter. That's okay. So at
What the fuck?
58, where those two lines intersect at 58 degrees, is the star there, Vaxwax?
What is the star?
Holy crap, dude.
AI,
Holy
can
I
you
don't
crap
know,
make
but
it
is not a
simpler? Make
response.
it simpler for him.
Holy
What
crap,
he's
dude, is
trying
not a
to tell
response.
you, what he's trying to tell you, that by answering yes to his questions, you
Mm-hmm.
have walked into a trap that the Globers always set up by saying, if you did this on a flat Earth, you would know the distance to the star, and it would be ridiculously close.
Really? Oh, that's
Yes.
funny, because if I
You
dug a
walked
hole that
into
was
the
300
trap,
feet deep,
but AI,
my
he's
angle would
not
not
gonna get
change, would
it
it?
because he
What?
struggles to even comprehend basic things. So you gotta
Yeah, I
lay it out
understand,
for
Peter.
him.
I understand, Peter, but it's not required that Vaxwax gets it. This exercise wasn't for him to get it and to grow
But he
up and
doesn't
Another
actually
even
learn
treatment is
know that
anything.
he
incoming.
walked into a globe trap. He doesn't even
I
know
walked
that.
into a globe trap by forming
Yes.
a right angle triangle with my 32-degree
Yes, you
elevation angle.
have. Dude, I was a
Yeah,
glober. I used that argument. I said I used to argue with Indio about
you were.
if you
Right,
can
right.
measure
Yeah.
on a flat plane, if you measure an elevation to a star and a GP is literally perpendicular to the flat plane, then you have just calculated the height of the star, the physical distance from its ground position to the star. And it's going to be super small.
The
Globers
ground
love
position of
Yep.
the
this
star is
argument.
3,480 miles. What do you mean?
My
Yeah.
God.
How did you validate that?
Because I took a 32-degree angle of elevation. Now, we know that 32-degree angle of elevation, which is the hypotenuse, is
I don't care.
intersecting.
I don't care.
Oh, so now
That's
you
not
don't care.
validating
Okay,
it.
so now you don't care.
No, 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 no,
So,
no,
yeah,
no,
so
dude.
now you don't
No, no.
care.
Vaxwax,
No, well, you
Vaxwax.
don't care. You don't care,
No,
right?
I'm gonna mute you. Okay, I'm gonna teach you something, and anybody else listening, and hopefully Quantum Eraser, because he tried to tell everyone that you answered a question that you never answered, and tried to shame me for demanding that you validate it. Okay, you claimed that if you do this calculation, it gives you a distance. That's a ground distance. You were asked to validate that ground distance, not just calculate it. What you did was you got ChatGPT or whatever search result and just repeated the claim twice. Repeating a claim from a so-called authoritative source is not the same
He's
as
not here.
validating the distance. I don't care.
He's not here.
Bacon, bacon, hey, bacon, bacon. Let me teach you something about me. Don't interrupt me if somebody leaves. The point I'm making, I just told you, is not for his benefit. Were you not paying attention? I thought he was the dumb one and you were the smart one.
I just didn't want you to think you're talking to him, but was actually talking to
Bacon,
I was
bacon,
just trying to
bacon,
make
bacon, 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 bacon. Shut it. Thanks. So you ruined my flow. So now I'm just going to end it because the point was made, and I don't even need anybody intelligent enough understands what I've said, and I don't even need to finish my sentence. But thanks for interrupting me.
The quicker way of saying
I
whatever
was
you
trying to
were
be a nice
saying,
guy.
you are the nicest guy. The quickest way of saying what you were trying to say is this. If you answer yes to those questions, you walked into a globe trap. End of story.
Yes, and the way out is to not claim that those rays physically intersect the star,
That
because
is the way
there's no
out,
way to
yes.
validate that. Yeah,
That is the
but
way out.
he just did it, dude. He just did it again, multiple times, just in the past 5 minutes.
Yeah, because he's not smart enough to be a flat earther.
Well, to be fair, bro, he sounds like he's just repeating something he heard a bunch of times. Because when he's actually pressed on it, it's very hard for him to like clarify it. Now, I'm trying not to make it about persons here, but sometimes some arguments are about persons, because he's saying that, you know, he's making these claims and then claiming he never did it, and then he's coming in here saying he never denied it, and then when you ask him again, he makes it again. Basically, just a fundamental difference between, just because you see something in a certain direction doesn't necessarily mean that if you extend a magic ray, let's call it the magic ray, directly towards it, that ray will intersect the object. We know that that's not always the case. It's not always the case that the object is directly along that ray.
Well, to be clear, I don't agree with you on this, but I understand that that's your way of solving the globe trap problem. So yes, I'm just still manning your position. To me, what you just said is obviously absurd, but for the record, I was explaining your position to the other person.
How's that absurd?
Yeah, how is that absurd?
Two lines intersect. Geometric lines.
Yes, but
Okay, there
geometric
you go.
lines are not the same. Geometric lines are not the same as imaginary lines that you create to points in your visual space.
Well, this here we too disagree. Unless we start going down the path of the argument, oh, nothing's really geometrically perfect, which is true, then two light beams, the photon entering your eyeball traveled on a very close approximation of a straight line from the star to your eyeball, minus bendy spacetime, which we get into, and that's it. So
What
it
about
drew
refraction?
a very close, yes, and then refraction. Shut up, Aiken. So if we forget about all those nuances, bendy space-time, things that it might have hit on the way, atmospheric refraction, and all that, then yes, it traced a geometric straight line from its source to its target. Again, things in the sky have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. That is the correct answer.
Yeah,
Denying that
that's a
two
fine
straight
answer.
lines intersect is a ridiculous argument. The correct argument is things in the sky have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. And that's what I would say. But because I'm smart, I can steelman your argument without emotionally attaching myself to it.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Listen, saying that two true straight lines, right, intersect at a point in space. Sure. And if you're citing an object, right, and you're claiming that your sight line to the object is a straight line, right? And those lines intersect at the object, and then you claim they intersect at the object, that means that the object is located in that intersection point. I don't know
I
why
say it
Vasquez
is
doesn't get
located
this.
there.
Well, yeah, it would have to be according to that claim.
Yeah, and I agree with that claim.
So
But I don't want
AI,
to
I
debate
missed.
this. I'm just saying for the record, so I don't come out as not being truthful. I disagree with that, but he couldn't
Yeah.
even comprehend half of what we're saying right now.
AI, I missed the two questions you were asking as part of the globe trap. What were you asking, Waxen?
Well, I didn't characterize it as a globe trap. Peter did.
Oh, okay.
However,
Okay, sorry.
the questions are because when it comes to celestial navigation, there's a whole bunch of claims, right? Sure, whatever. So sometimes people make claims within their own worldview that are counterproductive to their own worldview. So Vasquez likes to argue that you can't get a height to a star. Okay. Then he says, if you're at the GP, what a GP is a location on the surface of the Earth where the star is directly above you. Now, that's a physical location fact, right? That
Right,
means
somewhere along
that
that
if you
line.
put, if you put a line from your butthole through your head straight towards the star, it would intersect the star in space and the star would be there physically.
Right.
Now,
Sounds
And
reasonable.
that's the globe trap. And that's the globe trap.
no, it ain't. No, it ain't. The second point is if you're at a observing point, getting an elevation angle to the star, and you say, I have a 30-degree. Yeah, cool story, dude. You're gonna get banned.
Thank you.
Yeah, get banned. Get banned. Thanks. All right. So if you're at the observer point, getting an elevation angle, and you say that angle is a ray, right? That intersects the point that is the star, right? And you say that those two lines, the vertical and the hypotenuse, intersect the star in space, then that means the star is there. It's there, right there.
I see what you're saying. I guess I would go ahead.
No, go on, Matthew. You had something to say, go on.
Yeah, so I guess I would say that on the globe model, when you're looking at this star at a 30-degree angle of elevation, that ray from your eyes to the star is parallel to the ray that the person looking straight up at the star is. So they're both parallel rays that go towards the star, and actually the star is bigger than the Earth anyway. So
that's why this is a globe trap, right? Because on the globe model, when people say this, then they know that the star can be very far, even undefined how far it is, because at some point it stops mattering how far it is, because the
Right.
distances on Earth are so short in comparison. So there's no difference between 300 light years, 5 million light years. It's all the same
Right.
at this point. And the reason why it's a globe trap, and I speak from experience because I used to set the trap myself as a glober, right? The reason why it's a globe trap is because it says on a flat Earth, you would immediately calculate the distance to the star, and it would be on the order of thousands, right?
Right.
Okay, so can we just agree on this and maybe move on, or what?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but what do you mean by a globe trap? It's like people who are globers are trying to trap flat earthers with it?
Yes, AI was in an argumentation sense. Yes, AI was trying to school fellow flat earthers and say never positively answer the question that these two lines physically intersect in a single location, because once you answer this, then if the glober is smart enough, they're gonna say, oh, okay, you just calculated the distance to the star.
I see what you're saying.
Okay. So
what would be the appropriate answer instead of saying that the ray intersects the
in
star?
AI's opinion, and I'm still manning his opinion because I disagree with it, the answer is they don't physically intersect because of different way we see things and perspectives and such. So these are kind of independent lines, don't intersect in a physical sense.
Okay, fair
I
enough.
think that's a flawed argument. My argument is, why are we even looking at the sky? Things in the sky have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
I beg to disagree.
Well, in a sense, they do, because it's there an external
I
reference
know you
frame.
think that because you're a glober, but I
No, it's just an external reference frame. We're looking at things that
I
aren't on the
know, but
surface as a way of discovering things about the surface. It's
okay,
like looking out the window of a car.
Let me rephrase. I
This is
belong
weird.
to I belong to a group of people who strongly believe that things in the sky have not shape of.
Jedi, could you? I think you're hot micing a little bit. I don't know what you're eating. Oh, thanks. Go ahead.
Crisps.
Ooh, sounds good.
Hey, congratulations for translating.
My apologies, gentlemen. I do apologise.
No problem.
But yeah,
Okay, I mean that sounds right.
So wait, Matthew, you just said that looking at the sky tells you about the things in the ground.
Right, just like looking out the window of a train can tell you some things about the train, whether it's moving, how fast it's going, stuff like that.
Mainly if you have multiple people in the same train that can share observations.
Yeah.
Yo, guys, I'm a new flat earther. I want to hear the best theories. I'm not yet not sure.
I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
You can smell the rage in his voice. It's
Do you want to speak to a real flat earther or a fake flat earther?
A real one, obviously.
Oh, okay. What do you want to know?
I want to know it all. I'll convince me.
I don't know it all, Sunshine.
What do you mean convince me? I thought you were a flat earther already.
Yeah,
What's
but you said you want to know it all.
What's the most convincing argument you have?
Oh, the most convincing argument is water's horizontal upon the surface. 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, therefore the Earth's flat.
Okay, I'm hearing. What about gravity?
What about it? When you drop things down, that's perpendicular to the horizontal.
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
Anything else?
Also, even in
I saw
your
the
own
laser
model,
theory
That's a very boring troll.
on Facebook,
Dummy,
and it got
in
me
your own
interested.
globe model, there are things in the sky, celestial bodies that are not spherical. So in your own gravity model, there are things that are not spherical. Ever wondered why?
No.
Okay, well, maybe you should look into it.
I saw the the laser theory
Laser theory.
over the water.
Laser theory over the water.
Laser theory. Wait, what?
Yeah, the
That's the new
laser
one.
theory.
Yeah, enlighten us.
What else do you need to know? The water's flat. therefore the surface of the Earth is. Oh, the Earth is stationary as well. You should probably know that. So the
I
Earth
thought it
is.
rotates.
Pardon me.
I thought
Wait,
it
then
rotates.
how does the day and night cycle work then?
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
The sun.
it appears to be governed by the sun. We call day when we see it, night times when we don't. So
Okay, but
day and night are kind of controlled by the movement of the sun across the Earth.
okay, so the sun is revolving around us.
Yeah, so as I was saying, it might be easier for you to understand our claim is the Earth is flat and stationary under the sky, which is above us. We're not within the sky moving around the sun like a flat disk with a load of other flat disks, or the only flat disks where everything else is a sphere. The Earth is flat and stationary under the sky. That's the sun, moon, and stars.
Wait, no, because okay, if the Earth is flat, right. Is there civilization on both sides of the flat thing, or is it just the bottom is just
Yeah. So
okay?
already you seem to think I'm claiming some kind of coin or disc. Where there's us here up on the top, and there's another civilization on the flip side of the coin. I don't say that Earth is that.
Okay.
I try to describe it as a floor underneath the sky.
Wait,
Okay,
so
but
what's on the
then
other
where
side
does
of
the
Earth?
sun go? Where does the sun go?
Go.
Because the sun is always up for somewhere, right?
Yeah. So we can safely say that the sun is above the Earth. We can observe it above the Earth from certain places in the summer 2 times a year. So in the north, it's known as the land of the midnight sun. So we can see the sun for over 24 hours, like a few months of the year in 2 summers, clearly above the Earth. There it is. Now, other
But
people, you'll experience day and night. That's because of the passage of the sun over your location. But if you're standing inside these circles, you can clearly see the sun above the horizon, rotating around an observer for up to about 3 months.
but if the sun is like on the other, like if you
Mm,
drag the sun over the Earth, it's not going to
okay.
disappear. It would just get smaller. It
It's,
wouldn't turn night because the sun would still be in the
yes.
sky.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but there's a few things with perspective and how optics see things above their eye line and move away with distance. So things above your eye line with distance will appear to you to move closer downwards towards the horizon. Like the floor you're standing on, right? Appears to ramp upwards towards you or towards your midpoint of your eye line. So the sun looks like it's going down. It's not actually. It's still moving horizontally. It's why your ceiling in your living room or your corridor appears to go downwards the further you look down a corridor. That's just perspective. The reason why we can't see the light, that's probably because of all of the gas that we're looking through. Right? Why we can't get to see down to the bottom of the ocean at midday. Right? The light can't penetrate all of that water. Same with thousands and thousands and thousands of miles of gas. The light's going to distinguish. That's why we can look at the sun on the horizon, right? It looks orange. That's because all of the gas between us and it. We wouldn't want to do that when it's at midday. It would burn your eyes out.
But we can see the stars?
Yeah, that's nice. There's a gradient. It gets less and less dense. And when you're looking horizontally across the surface, the densest part of the gas, then obviously that's going to take effect, right?
So if the light is closer and brighter,
Mm, mm.
you still won't be able to see it even if a star which is farther away and dimmer,
It's
and you'll
farther
be able to
away,
see that?
I think she still
farther
thinks
away.
that we think the star is like 400 times the 4 million times the Earth or whatever.
Yeah, maybe.
Jedi.
I mean, you yes?
What do you think they're hiding in Area 51 in like Antarctica?
I don't know.
I love this guy. He's great.
That's what makes you believe. Like I don't
Guy
trust the
that
government. Like what could they be
you know,
possibly hiding from me?
okay, listen, your name's Garcia, right? It's so obviously like a fake account, or like you're joking, but I still fuck with it. It's so funny. You need to improve
What do
your
you mean?
acting skills though. You have that voice, you know? I don't know how to
I
explain
can't
it. You
help
have
my
the
voice. I don't.
I know it's like a faking voice. I don't know how to explain it better than that, you know?
I don't know what you're on about. I'm genuinely curious.
Anyway,
You have
So
pro-choice and
how,
pro-life
Garcia,
as your roles. You
how
have
did you
both of them as your
tie
roles. Okay.
The shape of the ground
That's-
being measured as flat from your distrust of government.
Huh?
Wait, repeat that, please.
Yeah.
How did you tie the shape of the ground being measured as flat to your or from your distrust of the government?
Because they can prove that like they're hiding stuff from us, like they're lying.
They're
about
hiding stuff.
different things.
What, like in their back pocket?
And,
Like your favourite
an
red
active
cigarette
photo
lighter,
themselves.
and he nicked it, and he's hiding it now.
Yeah, hiding it.
Can
What are they
you give
hiding
him,
from
like,
you,
a
my
that's
friend?
just fake,
All
too.
you've got to do is walk outside and witness it for yourself.
Oh, Wax is back. Hello.
Ray, this will be great.
Guys.
Hey.
Well, I'm sorry. You guys continue. I don't want to. You guys do your thing.
Okay.
Okay.
Have you ever been underwater? The girl that was asking this question.
What?
Have you ever been underwater?
I think everybody's been underwater.
Right. So the deeper you go underwater, you start seeing less of the sun. Why do you think that?
The water molecules are fogging up the air.
Yes, it's called
Not your vision.
light. It's called light attenuation. So
Yes.
the thick, so the more denser the medium, the less the light can penetrate.
Yeah,
Same thing
obviously.
with the sun,
But
right? So same thing with
yeah,
the sun.
but
So
does that also be
when
the
it's
same with the sun?
traveling away from you, when you see it going away from you, it's getting farther and farther away. So there's more and more medium that in between you and the sun.
But the stars are even farther away from the sun. They're millions and millions of miles away. We can see them clearly.
How did you know that?
Because I can look up and see the stars in the sky.
Yes, but you're claiming
look up
millions and
you
millions
can
of
confirm.
miles.
Yeah. You can't look up and say that star, that's billions and billions of light years away just by looking at it, can you?
Pretty
Maybe
sure
you
you
have
can.
a very good sight.
Really?
Really?
So
Show
I can
me.
go
Yeah, there's
outside, I can look at, say, Ursa Major, and just by looking at it, I can say how far away it is,
I'm trying to
even
remember.
though I don't know its actual size. All right?
There's, I forget what it's called, but there's a type of star that basically pulses. It's not a pulsar. It's a different type of star, but it flickers in a certain way, and with that, you can tell how far away it is from the light it gives off.
No, but have you ever looked out of an airplane?
I've jumped out of it. No, I have not jumped out of an airplane.
We're not jumping out of
Look,
airplanes.
like,
I
look
still
out
want
the
to figure
window.
out what mathematical equation I'm going to need to figure out how far a flashing light is away from me.
Just a guy asking random questions. Please stop. I don't want to meet you, man.
Yeah.
Still want to know how I do it.
I don't have my telescope on me right now.
Yeah, but if you did, how would you do it?
You point it at the sky,
Mhm.
and then you look through it.
Okay, and
You gotta aim it at something, and you
and
see a star.
and you see it's far. How far?
I don't know.
What happens? You said you could know by looking at it.
I'm not a scientist. I never said I
Well,
was.
you said, but you're making claims that you can.
I never said
Right?
I'm.
You're making claims that you can, and now saying I'm not a scientist. I'm not asking you to be a scientist. I'm asking you how you do the thing you claimed. Now you don't know. Sounds
The thing
like you're fucking making it up.
The thing I claimed is that I can see stars. I
Yeah,
didn't.
I asked. We were talking about distance. Do you remember the last 2 minutes of conversation?
Yes.
Okay, so you understand my frustration with you, right?
Yes. Not really,
Good.
but yeah.
Stop
Sure.
being an idiot then.
Okay.
I asked you, just by looking at a light in the sky, you could tell how far away it was. And you said yes. I asked you how. Now you're not a bloody scientist.
I'm
Now
not a scientist.
you're recanting on the
Figure it out.
conversation. Are you trying to erase it from my memory?
I'm not.
Just
That's not what I'm
dishonest
saying. I'm saying
behaviour from these people, man. I can't take
You don't
it.
need to be a scientist.
if you use, there's certain tools and mathematical equations you can use to calculate the
Like
distance
what?
away.
Like what?
Triangulation,
what?
I know, is definitely them.
Like what?
Triangulation is, I've heard one of them. Again, I'm not an astrophysicist.
I've heard random things, and I'm going to cobble them together to defend my honor because I can't be wrong.
I can
Stop
cite shit.
making stuff up.
That's a hang
Because
on.
all I'm going to do is ask you how, and you're just going to avoid it and make shit up. Please don't do that. Have some integrity.
Wait, I am
What?
curious as to what you're claiming. Like,
Well, what am I
'cause
claiming? At the
I don't
moment,
know,
you were
because
talking about, but we can see the stars that are billions of miles away. We just
right,
said, how
but
did you know that? And you said, by looking at them. Do you remember what's happened over the last 5 minutes?
the point I was making is that the stars are dimmer. I wasn't making
That's
the
nice.
Okay, but where do you think the stars are then? Do you think
In the
like
sky, you look up, there they are.
where do you
You
think
could
they are?
use the stellar parallax, you could use the spectroscopic parallax, you could use standard candles for larger distances, you could use moving cluster or cluster parallax to calculate, you could use redshift for galaxies, you could use eclipsing binary stars. If a star is part of an eclipsing binary system, the orbital dynamics can give star sizes, luminosities, inclinations. There's many different ways to like calculate
To
how far a
calculate
star is away.
distances, yeah, based on presuppositions. But thank you. At least you know something. Thank you, White Knight, for coming to this person's rescue. But we're not going to deviate from this person who's going to make claims that they personally can't back up.
Well, the thing is I don't think it's fair to like shit on someone that's read something.
But
Like
to
I've
make
read
any
through a lot of
claims
stuff
that
and
they can't back
summarized
up.
it. Hold on, dude. Hold on. I've read through a
No,
bunch
this
of
isn't
shit in my
going to
life.
be
Hold
one
on,
of
just
those
let me finish. And
conversations where you
I'm
think that
being
you're in
very
control.
polite. I'm being very polite, dude.
I
At the end of
don't
the
care
day,
if you
I've
see lines, sir.
okay. Can you stop? Can you exert enough
No.
self-control to be like a decent human being for 30
No,
seconds?
you're the one who jumped into my conversation. Fuck off. So are you
Damn,
going
I'm
to
not used
continue
to
making claims that you can't
Jedi
back
so
up?
angry.
Oh, Vex is back. Finally, some fun.
Hello. No, I'm sorry. No, you guys continue. My bad. I'll go on mute. I'm sorry.
So
Just
No,
just
they
saying
answer
hi.
can't.
something
They
facts.
can't continue. One of them got
Just
muted.
remove Martin Luther King Day and Juneteenth from the list of free entry days at national parks. Okay.
Okay, cool.
Wait,
I was just
what about
reading the chat.
Martin Luther King Day? What?
It removed that and Juneteenth from the list of free entry days at national parks. I was just reading the headline thing that was in the chat. That's all.
Outrageous.
Okay, so do you still want to know why day and night works, or do you want to argue about how far things are away?
Okay, see, the point I'm making is, I forgot your name. I don't even know if he's still here anymore. The guy that talked about all the different ways to calculate distance. That point is made. What I'm trying to say is that okay, the fact of the matter is that those stars are dimmer than our sun. Okay, from our
Okay.
perspective, they are dimmer.
Yeah. That's why we don't see them during the day, because the light of the sun washes them out.
Exactly. Then how
Mm.
can you still see the stars, but you can't see the sun at night? That doesn't make sense. If I take a light and I hold it in a place, right? All right. If I go into a forest with, I don't know, a group of friends, and one of them holds a tiny little LED flashlight and the other one holds like, I don't know, friggin' proton blaster or some shit. I don't know. Which one's gonna be brighter? Like if somebody holds a flamethrower and somebody holds a match, which one's gonna be brighter?
It depends how much gas the light is passing through. I already tried to remind you that when you look
Passing
up,
through more gas because
sorry,
it's fucking away.
it's really weird, right? I tried to remind you that when you look up, there's a reduction in the density of the gas. It gets thinner, right? It's why you don't look at the sun at midday, because it'll burn the back of your eyes out, right? You understand this? Yes?
Yes.
Good. So when you're looking at a light on the horizon that's far away, we call that the sun. Why do you think it looks orange?
I actually have not done any research into that. I'm pretty sure it's
Sorry,
something
right, let me try and point it out to you. You can't look at the sun at midday because, it's really, really bright. It'll burn your eyes out. But on the
Yes.
horizon, it looks orange and you can look at that. Why do you think that is with your brain? What do you think's
It's
happening?
pretty hard to look at it still. It's dimmer because it's lower in the sky.
It's
Less
lower
of
in
the
the
light
sky.
is reflected towards your eyes.
Reflected. Reflected. You know what
Yes, that's
fog
the right
is,
word.
right? You know what fog is?
I know what fog is.
Okay, so that's stuff in the air that we breathe makes
Okay.
things harder to see. Right?
Yes.
You know what water is.
I know what water is.
Good. So you understand when it's midday and you try to look down to the bottom of the ocean, as you swim down, it gets darker and darker and darker, doesn't it?
Yes.
Why?
Because the light reflects
The,
off the water.
the water distinguishes, that dissipates through the medium, right? It
Sure.
gets darker, the light
Yeah.
can't penetrate, right? Same
Yes.
with the gas that we're breathing. When you look horizontally through the densest area of that gas towards the horizon and the sun, it looks less bright, doesn't it?
What? I'm so confused. Okay,
Sorry,
yes.
it looked orange, right? You can look at it. You couldn't look at it at midday. Do you remember burning your eyes out? But now it's on the horizon. It's a beautiful sunset. You can see it. It's a romantic evening. You and your boyfriend. Oh, what a lovely sunset! You can see it like that because the light's distinguishing through the gas we're breathing.
Yes.
Aye, finally.
Light does distinguish through the gas river. That's obvious. I thought we all knew this. That's what's called.
Yeah, I know it's obvious. I was trying to point it out to you that it was obvious. But
Do
now
you
we
realize
all
that?
agree it's obvious. That's brilliant. Awesome.
Yes, I'm aware that light is stopped by clouds and
So
fog
you
and
were
stuff.
wondering why we couldn't see the light anymore. Pointing it out to you. The light went away, it moved. Took the light with it, only illuminates a certain portion of the earth, obviously. And the light can't obviously penetrate through all of the gas that we're breathing. Just pointing these obvious things out.
It's a good
Yes.
question,
Okay.
isn't it? Like stars are near the sun sets, and we can still see those stars that are much, much dimmer.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, here's the thing. Uh, like, what could possibly be your explanation as to why those stars are dimmer? Because you'd have to make the excuse of something being like, "Oh, they're tiny drones in the sky," or uh, something like, "Oh, they're tiny suns."
I wouldn't make a
But
claim as to what the stars are though. I
but
couldn't.
oh my god,
Well, I couldn't here on the earth standing there looking. Do you think I can make a claim as to what they are?
we have telescopes. We have stuff to prove.
Yeah, okay, so I don't. It's back to this we fucking thing again.
We as
Always
human,
we with you people. Is it you? Is it ever you?
we as humanity.
Yeah, it's
There's
always
studies
we as
shown.
humanity. We as humanity who do all of these great things, and we as humanity who kill, murder, and pillage. Yeah, we're
Oh my god,
great. What? Sorry, we're capable of both ends of the spectrum. Stop cherry picking when you say we.
is he done?
People lie, right? But we do great things, right? We've been to space, but we've done terrible things.
So
At
telescopes
least,
are lies?
oh my God, no, dude. Are you serious?
I can feel my education like decaying as I hear him talk.
I know that's probably the only place that you've got to go, right? It's some kind of ridicule at me when I just point out the obvious. I just don't believe the story that you can remember. I remember the same story, but when I
Okay,
tried to validate the story that we can all remember, the earth measures flat.
okay.
Now that's
I'm gonna ask you.
it. That's all we need to know.
Okay, our sun is a star, right? Our sun is a star. Can we?
I
Dead
don't
star,
know.
dead
Right.
star.
This is going to be weird. Right. Shush.
Oh,
I remember the story that you're regurgitating to me. Right. You're going to say the sun is a star, right? I don't know. What's the category of star? What do you mean?
it's a ball of hydrogen gas
Okay, I'm
in
going to
the
need
sky.
verification for that claim for a start.
My God,
What? Sorry, you're making a claim. I want to see the evidence of it. Why is that
okay,
upsetting to you?
it's
Is it
impossible to
again
prove.
because I don't believe your story already? Wow.
No, it's impossible to prove anything to you because when I say
No, I
there's
just
a
want you to show the
sci-
evidence.
when I say there's a scientific study, you say, "Oh, but we didn't do that because people
No, no,
lie."
no, 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 no. I asked you what the sun was, or you said it was a ball of gas. I asked you for the evidence of that. That's all. I haven't denied anything yet. In actual fact, I'm engaging, wanting the evidence for your claim. Again, that must be upsetting for you to back shit up.
Hold up. I'm gonna just I don't know. Let me just
Let me just Google it.
I can't Google it. I don't have access to a fucking study thing. I'm not on my school computer.
Okay,
Jesus.
so stop getting upset.
Like, do you deny the existence of the sun?
No, I just understand that there are counter theories
Okay,
as to
do you
what the sun.
recognize that the sun
No,
emits lights and heat?
ask the question, giving an answer, and the guy feels like he can talk through me. All right, is this how this conversation is going to
I'm
go?
not talking through you. I'm just asking you a decent
Yeah,
question.
and I was still answering.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. No, I
Bacon, can you
don't.
rephrase that
Sorry,
start?
your question was, do I believe in the sun? Yeah, I believe in the sun. I just don't believe the current narrative about what it is. Millions of people don't. Right? There are
Okay,
constant
right.
changing theories about what these
Millions of
things.
people believe Elvis is still
Again,
alive. Doesn't make it
I'm
true.
still talking, and this
Sure,
wanker
go ahead.
wants to talk through me. Brilliant. Well done, sir.
Okay. You say that
Mhm.
you want evidence, right? You want evidence?
Yeah, I'd like the evidence that the
Evidence.
sun is a burning ball of gas. Did you say?
There
Uh,
are studies done on this
Okay,
that
show me one.
prove. Okay! Jesus Christ. Hang on, let me
What?
just.
Because otherwise it's going to be anecdotal. You're just going to be telling me stories about things that have been done, and there's not going to be any evidence. I'm
Pulling
just
up
going to have to
evidence
take
right
you on your
now.
word.
I am pulling up evidence. Jesus Christ,
Okay,
give
why
me a.
you get sorry? Calm the fuck down. I just don't understand why you're getting upset for this logical line of question for somebody that makes a claim. Should I just believe
so
your
what?
anecdotal evidence?
So while she looks up the studies, can
Can
I
you
say
stop
something?
talking? I literally asked her a question.
I'm
Yeah,
looking
she's
up
looking for
studies.
studies.
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
asked her a question.
What question?
Oh my fucking god, these people. Do you think it is unreasonable to ask for the evidence that backs the claim when obviously, if you're just going to tell me a story, it is anecdotal?
It's not unreasonable, but when I give you the
Thank you.
evidence,
So
you're gonna
stop
say it's
huffing and
not.
puffing. Fuck.
Now let the other guy talk. Jesus.
What's up, Jesus? Please, when you go and get this evidence, please tell me that you understand what a solar spectrum is and a spectroscopy device
Yo,
and spectrometry
Dad,
is,
let
right?
someone else speak.
Bro, let me just become an astrophysicist
I
and
know what
like.
spectroscopy is.
Okay, good. This is going to be a lesson in people making claims themselves. If they make a claim, they should be able to at least defend that position for themselves, White Knight. If you want to make a claim, you can defend that position too. You don't need to rescue other people. Let people die on their own swords.
All right. So, there is a flat Earth challenge currently, where a company has a $100,000 reward if you can claim the flat Earth. I posted it in the text chat. If it's so simple for you to prove that the Earth is flat, send it to them, and you might win $100,000. I'm not joking. This
Who's
is
the
real.
judge? Who's the judge? A Glober?
I mean, the company. I mean, they do have lawyers, but it's right there. I just posted it. I can post it
Yeah,
again
we've
if you don't
seen this
believe me.
before. Also, we don't have to prove anything.
Sorry, if you
It's fine.
don't mind me
Glober just
mentioning,
asked you who was a judge. A
If you say
Glober.
that you don't have to prove anything, that doesn't give a lot of confidence in what you believe in.
You don't
Do I
care?
have to prove to you that I'm real and I'm talking to you over Discord? No, that's the default assumption. You don't have to prove.
You
I
don't have
found
to
this
prove to me. You have
Extraordinary
to prove to
claims
them.
require evidence.
Hello, guys. How's everyone doing?
Yeah, but if you say that you
Oh,
have no
okay.
claims, then that pretty much convinces me that you don't have evidence.
Hey, I have the study. Do you want to look at that now?
Could you send that
Okay,
in?
just
I did
just
chat.
one question before I look through it. Do you understand this?
I don't understand everything perfectly. Again, as previously stated, I'm not a goddamn
I,
astrophysicist. People
no need
You
for
don't
defense.
need to be. Yeah.
No need for defence here. But this
Pretty
piece of
simple.
information that you've got me, you've seen it before, you've read it before, right?
No, I haven't.
Oh,
I
right.
skimmed
Wow.
through it.
Right. I'm going to tell you, right? Because this is a piece of evidence that you don't even know what it says. And you're going to give it to me like it's some kind of proof and it's going to back your claim. I'm going to warn you, if I go through this, this is your fucking claim, right?
Yep.
If I
Yep.
go through this and this doesn't back you up and you can't answer any questions because you're not going to be able to, because you're going to have to read it alongside me as we catch up together, right?
Yep.
I'm going to give you a fair warning, my friend, and I'm going to go outside and I'm going to come back. Don't do this. Don't make claims and then hope and scrabble around that there's something out there that's going to back up what you've just said, right? Ad hoc. If you're going to make a claim, please know what you're talking about first. Otherwise, you're going to get into a shitload of trouble around here. Take that as a friendly warning.
Holy edgelord, dude! I'm like shaking in my boots right now. Oh my god. Okay, I'm
How
sorry.
can
I'm
you
gonna
send
mute.
it?
That was
How can you send evidence if you've not read it? Could be anything.
If you don't understand the evidence you're giving, what the fuck is that?
Exactly.
Eat frickin' spaghetti, just plain. Dude, that's how much I love
No
that shit.
sauce.
It's
No
disgusting.
sauce. I got issues with that.
Hilarious.
So normally what I do, what I've done a couple times after I bulk, so to cut. So first thing I'll do, I'll start cutting down carbs, right? Because you don't want to crash cut carbs, dude, because you feel like shit. And like anything you do should be sustainable. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That you can like, hey, if I stayed this way, that I could maintain this like particular diet forever.
Pattern. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, so
My
what I would
biggest
do is
worry.
I would have a normal day where I would eat just like whatever normal, but like
Right.
3 days in a row I'd eat low carbs, not no carbs, but low carbs, right?
Yeah.
And then just have a normal day, and then like, and usually I time it so that like my normal day would be the day before my workout day, right? So I know my muscles are full of glycogen. I go work out, and now it's all gone again. Then go low carbs for 3 days, right? And then do the same thing over and over again. But eventually, I switched to eating once a day. I don't know if you've heard of this particular like
Yeah.
diet, where you
Intermittent
eat
fasting.
once a day as much as you want. Like,
Right.
and the thing is,
You get one meal, but once you're done eating, you're done eating.
Yeah,
gotta
exactly.
eat like in a 2-hour window and no more eating.
Yeah, you can't. It's hard to eat enough food in 2 hours to like gain weight. It's not easy. I mean, you can hypothetically do it if you're just eating fucking giant fucking cheesecake, right?
And drinking black coffee with no sugar, no cream. That's another thing that'll help.
That helps.
pull through.
Yeah. Shit like that. Like even that little stuff, right? So say that like say the sugar in your coffee is like, say it's 120 calories a day. You cut out a couple of things that are 120 calories a day, put you in a calorie deficit, and like you'll slowly lose weight, right? You could end up losing like a pound a week. Now think, 52 weeks in a year, if you lose a pound a week, which isn't even that much, let's assume you don't exercise or do anything, you don't build any muscle, you lose a pound a week, you lose 50 pounds in a year, right? By just cutting out sugar. And that's it. Like you didn't do anything else. That's like how easy losing weight is. That's why I don't understand 500-pound people. If you look up, right, you go on a BMR calculator and look at the calorie intake for like a 400-pound person. Like how can you even, bro, how can you even maintain that fucking amount of food? Like we're talking like 6,000 calories a day.
Yeah, but it's the wrong calories as well. Like there's a lot that, like if you've looked into things like bread and whatnot and the processed foods, it's all toxic poison to hold the fats in your body and switch your natural processes off, man. They've got no chance.
Yeah, I don't know how you can eat 6,000 calories a day. Like, how can you even do that? Like,
once you fuck your thyroid over though, and you fuck your pancreas over, then you don't really have to eat that much to sustain. It
Yeah,
just
yeah,
won't go away.
your body becomes more. Now, this is the other problem with like exercise. Your body becomes more efficient at the exercise, and then you stop losing as many calories. So that's a problem. People will start running, and then after then they'll lose weight, a lot of weight fast. Then after like 6 to 8 weeks, they stop losing weight, and they're like,
Oh, it's not
why?
working
And then they
anymore
try to run
because
more, and
you
then it
traded
don't.
fat for muscle, and fat or muscle weighs more than fat anyway. So if you're probably gaining muscle.
Well, but your body also, you'll end up, you run more efficiently over time. It's called the repeated bout effect. So as you keep doing it over and over again, now you're running more efficiently. Your body becomes more efficient at running all the time. So like you got to switch exercises, right? You go from running to bike riding,
Mm-hmm.
right? Now
Yeah.
it's fucking super hard,
Or
right?
doing
People
HIIT
don't run a
training
marathon
or
and then jump and do like the freaking Tour de France, right?
no,
There's
they
no
set up like a
crossover.
3-month program. It's a 3-month program. Like they'll stay in shape, but then right before they get ready for competition, they'll start training. They'll do like a 6 to 10 week training program that basically maximizes all their effort, gets them prepared for that peak moment. But my biggest thing, Indio, is so I just started a week ago, and my goal is to not go back into rhabdo as many times as I did when I was younger. I think in a 3-year process, I probably went into rhabdo over 20 times.
Yeah.
Just from just constant training. But eventually, I stopped going into rhabdo. I was working out 4 hours a day, 6 days a week, and people are like, "Oh, you're working out too much." I'm like,
Yeah,
"But I'm
that's
not
too
getting
much.
tired. I wasn't getting tired. That was the thing."
Yeah, but are
Like
you recovering? Are you recovering?
I
The whole
yeah, I
point is the
was.
recovery part. You want
You
to.
need 3 days to
I,
recover.
I was recovering. Well,
If you're
the
really smart,
rhabdo, like
dude.
I suffered through it. But when I used to be in my peak condition, I would go on the elliptical. I would warm up on level 10 on the elliptical, and I would do 45 minutes on level 20 with a heart rate of above 160 for the entire 45 minutes.
You should have like that's when you switch
My resting
exercises.
heart rate was 48. My resting
Yeah.
heart rate was 48.
Oh, dude, you should have switched exercises, man. I'm serious, dude. Like I said, your body becomes so efficient at doing an
Yeah.
exercise that it doesn't have any benefit anymore.
Well, I mean, I did all kinds of things. I did lunges, I did box jumps, I did squats, I did deadlifts, I did power cleans, all on my
It's when you
legs,
start cycling or swimming or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Something
Yeah.
completely fucking different.
I eventually got bored because I wasn't doing anything like jujitsu or anything like that. And then I got married. That's what happens when you get bored. You get married.
I hate to tell you too. Your testosterone levels go down when you get married.
I know.
And naturally, I'm not saying it's just a natural thing.
Because you're always pulled
You're
back home.
being
You're not
around
allowed
too
to go
much
out and grow.
estrogen.
Yeah, you got to be exposed to different estrogen from a lot of different females to keep your testosterone levels up. When it's isolated to one female, it starts going down. And then there's the stress. So then you start producing, fucking cortisol, which freaking gets rid of your free testosterone. So, yeah. Don't get married, boys. Anyway.
And getting fat also reduces your testosterone.
And
we got some people in here.
the visceral body fat, the body fat that's right in the front of your stomach, that is directly related to cortisol and testosterone levels. But we got hold on.
We got
Okay, you guys
Oshot.
are muted. Oh, hold on, I just want to make an announcement. Okay, you new guys. There's a new guy. Okay, there's a new guy.
New guy, Oshot.
Okay, all right. Okay, shucks. Now you're unmuted.
Welcome to Flat Earth 24/7. Nothing.
You're not comfortable with hearing your own voice?
Who's the new guy?
He's not comfortable with hearing his own voice. Okay.
It's a she, her.
No one is. Trust me. Except narcissists.
She, her?
Yeah.
What are the pronouns for the vaccinated people? Was, were?
I'm so happy we can talk about a little bit more freely about that stuff now. Not that
Man,
it's going to be a topic in this room, but I'm just glad that
anybody that isn't is still interested in the pandemic and the freaking hellfire that has rained down since then. Dr. John Campbell's channel is fucking excellent.
Yep, that's a good channel.
Word. Completely.
The last one was the freaking trick they pulled, dude. This is so they did a study on, you know, vaccinated deaths versus unvaccinated deaths.
Yeah.
But they didn't count anybody that was they didn't count people in the vaccinated group until they were 14 days out from their vaccination. They were still in the unvaccinated group. So basically, the people that were X'd because of the vaccine were counted as unvaccinated individuals. And then they were like, vaccinated people died more than the unvaccinated.
Yeah.
Ain't that crazy, dude?
And the other thing is they said, oh, if you were vaccinated, you had a 74% less chance of dying from COVID, which means nothing because people between 18 and 59 had almost a 0 chance of dying anyway.
You know what they died from. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
they
dead
died-
before you can ever get COVID.
Exactly. If you died, they didn't test you for COVID. Because they were doing that for people would get vaccinated, then the doctor stopped testing them for COVID.
Listen, bro. Listen, you ain't lived until you tried the anthrax vaccine. Okay, that stuff is fire.
Oh my God.
I put hair on your chest?
No, I mean it burns. It's fire.
Well, we're live.
Dude, it's like a thick toothpaste coming out of the biggest needle you ever saw.
Was it administered rectally?
No, they put it into your the side of your arm, upper arm,
Yikes.
and it can actually burn your skin. And one kid I got a scar from it, but one kid got a scar that actually scarred out like that. You know that crazy sun with the sunglasses? You know what I'm talking about? That classic icon. He's got a scar that looks just like that. I'm like, dang, dude, you got a free tattoo.
Dude, I've seen some amazing stuff on medical books and doctors' journals with adverse reaction to even vitamin injections that some of the military get and the cross-country vaccines that you guys have to take. I don't know how you're alive, to be honest, mate.
It's your wonder drugs, man. They take it, and then you wonder what's going to happen to you. And then you got your miracle drugs. You take it, and it's a miracle you survive.
It shows the resilience of the human body, though, to be quite honest. It's like they do make super soldiers and like a lot of the processed foods and stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff that the military don't get, but there's another side of it that they do get and that society doesn't. And I don't know, some of the vaccinations and some of the foods that they put into the military have been phenomenal. They're still messing around with soya, and that was tried out in the military, and it sent half of them crazy, mate.
So, all shucks, dude. I'm not fucking scared of you or anyone here, but you cannot make me share my voice. No, you said that you were not comfortable with your own voice. I didn't say you were scared of us, dude. Dude, relax, man. Okay? Just relax. I'm going to make a variance in the typical policy. So if you have any questions about this topic, just type them in the chat, okay? Stop freaking out.
Maybe I gave you the wrong impression, oh shucks. I was asking if you were actually nervous. What I meant was, were you nervous to speak on voice? If English isn't your first language, it's not a problem. If your voice will betray who you are, we understand that. Anonymity is important to a lot of people. I didn't necessarily mean to say that you were just scared, dude. But I'm Scottish, I say things strangely.
Yeah, I'm Icelandic. My English isn't the best, so feel free to speak.
I mean, we chill at the English hub, man. You can't get worse English than that.
Dude, politics can be rough at times.
Yeah.
We could get a contender in here if you want.
Oh, don't you dare get Brenda. Was that who you're thinking of?
Well, I was thinking of bringing someone who agrees with Brenda.
Oh, that's I mean, I was in politics earlier. Oh goodness. I was in politics and Brenda was in the chat and Backswax and they were arguing and that's just like too much to bear.
Yeah.
Brenda, Peter, and Backswax in the same BC arguing.
Throw Charlie in there for a good measure.
Was he in there too?
No, but that would be the trifecta, right?
4 horsemen of the apocalypse.
Quick question. Just because something looks like it's in a physical location and you're like, oh, it's right there, does that mean it necessarily is there?
No.
Not for distant objects, anyway.
Well, heck, even for close objects like a fish in the water, like unless you got the special glasses on or you got the goggles.
There's countless ways to create optical illusions even close up.
Yeah.
So help me work through this one and correct me if I'm wrong, and if I'm out to lunch, let me know. So you got 3 points, A, B, and C, triangle, right? Point A is the observer looking up at a star. Point B is allegedly a spot on the ground directly under the star, and point C is obviously the star. So if you say that point B, the ground position, is directly under the star, then that means if that you shot a ray straight up, it would intersect the star, right? Now, whether it does or doesn't matter. I'm just talking about the claim itself. So you claim the GP is a location on the surface of the Earth where the star is directly above you. So that means that if you shot a ray directly out from your head, straight up, it would intersect the star, right? All right, so the answer is yes, it would. Because if your claim is the star is directly above you, then of course that ray would intersect the star. Couldn't be otherwise. Now you take your position A, which is the observer location. That observer is getting an elevation angle to the star. So they sight the star at 30 degrees, let's say. Right? And if you created a horizontal baseline between you and the GP point, right? And then you trace a ray at 30 degrees and just keep extending it out towards the star, and you say that that ray intersects the star. You've now intersected 2 rays at a point in space, right? And you've claimed that the star is there. Yes or no? Or am I smoking crack?
So, aw shucks. I asked you what your evidence was that the moon orbits the Earth. You said, I'm generally scared to say gravity. How would gravity's existence or non-existence demonstrate that the Earth is being orbited by the moon? We would need data for that, like an observation. Has anybody seen the moon go around the Earth? Dude, that's the mass of Earth is what keeps the moon in its orbit. You haven't demonstrated there's an orbit at all. What's the evidence of an orbit? Good luck. You'll never be able to define mass. That's a total joke. Evidence of an orbit, please. Who observed it, from where, and when? Observing movements of bodies in space and shit. Okay, where were the people watching the moon orbit the Earth from? Where were they? Yeah, you're just dodging. Where were they when they saw the moon spin around the Earth? The observers that we're talking about. Oh, they were on Earth when they saw the moon go around the Earth. So what did they actually see? They saw the moon cross the sky and disappear. How is that an orbit? They saw the moon move. Right? The people were across the globe. Let me guess, they're all holding hands too, right? Everyone who first saw it. No one's ever seen the moon orbit the Earth, dude. You're not getting it. My God. Okay. It's nighttime. You see the moon on the horizon. It goes across the sky, and then it sets. That's what you observe. That's what everyone observes. No one sees it orbit the Earth. Oh, go to space. Is that what you did? Oh, shucks. Is that what you did to figure out the moon orbits the Earth? Board the ISS and watch yourself orbit Earth. The ISS would only see 3% of the Earth. You're not watching yourself orbit Earth. Wrong again. Okay, just to say it again. They're not spinning around the Earth every fucking 90 minutes. Okay? Oh, yeah, so they lose their camera every 90 minutes, so they're orbiting the Earth every 90 minutes. Oh, yeah, that's great. That's freaking awesome.
Hey, didn't they do a newscast one time and forgot to cut, and the whole crew slammed into the wall when they came out of free fall?
Let me find one of my little ISS pictures. This is a hilarious one. So, oh, that one. Crap, hold on. Like this one. So take a look at this GIF, and can you tell me how they can see the entire Earth from inside the ISS all at once? How do they see the whole ball?
See, what happened was
Oh, it's warped. Warped by what? Move farther. That is from inside the ISS cupola that you think is real and that they're looking at the Earth from. But they're only 250 miles above a Earth 8,000 miles in diameter. And if that was a warped image, the further they would move away, the Earth would shrink. Eventually, it would fit in that entire window. Listen, man, go to the moon for 1 month. Is that what you did? These people, dude.
Indio, if I showed you 3% of a blue whale, would you be able to identify it as a blue whale?
Oh, of course.
it's like that. What's that TV show where they play a musical note and they have to guess the song? You know, I can guess it in one note.
Yeah, I saw a guy do that on video. He was like half a second of a song, and he was able to identify the song.
So, and I bet it was some song you never heard before, but it was probably a popular song, right?
Oh, he was doing multiple songs. We were all playing little tiny clips of a song, and he was getting them all right. But yeah, the way they fake the space is the dark areas are not actually outer space. That's just the parts of the Earth that the light is not reaching the camera, so it appears black.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you, all shucks, how we know all those images are fake. 100%. In all those images, right? That blue shit, that's water. It shows curving water. That shit doesn't exist in the real world. If you go to the ocean, if you go to the beach, you go to a lake, you go anywhere, that curving water don't exist. The further you move from a ball, the rounder it gets. Holy fucking shit, dude. GPS doesn't use satellites. GPS pre-exists satellites. Also doesn't use a globe. You're another clown that you're going to start. You can see satellites in the sky. No, you can't see satellites in the sky. You see a little dot of light move across the sky. No one said scatter lights, dude. I said satellites. Oh, now we're going to play games. You going to rebut anything that's been said or just like flop around? Let me see. Should have never let these cowards chat skank.
I know. Chances are it's somebody we know.
Yeah.
Chances are it's somebody.
GPS doesn't use satellites. Google differential GPS. Okay. Stop being a child. I first started doing global positioning, but with the LORAN system in the end of the 1930s. No, it doesn't need a satellite, you nitwit. Dude, don't fucking ask Grok shit, bro. Grok is wrong. No, I'm not wrong. Grok is not a fucking truth oracle, okay? Yeah, it's wrong this time. I don't care if it's wrong all the time or not. It's wrong this time. GPS uses something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system. Oh, proof flat Earth? That's fucking easy. Hold on. How many ways you want? I don't need to check my notes. Look. Oh, shucks. You're going to come in here with this weak sauce, dude. Because it's freaking weak. Okay. Ships disappear over the horizon. Okay, here you go. Here's a 30-mile observation. No ship disappearing over the horizon. Which you won't address, just like you won't address the laser test. What do you mean it's not far enough? How far is it supposed to be? Give us a distance. Give us a specific distance. Five to 6 miles, dude. These are 30 miles. What are you talking about? God, dude. Who? Anybody? Now I know why Sheepdog wanted me to start over here. My God, politics serves a nightmare.
What's going on over there?
Peter and Matthew Lawrence.
Oh dear God.
Oh my God. We should have Matthew and Peter debate. Fake
Bring
Flat
him over
Earther
here.
Peter versus Fake Cobra Matt.
I had Matthew questioning his own belief structure the other night. I asked him. I said, "Do you believe that that the Bible is the word of God?" And then so we went down the whole rabbit hole about how when the earth was created, what day that was created, what day light was created, what day the sun, the moon, and the stars were created. And it's like, so you don't believe that's true? Well, I believe it's just a story. So you don't think that God would tell the truth to Moses in order to write Genesis? And he was left speechless. It was amazing.
No, he agrees with Heiser's view on that, which is that the dudes that were getting the scripture were ancients who had different views and they weren't smart enough to comprehend cosmology, so God just had to talk to them in ways they could understand it.
Yeah,
That's ridiculous. Why would God lie?
yeah. That's the funny part to me. Like Jesus, he didn't mention it. Didn't mention that the book was wrong.
Now, let me ask you this question: what's the first book in the Bible chronologically?
You mean like the oldest book?
Oh, the
I
first
think
book
it's
that was
Job.
written, Job. Now, understanding that Job comes first is important because um, that it talks about creation in regards to what God thinks of what people think of creation. So the answer to that question, oh well, God is just going to tell the people the way they should understand it, because there's some dude in there's Job is talking about creation, saying a whole bunch of claims. Now, some people think that his claims are true claims because they're in the scripture. So they're saying, oh, look at this verse. This says this and this proves this. But that's Job speaking. Later on in that story, God enters the scene and he tells Job, hey, Job, who do you think you are? Were you there when I created the earth? Did you ever stretch a line across the earth? Did you see me when I, did this with the sky and that over there? No, you didn't. So you don't know what you're talking about. So God's opinion is not necessarily to tell some kind of weird, stupider version of reality to the people. Like that. That's never any. That's nowhere in the scripture is that said or stated that that's his method of revealing truth about that kind of stuff. And the Job sequence seems to disprove that. So I would think if you look at it from that lens, I don't think you can agree with Heiser's interpretation.
Isaiah did the same thing. And if you start from the beginning of chapter 40, he did the same exact thing.
Oh, he was making claims, and then God had to set him straight.
No, no, no. Just God, when he's speaking through Isaiah, um, he's reminding the people how simple the beginning was, or not how simple it is. I'm crazy. Let me go back to it just so I can kind of give you the verse where I think it starts.
Yeah, but you don't have to. Even when it comes to heliocentrism, you don't have to discount anything that's in Genesis.
Right.
I don't know why. I don't know why you'd have to have a contention with any of that stuff.
Mm. When it comes to heliocentrism,
Yeah.
what would be in contention? There wouldn't be anything in contention with Genesis.
No. Why would there be?
I mean, the Earth was created first. It wasn't until 4 days
So
later that the sun and moon were created and stars.
okay, right. So that happened in the past, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So if you believe the scripture that that's the order, then all as you'd be disbelieving when it comes from the mainstream is their version of cosmogony, how things came to get to where they are now, not how what they are now. Follow. You don't have to go backwards in time and agree with claims from secular sources that claim to know things about the past that they can't possibly know. Keep in mind that if you believe the Bible, you believe in a supernatural agent that is greater than the laws of physics. So if he wants to create this and that and that and that, he can do it. He's basically working in a sandbox on a computer where you can, pull something, put it here, pull something, put it there, pull something, put it there, stop the physics in this location, start the physics in that location. So yeah, you don't have to believe that the sun was a nuclear furnace that caused everything later on. You could just think, yeah, it was created in the exact order that it was in Genesis. There's nothing incongruent about that.
And it was Isaiah chapter 40, verse 21. Everybody knows verse 22. It is he who sits above the circle of the earth. But verse 21, have you not known? Have you not heard? Has it not been told you from the beginning? Have you not understood from the foundations of the earth? So he's basically reaffirming that he has told us everything from the beginning as it is, and he's reaffirming it.
Yeah.
Like, look, I told it to you once before. Go back and read it.
Yeah, that corroborates the well, it wasn't a story designed to be told to archaic retards. And then later on, the smart people would get the real truth.
And you don't have to hang on to Genesis like it's like the crux of your belief structure or anything like that. He's just saying, look, this is how it goes, how it went. Cool. Get back to taking care of each other, please. Shout out to everybody who made it up here. What's up, Tom Long? Tom Long? You're new to me. So, Tom Long, don't know anything about you, but since you're in the live stream, we're on the live stream. As long as you maintain decorum and you're cool and everything, you won't be muted back up. I'm going to unmute you and welcome you to the server. How you doing?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. I can't speak for everybody else here, but I'm good.
Yeah, I'm new to the server, but I just want to listen what's going on here.
No worries, man. It's only you and aw shucks who aren't the normal people in here. So conversation between us might get kind of boring. If you want some excitement on, the topic of this server, Feel free to ask questions because that's how conversations get generated, right?
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Yeah, so what Sheepdog was saying is he's lame and boring and you shouldn't listen to him. Come on, dude. Freaking pound a Red Bull and flat smack this fool. He said he's willing to listen, tickle his
I
ear
know.
hole with some truth.
I know. Well, what do you think, Tom Long? Is the Earth flat or is it a globe?
I don't believe in the flat Earth theory anymore.
Anymore? What? So you believe in the globe theory?
So you don't
Yeah.
believe in it any less either.
Yeah, it's proven. It's proven already that it's a globe.
Oh, it has. Okay. So tell me more about it. How big is it?
Have you seen? Jeranism?
Yeah.
His channel. Yeah.
Mhm.
And you know that he was flying to the Antarctic.
Yeah. How did his observation prove a globe?
I mean, the sun.
No.
went
How
not
did his
down
observation? How
24/7.
did his observation prove a globe?
How is it proven?
Yeah. How did they? Okay, they went there. They saw the sun for 24 hours. How does that prove a globe?
Yeah, because it's not working in the flat Earth theory.
How do you know that? Which flat Earth
So-
theory are you talking about?
In the flat Earth, it's
Which
not
one?
working.
How do you okay? Prove it's not working.
No, I don't need to prove it. You know,
Oh,
it's
so
proven
you don't
already.
need to prove it. So you're going to claim it proves a globe, but you're not going to actually say, "Hey,
Maybe
dude, this
I'm wrong.
proves a
Yeah,
globe." You're
goodbye.
going to say it can't work on a flat Earth, and because it can't work on a flat Earth, which you also haven't proven, and you said you don't need to prove, it proves a globe. You're a mess, brother.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yes, I am a mess.
Did he just run
He's
away?
done a runner. Yeah. Dude.
I did not run. What are you talking
Well,
about?
hang on, India, that might have been me. I just gave him VC verified. I tried to.
No, it's did he change his name? Where's he at? He did run away.
I'm right here.
Wow. Blaming you, Neil.
I think we've talked to this guy before. He's a Jeranism fan. Which is like what, 5 of those?
I never met one before.
Well, you met one now.
Like, can you tell us what it is there to like about Jeranism? Like,
He's not here no more. I talked to another guy that was like that, Drace, and he was all up on Jeranism. Oh, Jeranism's the greatest, and yeah, I was a glober, I was a flat earther, but Jeranism proved to me that it was a globe. You remember that, Indio? You were there.
That's the first person I've ever hearing about an actual Jaren fan that's an alleged
Yeah.
flat earther. That's amazing.
The only
He's actually the
yes,
second
same.
person today for me.
That's my point. All these years of being supposedly a flat earther, I never heard a fan of his. But now the Globers are coming out of the woodwork saying, "Well, I used to be a flat earther, but I'm a fan of Jeranism."
Dave McKeegan was appealing to Jeranism today in the X timeline. Me and Jeranism talked about the moon landing because who the hell was it? I guess somebody. Trying to remember. Someone does that Danny dude. He does some podcast that's pretty famous, and Bart Sabrell was on there, and he was like, "Danny, have me on, and I'll point out all of Bart Sabrell's lies." Me and Jaronism talked for hours about the moon landing in 4 different live streams. Yeah, great. Who cares? Go on. I told them go on Apollo Detectives. Debate those guys. Right? What are you gonna debate Bart Sabro? He don't fucking know anything. I mean, he does know some things, but like, hey, Drace, dude, check this out. Isn't it funny? Glober's appealed to Jaronism more than any flat earther ever did.
Yeah, that's the funny part. Like, I openly for years been like, I don't like the guy, and then like he stars in all these mockumentaries, and I'm like, see, I told you guys I don't like the guy, and I was like, yeah, I never liked him either, and then he ends up doing this 24-hour sun and Antarctica and claiming to be a Glober now, and I'm like, mm, told you guys.
Well, I mean, I never heard anybody go, Jaronism said, you know what I mean? Blah, blah, blah. I never
Yeah.
had heard anybody ever appeal to him. I've heard people, and I've said, yeah, Jaronism showed this, thing on his stream. The only thing I've ever said that Jaronism ever did that was of any contribution was the Bart and Bertha, taking the piss out of a NASA stream, dude. That's pretty funny. But other than that, he made a comedy skit. Other than that, can't think of anything he ever did.
Who discovered the Himawari 8 thing?
That was
Is
like
that him or
Archer
was
or
that
something,
Bob?
or no, it was not Jaronism.
It
Yeah,
wasn't Jaronism? Okay.
Just like with the NASA fails that he compiled together and made videos about and were very popular on his channel, I saw all of them on smaller channels first, so he was just like harvesting smaller flat earther
Yeah,
channels for
that's what he
content.
did. That's all he ever did. He harvested other channels. So the Faking Space series, son of a bitch, came from, what the hell was his name? I can't remember his name, dude.
I can't remember, but I
Archer
was
something, was it? Or
I don't remember his name because like it was so long ago. I was subscribed to him when he was found the Himawari satellite online, and I was like, oh my god, that's insane. Looked it up, checked it out. I could
Archer
also
Sage.
access it. It was all
Oh
there.
Yeah, I mean, Jaren just poached other people's stuff, which I didn't really have a problem with because he had so many eyes on him. I thought it was better to get the information out.
Right.
Because they were censoring so much other stuff, so at least that there was a central place you could get information, which is kind of at some point was the purpose of the old server at the end on the old server, just to get have a central point where people, hey dude, fuck, this channel got deleted, but we retained all the information here. You know what I mean? Just kind of like a central hub type deal, because we were being shadow banned everywhere. Everywhere. I forget how bad that shit was.
People were losing channels left and right.
Well, I mean, just not even being able to find anything, period, on this topic.
Well, it's currently like that. Like before, you'd get everything. Like that's how I found all the flat earthers who had only 100 subscribers, whatever. Like you could find all of them before, and then after the topic got real popular and they wanted to censor us in front of Congress, suddenly You can't find any of it. And the only thing left is like anti-flat earther content or Jeranism.
You know, that's how Peter found us. He said he was on a mission to look for flat earthers too, and he noticed that that was one thing that was really difficult was to find regular flat earthers. So watching McKeegan and McToon and FTFE, they would mention names, and that's how he learned how to search us out. Crazy, right?
It's funny.
And this is like 6 months into him, like me meeting him, that he said this. So this is before he ever claimed to be a flat earther. I was like, "How'd you find us, dude?" He's like, "Honestly, I had to watch McToon videos, and he would mention names once in a while. When he mentioned names, I'd try to figure out where that name came from."
What a genius. But I think it's
Sorry, Grace, carry on.
I was just gonna say, I think it's hilarious that we live rent free in their heads, so much so that they're actually an ad campaign for us.
Yeah. I wasn't going to. I don't mean to loop it back to Jeranism, but it's the same thing. The propaganda's running an ad campaign, and okay, Jeran, he's a bit of a stooge character, but you know, any info out there, anything bringing this to the public, I don't care as long as they filter back here, which sooner or later they all will.
Yeah, I just got the vibe from Jaren of Giovanni Battista Riccioli, who named the features of the moon, who was a Jesuit who collected the arguments from the flat earth side and from the globe earth side, and he pretended to be one of the flat earthers, and then he just used his authority to be like, oh no, well, clearly the earth is a globe, got to name the features of the moon, and the rest of the arguments of the flat earthers, we don't have any records of their actual arguments, no books left over. All of that's gone. All that history's been memory hold. All we have is the record that the now Jeranism type has kept of that conversation, how flat earthers discovered the Coriolis effect like hundreds of years before Coriolis supposedly ever discovered it. So they're going to try to memory hold us just like everything else.
Yep. That's why technology is a terrible, terrible thing. I thank God that some of us have still actually got some of the books that all of this is based around. But yeah, I think we really do need if we had a printable service for everything that we've logged and catalogued or talked about on the server or linked to each other over the years, Trace, we would have actually got something equivalent to the Alexandrian Library in hardback.
Yeah, I'm actually writing a little book for Candace Owens right now, and
Yeah.
it actually covers how they burned the Library of Alexandria and other times like Constantine when he erased the previous history and the people and writing concerning those people. So it's a common theme within the elites to control history to control the future, and so I basically spell out where the globe came from, how it got spread throughout history, and how we ended up with it today, and how faulty and shitty their arguments for the globe were, and just why it survived.
Nice. Yeah. I'm seeing more and more in other forums or other discussions, like across the forums that we're on and the places that we use as, like YouTube and all these other forums. I'm seeing reference to like fallacy over time and misrepresentation of records. It's coming through in not just biblical stuff or religious stuff, but also in some sort of the timeline thing, the archaeology stuff, where they're now readdressing how long ago it was that the Romans were actually here in Britain, and how deeply covered it is, and how it leads to it more being destroyed than actually covered up, i.e., time involved isn't right. There's more coming through that stuff has been hidden, and nowadays a lot of the things that you see on the internet and TikTok is that everything's false, everything's a scam. Well, not everything's false or everything's a scam. It's just yes, they're messing with reality and physical records of it.
Yeah, there's a constant effort to do this because it creates a controlled population. The globe is the same thing. It creates a unified religion for people to believe in, and you kind of give away your rational thinking about the world to these giants you think you stand on the shoulders of. But then when you actually look into it, you're like, he was sleeping with his cousin wearing female shoes? This genius? And then I listened to him actually speak, and I'm like, he actually sounds a little bit retarded.
Yeah, yeah. One of the excuses is that scientists are a bit weird and whatnot because they're all sort of on the spectrum. They're all a little bit ADHD and stuff. But then when people approach us and our arguments and our knowledge base and throw it in, it's reversing our face. Oh, are you all sort of on the spectrum somewhere? Are you all some sort of super IQ? Just because we're not actually accredited and out there by name doesn't mean that we're not as intelligent as the likes of these crazy people that have run the story or built the story or added to the story over time. And I had someone earlier on in lobby seemed to have an issue that the fact that Cavendish was a bit of an unusual person. He didn't seem to like the fact that I mentioned that Cavendish was very strange. He couldn't talk to women. He couldn't associate with people. He literally kicked at balls and sheds in case he affected it. He actually thought that looking at things would affect him. That's not a mental stability, level for any scientist. I mean,
That actually that's because this is part of my book, actually. It's because their ideology, the cult that we were all raised in, it comes from ancient Greek, and the ancient Greeks had ideas, and their ideas involved how vision worked. And back in Cavendish's day, when he had his shed, they didn't understand vision. They were still wondering if like eyes shot out invisible laser beams or not.
exactly. It's not our fault that we've maybe researched a few more things or other levels of science than the majority of people out there have been exposed to. Doesn't make me some sort of PhD or pretend I'm a scientist. I wouldn't try and go and work in optics or something like that, but I do actually understand the mechanics of light, how it works, the mechanics of acclaimed gravity, how that works.
Yeah,
And
that's
I can
actually
apply it in reality.
that's actually the problem, is that we have like a holistic understanding because we study these things for ourselves to understand these things. And because we're empiricists, we kind of look at what's theory and what's actually known and what are the effects we can actually test and verify. Whereas when you look at scientists and much of our most intelligent people, they have been pigeonholed into a specialty. So they're like, well, I am a specialist in this, so I understand this, and I will outsource all of my understanding to other specialists. And so this creates a fractured intellectual framework where uh, each part doesn't realize that their part doesn't work with the other part. completely, and at the highest levels, you got even more errors because those parts don't communicate internally between each other. Uh, they're not qualified to check each other, if you will.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of their work is taken individually, collated, and to be honest, a lot of it's swept off the table because it's not actually. It's just data. It's just performance models of expected realities under certain conditions with certain tolerances applied mathematically as a representative of a theoretical idea that is based somewhere in the heliocentrism myth of reality. It's just nonsense to it.
The data is always real. It's people's interpretations that color the data. And
Yeah.
because we're all raised in this school education system and in this indoctrination system of a globe, everything gets colored in that globe. And the globe assumption just gets auto accepted because, hey, we knew this 2,000 years ago. But when you actually look into it, the general public did not know this 2,000 years ago, and it took them actually 2,000 years to be able to start selling it to the public. Before then, it just existed within elite higher upper class as their secret doctrine that made them better than the plebeians. It wasn't until they realized, wait, our secret doctrine is false? Well, maybe we'll give that to the plebeians.
Absolutely. And it was reified with an astronomical model on a physical reality of a globe Earth, basically. Like the armillary, I can't even say it, armillary sphere, for me transfers the what we perceive as a hemisphere and the celestial globe in a sense. It correlated it straight across into the physical reality of what we're standing on. It reified it entirely, and it's like one of the biggest jumps and leaps in faith and science. Like to make a model and imply that it implies the shape of the ground, a model of the sky. And then further research just shows that it's further reified by mathematical model, not physical reality. We don't actually treat it as such. We don't treat it as a globe in any way, shape, or form. In engineering, in civil engineering, and the physics of water, it just like that. That's where I get a bit annoyed, where people come in and they talk about physics, but it's physics that they've been told it works a certain way. They've never actually seen it work that way, and it's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. Even when in primary school and in junior school, messing around with water, they think it does one thing, but yet they've never seen it curve to the conforms of gravity.
Yeah, no, but the book says it does, and so they imagine it in their minds as babies when their imaginations are super vivid and strong and helps them form a deep personal memory and a connection to it. So much so that they can start to hallucinate the flat horizon as curving, even like standing at the sea level. That's how
Yeah.
pervasive this mental hypnosis is.
Absolutely, dude. And as you know, I've got the meme. We do it to ourselves. We do it to our own children because we're not aware of the reality that we can go and test Earth and make sure it is what they say. So, for the love of love and the sake of love, we do it to our own children, Grace, and it's terrible, really. People say, "Who do they lie?" Well, there's the meme. Who are your parents? Are they lying to you? They don't know any better. Our scholastic educators work within a heliocentric paradigm model. They're not going to teach you something out with that. They're going to be chucked out of jail.
Yeah, we were raised in this system, and so like we can't really blame our parents. We can't really blame the scientist who doesn't know any better and was raised in the same system as everybody else. Uh, what we can blame people for is uh, the willful ignorance once presented with evidence that contradicts their beliefs. Uh, the willful ignorance to maintain that false belief in the face of incontrovertible evidence is what we can fault them for.
Absolutely. And to be honest, the visceral reaction that people have when they encounter flat Earth or they finally get to us, it tells a lot of partly their maturity in the subject or how much they've actually researched, or that the fact that they're actually conditioned to be utterly adverse towards us in every way, shape, or form. It should scream something at them. It does for me.
Yeah, I just watched a really interesting little short today, which was talking about how they took 15 people into a room and had a screen that had a blue circle and a red circle, and they told 14 people to lie and say that there were two blue circles, and so by the end, on the 15th, the person who wasn't in on the test was asked, and only 20% would actually answer truthfully and say there's a red and a blue circle. The 80% just went along with the majority like an NPC. However, if you added one extra person in there who was part of the experiment, knew what was happening, but also told the truth that there was a red and a blue circle, then there was a 60% chance that the other person would actually speak out and admit the truth and say, well, there is a red and a blue circle. So normalizing the subject does help allow people to have the courage to speak about it. But there's always going to be that 40% who are just going to reject their senses and be like, well, no, there's two blue circles there because they said it.
Yeah, it does sound like an appeal to authority. Like if you can if you can swap the outcome by just adding one person under those conditions, yeah, it shows it clearly that people will side with the masses and want to be right in the eyes of their peers.
I think it's a little bit of
Say anything, man.
domestication. I think it's a little bit of domestication, a little bit of like they don't have confidence in themselves. They don't want to take accountability. So, like, to themselves, they can be like, "Well, I just went with what everybody else was saying." Like,
Yeah.
it's a way to run away from being a human being.
People are lemmings, mate, and they're convinced to be lemmings because it's scary being an adult race. Trying to hold down a family and a job and a career and make sure that you've got a future or retirement somewhere down the road as you get older and keep your health going, keep everybody else happy. You don't have the time to look into science and all these things. So you rely heavily on scientists, governments, world powers to do all that stuff and keep it all running for you, mate. You know,
Yeah, and
it's a scary thing, and that's why people just shy away from it. But they shouldn't be so adverse by the time they actually do counter it. That should tell them something.
part of that problem is you, like you say, we want to keep our loved ones safe. We want to just live a good life. And so it's easy to fall into the naive belief that like people in positions of power want the best for me, but that's not historically accurate.
Yeah.
If the people in power wanted the best for you, they would relinquish power.
Absolutely. They would walk into a job. The next government that would vote in would walk into a job and say, within about 3 or 4 days, guys, this is all an entire mess. Can you please help us? Not vote us out. Can you please help us sort it? We don't know what you want anymore. We don't know how to run things anymore. The banks are broken. Money's broken. Can you please help us? And until they actually do that, Grace, I won't believe any of them.
Yep, I'm not telling you the truth, and there's a lot of corruption. So Like, I wouldn't trust them to fix the problem. And what you would need is communities and everybody coming together under a unified understanding. But that's super difficult in today's time.
Super difficult if if you don't want to give up control and authority.
Yeah.
We've got the internet. We're all linked. They could quite easily get in touch with each and every one of us. To be honest, mate, and I'm not being a fringe theorist, I know full well who's listening. And I know that people do listen to us, and everybody listens to us, and eventually everyone hears this. So, like, why can't they just knock on our doors digitally and say, okay, what's the deal? Where do we go? How can you help? And if you can't, you can't. If you want to, you can. You can. You know, I mean, we've got infra. What do you call it? Systems that you can work with digitally to do what you can to help repair stuff and what you think the problem is. But they won't even go there. Thankfully, it's all coming to light, like we were talking about earlier on with medicine and the problems that we've been having over the past decade, and with food and big pharma and the problems that we've been having with health over all these years, and the way the human, you know, the reality of it is that we're becoming sick as a race, a human race. You know, okay, some of us are getting fit and whatnot, but no, in general, we're not healthy. We're not what we're supposed to be. We don't live the way we're living, and more people are addressing this openly now on every aspect. So for me, in a sense, it's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time before people realise that they can't just pillory flat Earth because they're angry about what we say, where they have to address every other aspect of human life and sociology at the moment. Whether it be religion, colour, creed, race, sexuality, or whatever, it needs addressed, it needs talked about, it should be out in the open.
Yeah,
But yeah, flat Earth. Sorry, carry on.
That's why I mentioned the psychological test, because if you keep to yourself uh, everything, and you don't have the courage to just openly express uh, your position on things, then majority of people are just gonna go along with the dumb shit that's happening. But if you do express it, uh, now the majority will actually go along with uh, telling the truth, going along with how things actually are. And there will be a smaller, like a 40% minority, and that's not a generalization, but like roughly, like you because you show other people with the courage to stand up and speak about it, it makes it okay for other people to also express their opinions, learn to critically think, learn to think about things in a different way. A lot of people just haven't been exposed to it. You grew up in your little neighborhood, and then you went on TikTok, and you're watching a bunch of fallacious nonsense everywhere you look, and so of course you're not gonna understand logic, and of course you're not gonna know how to break down the things you're being told, and you're just gonna have to accept it because an authority figure is telling you. But I think at some point everybody just needs to grow up, and that'll solve the issue.
Yeah, it's got a lot to do with it. The whole demographic of youth now stretching well into almost its 30s is a
Oh,
very,
even
very
further,
different
bro.
thing from when I was young, dude. You know?
Like I knew people 40, 50 years old who still acted like teenage boys.
Is that the crazy people that build the mad 4x4s and go racing in the snow and stuff like that where you are, Trace? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, well, there's
Like,
all sorts. Like,
yeah, but
and
there's
it gets worse and worse as society gets weaker and weaker and softer. You get more and more variance in this. Back in the day when things were rougher, you had a more tougher male population because they understood hardships.
yeah. Well, looking back, I've always known men to be mature, younger, but also playful and out having fun, older, if you know what I mean. You know, like the
Yeah,
motorbike clubs and going racing buggies on sand and you know, like powerboat racing and like messing around with rocket fuel. You know, actually, as well as you know, building infrastructures, dams, roads, stuff like that. You know, really level-headed guy, to use a pun, but at the same time, young at heart. You know, quite happy to climb a tree and cut the top off it 200-300 foot in the air, no problem. No, you know, no health and safety other than a rope and a set of climbing spikes and an axe or a chainsaw. None of your nonsense. Fit and able from young to old, understanding and being able to learn what it takes to do things and to be a man and build stuff.
Yeah.
But it seems
Meanwhile,
to be getting older and older and fading less and less into this sort of, you know, scared to
meanwhile,
touch, too immature to do it, or worried about problems.
meanwhile, we got 40, 50-year-old people who are still just living for the weekend party, and work is just a dredge to get enough money to be able to do that. Or if they're even working and not on some social security scam or some other means of getting the money, it's like I know some people who basically started out young in this kind of nonsense, and all the way up till they were like 50 years old, still in the same nonsense. So,
Yeah.
like, back in the day, that wouldn't have been able to be continued for so long without people just dying.
Yes. Yes, very true. In a lot of ways, the state system has enabled people to sit back and do sod all. That's a big part of it.
Yeah.
Technology has also furthered that, where you know kids can pass college exams in junior high if they like now with technology. And all they've got to do is put in the groundwork and know what to say, and bang, they're you know super intelligent and they're flying through college and they're snapped up at 16 or whatever. You know, in the digital world. It's all been reversed and undercut in a lot of ways. But yeah, the social care systems get highly abused because of it as well. And it's gotten to breaking point in a lot of ways. But the other side of it is that they've devalued money and they've doubled the, or, well, you know, they've moved the decimal point and they've increased the cost of things exponentially, orders of magnitude. You know, like I could afford a house when I was young, and I did pay for a mortgage when I was young. I've inherited the property that I'm in now, but you know, when I was young, I was able to work enough and pay off the mortgage. Nowadays, yeah, they're stuck in a loop. They can't afford to get out of where they are. They can't afford to, you know, even sell what they've got to get better or to get out of the loop. Not worth what it's supposed to be. It's nothing but an uphill struggle for a lot of people. And yeah, like we're saying, some of them, the majority of them, do not have time to sit down and actually legibly address all of this. When they sit down, they want to zone out or go to fantasy land, which is space. And yeah, you know, it's live for the weekend and party till you drop.
The one I like, old dude. You're single. You should be able to afford all this stuff.
Oh.
I love that. The amount of times I've heard, "Oh, you're single. You should be able to pay a house off easy," and it's like, what, with half the income? Well, how do you come to that conclusion? It's crazy. It really is.
Yeah, and it's exponential as well, because I've been told that, you know, I'm single and I'm a grandfather. Technically, I'm old enough to be out with the loop yet again. You know, I've got I own inherited property, ergo all my incomings I've got very little or almost zero outcoming. So, you know, in a sense, I should be accruing cash. So therefore, I should be even more, like, you know, helping out with the economy of the young ones that can't afford it. And yes, I can, and yes, I do, where and when I can. But it's the whole approach of, you know, Pappy, can you buy me a new phone? Like, hello, what? Are you fucking mad? Or a new car? Like, excuse me? Pay my rent for me. You what? And you work? No. I don't mind helping out, mate, but yeah, people need to understand that they've been set up right from the start in every way, shape, and form to stay within the paradigms of society and not actually go out and check what's real. What's happening in Australia? How's society handling itself these days?
Depends which part you live in. If you're in the city, like say Melbourne's probably the worst of them. It's a shame a few of the other guys are not listening in. But with what's happened over the last couple of years, all they've shown is how much power our government, or perceived power, our government thinks they've got, with the strong arm of the law helping them out. But you say anything, and you're just a conspiratard. You're just crazy. It's like, guys, take a step back, have a look what's happening. That's all you've got to do. You don't have to go and storm the fort or any shit like that. Just take a step back and have a look. Open your eyes. Cost of living just ridiculous. I'm earning twice as much money as what my father was when he brought up full family, paid a house off, paid a car off. I'm on double the income and I'm just keeping up with rent. I just amazes me. Absolutely amazes me. Oh, but it's not really a problem, because it's not a problem. The people that say that are on 400k a year, and most of them are politicians. The system needs to be fully reset, like big time.
Absolutely, dude. You guys have got it a stage worse than us economically and law-wise, I think. What's going on over there is played out via the laws of Britain initially to see how it goes down, and then it seems to sort of come back and hit us. It's terrible what they're doing to Australia, mate.
That's alright, it's an island, you can't get anywhere. Oh, shit.
So guys, I have a question real quick.
Yeah, man.
Well, it's not about flat Earth. Is that okay?
Of course, go for it.
Well, I'm just wondering, like, if you know any communities or place to discuss ancient megalithic sites, or if
Yeah,
we could host a topic someday soon.
yeah. Look, I mean, there's not much conversation going on. If you want to talk about flat Earth, we would prefer it. But we can talk a little about, you know, like lost buildings, like a little bit about Tartaria. If you look in the hashtag VIP partners link, There might still be a server in there called the Ice Wall. They go into it deeply, the Tartaria thing and the mud flood thing. But like, have you looked into it much? What's your opinion on it?
Well, that's like different than megalithic structures we see in I forgot the countries, but yeah, more like megalithic structures rather than Tartaria, a mud flood. Like, yeah,
Like Machu Picchu, Puma Punku, those kind of things.
yeah.
This crap from Ancient Aliens.
Ancient aliens. I don't know. I mean
That's
giants. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, there's a bunch of hypotheses about them, right? So geopolymer, less gravity. There's a whole bunch of ancient aliens, sound waves. Like you can name, like just pick some idea, and someone came up with it.
Ancient astronauts theorists suggest. Yada yada yada.
I like the mined earth one where we stripped earth for every mineral possible on a massive scale, and the Indian theory that there was once cosmic weapons that melted and flipped parts of the earth. I think there's evidence for that stuff. If you want to be wacky, there you go. The Vedic Wars.
Wait, how do you say it? Vedic?
Yeah. VADIC, I think.
Okay. VADIC. Wars? What does that
So
have to do with anything?
here's a new one. The universe is expanding, but we're not, and so we're shrinking relative to everything else.
We are getting smaller as people.
That's what she said.
Well, my ex-wife. There's evidence of giants. There's claims that big windows used to be doors. Why did doors get built so big? But there's actually current claims of bigger people or bigger humanoids. The whole Iraq War, there's theories on that, being hunts for giants. There's evidence that giants' bones were buried or dumped at sea. There's evidence that thousands of bones were dumped at sea with regards to, we can't class this as a dinosaur. There's evidence that dinosaur bones are faked. Like, how far do you want to go? But we would rather prefer to stay at the measurable surface of Earth that isn't covering. It's up to you, though.
Heard they found non-fossilized DNA in dinosaurs.
Yeah, what's that about?
Yeah, soft tissue and dinosaur bones.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've gone beyond that now. That's almost like 15 years old. I think they're at the point of like they said I haven't confirmed it yet, but I was watching. He was he was a biologist. He was saying they've now found non-fossilized DNA in what's supposed to be dinosaurs.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I watched.
Sorry,
I watched that soft tissue thing in a little bit of detail. I watched one of the guys who provided the skulls, the Triceratops skulls from different aged Triceratopses, and the different soft tissue had different cell size. So it was very interesting.
Okay. So that's like almost zero atrophy, bro. That's that's the structure of possibly muscle or something next to, I don't know, a vein or whatever.
Yeah, well, the basically the structural sizes varied between the ages in a very interesting. Probably not cells. You're right.
So hypothetically, an adult and a child would have the same number of cells, but the adult would just have larger cells.
Yeah, no,
Is that
if
what
it
you're saying?
wasn't cells, that's I'm not using the right words because I'm not don't know much about biology itself. But
That's what she said.
the structures
There's a song like
essentially
that.
that they found in the soft tissue showed different sizes based on the supposed ages of the s- the skulls they were using.
Where there's also the whole megaflora, megafauna problem, right?
Yeah, and the nitrogen.
Structures.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they, like I saw one. It was like, oh, there's like a giant. Like there was camels in North America. They found camel teeth, but these are like giant camels. They're like not regular sized camels. They're like 1,000+ pounds or something.
Yeah, megafauna is a very interesting topic. I like the example of the giant dragonfly.
They also say there weren't trees. That trees are relatively new.
Yeah, and giant insects would require a high oxygen atmosphere.
Yeah, is it something to do with the ferns? The trees eventually, after like when a lot of the ferns started to die off or something, the trees actually became trees, and then weren't as big or something. Maybe they ate up all the CO2.
Who knows? They don't know. That's for sure. All I know is in 500 years they're gonna be like, those guys are a bunch of idiots.
Yeah.
I can't even figure out how the pyramids were built.
Buoyancy and density, they flooded the place and brought stuff in on big ships.
They were built by Mexicans. Nobody's questioning that.
Built by immigrants.
Same as everything else, they were built by slaves, man.
And how the pyramids are on the northern latitude that matches the speed of light.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna post a couple pictures of stuff I'm talking about here. Alright, here we go. I cannot post in the chat. I'll post it in general or something. Here. Going to
The live
lobby
stream
or
voice text is right above this room. So if you lower this window, and then you'll see live stream voice chat, and then live stream voice.
got it.
You can use the lobby,
Can
but
I post
the chat
pictures?
is
Alright, who's
associated with the.
talking? Swole, I'm gonna send them to you.
What's up?
Alright, I sent you the pictures that I want to talk about.
Well, here I'll tag you where we put them.
Yeah, I said I'm not allowed, so I sent them in your DM.
You should be able to. You got the flat earther rule.
Was it good? That should give embed perms. I could give you it, but I've not got my mod perms on just now, dude. Yes, I hung up my mud jacket, so what?
All right, Swole, did you see what I sent you? Oh yeah, thank you.
You know, we got that weird elevator music, but we should have the Austin Power. Dun, 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 dun. Doo-nee-nee-nee-nee. Be a good one.
Grace, are you still there? No. You're still here.
Looks like Gale's
Did you
a
see
lot.
where I tagged you? Did you see where I tagged you, Vintage?
I think so.
That's where we post. That's associated to the live.
Your flat
No, I
earth
don't.
roll should let you post in there, dude. It should let you embed stuff in there.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't have permission to post picture.
Grace, can you give him, or Indy, or if somebody's listening, could you give him embed perms, please? He's flat
Yeah,
earth. Thanks,
I
Indy.
got
I
it.
thought Flat Earther automatically got it.
No.
Just valued.
Yep.
Oh, India, do you remember when I first joined the Flat Earth Discord? I don't think
Been a
so.
while, Ed.
Dude, don't ask me what I remember, man. I don't fucking know. Your voice sounds familiar though. I don't think you had this name.
No.
Yeah, you definitely didn't have that name.
Nah.
Didn't you join the old one? Were you on the old one?
Time ago.
What was your name originally?
It's like Bradley something. I don't know.
Sounds vaguely.
If you can't show us how ancient monoliths work with the Antarctica 24-hour sun, they don't exist.
Isn't there one in Antarctica though?
Yeah, there's an alien creature in it.
Is that the one that all the world leaders go and have a look at through a little hole and it punches them in the eye?
Yeah. That would be awesome. I'll pay for the trip if they do that.
Yeah, that's the problem with fringe theory and looking down every rabbit hole. You actually find a lot of connections to certain things and events in the real world. But hey ho, what do we know? We're only fringe theorists. Which church is it? Is it the Church of Ethiopia that's in Antarctica? The little chapel? Sure, Lulu said it was.
A particular thing about those megaliths? Where's the second one from?
Like similar to how like they say the Earth is a globe based on whatever Aristosthenes or Aristotle, whatever his name is.
Eratosthenes. You got it right.
Yeah. Just like they say Earth is round because of him, they say these are made in copper, hammer, and chisel.
That's obviously not the case. If they told me they were made with steel chisels, I probably wouldn't believe them. I mean, what's the second megalith picture from? Where was that taken at? Top right.
Let's see.
The sheepdog posted.
All right.
Yeah, I know the top left is Machu Picchu. I don't know where the bottom left. That's not really that impressive stonework.
This place, Saxy woman.
That would be in America somewhere, right? Or
Sexy
not?
woman, yeah.
Where is it? Cusco? Oh, Cusco. I've heard people mention. I didn't know where it was. That's in Mexico or Peru. Machu Picchu is particularly impressive because of where it is, how high up it is.
Oh, another thing, these structures go underground. Like we don't know how far they go, but that's what this video. It's a new video talking about.
No one's dug down to see how far they go down.
That's what
Not
they're
even like,
doing
not even like with
currently.
a shovel.
So
No, they used
currently,
ultrasound.
Dude, use a shovel, man. Stop being
Gra-
lazy. I'll freaking
gra-
dig it.
Got a quick
Well,
take
they
on
used to
Machu
say that the
Picchu.
heads on Easter Island were just heads, and then someone got a shovel and found out that there's a whole body underneath that.
What's underneath the body?
Right?
So I saw this video a while back. Haven't seen it since. And this guy was claiming that he goes, you know how you can't put a piece of paper in between the blocks at Machu Picchu? He goes, it's because they're polymer and it's just a mold cast there, and it's all like a tourist trap shit that was built like within the last 100 years or so. And
Yeah, I've seen some stuff on that. Stonehenge, pyramids, a bunch of things. Like if you look at pictures like from the early when they invented photography, people went and took pictures of these places, and they don't look nothing like they look today.
totally different. Yep.
Stonehenge is a joke, man. There's literally frickin' cranes and frickin' pulleys and shit putting that thing together. They just found a bunch of rocks and they were like, "Oh, look, Stonehenge." The Chinese clay soldier ones, the terracotta soldiers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those turned out to be one of them. The Chinese had an exhibit. They let it go to Germany, and Germany wanted to test it, and they're like, "Nah," and someone just snuck and did it, and it just turned out the shit ain't old. The shit's like from the 1600s. Actually, it might not even have been from the 1600s. Might have been like the 1800s. Dude, you know all these fights are right. Like, I don't think people realize what they're really fighting over. They're trying to maintain the chronology narrative, and that chronology says like, "Hey, where did we come from? How long we been here? What's our history? Like, who's in power? Oh, they're in power because they've always been in power. You know, that whole narrative, they're trying to maintain that, and that's all they're ever trying to do is maintain the chronology narrative. It's like we're slaves to time. It's pretty odd, quite honestly, if you think about it.
I have a speculation about that. I could probably talk about it on Sunday a lot more, but I think we're actually in the 1400s. If you consider like Jesus and the timeline of what Jesus lived, considering what I think happened, I think we're in the 1400s.
Absolutely, dude. There's been too many incidences that it doesn't correlate. There's like 1,000 years claimed. It's been skipped
they
across
spread it
and
out.
moved over, and the calendar's been changed.
Yeah, and they spread it. They spread it out. They spread things out to make it look longer, and I think they created pen names to and just place those pen names in different timelines. Try to stretch the years out.
It ain't even that good, sheepdog. The actual writings are pretty crazy. They didn't use unified alphabets. There was no such thing as dictionaries.
I know.
The words are all strung together with no spaces, and then they leave out fucking vowels. Like in what they actually wrote, right? The text that they rely on. And then they don't use even first names. They just say the king or the baker, or they use kind of like their profession or their title. In a lot of these chronicles that were written in the past, they don't say what people think they say or what people imagine. Hey, do we have all this historical record of what happened? Well, those actual texts don't say what you think they say. You're thinking they wrote down on January 24th, 1642, Sheepdog went down the street and freaking bought a cow. No, don't say anything like that.
No, and then if you want an example of that, do you know about the Domesday Book?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, people are like, oh, it's the Doomsday Book. No, it was just an inventory. It's an inventory of the land. That's all they did. They took inventory of everything. They logged things whenever they did. Some people, when they came to a new town to live, they checked in with the Chamber of Commerce and wrote their name on the ledger. That's it.
Here, I'm gonna give you something. Probably nobody except me knows.
Somebody may have wrote a letter to their neighbor at some point saying, "Hey, thanks for helping."
No, the Domesday Book is from William the Conqueror.
Yeah.
So when William the Conqueror, this is a story when he came over from England, he took inventory of England because he was going to tax it, and in that is the Domesday Book. Well, there was a particular place that was exempt from the Domesday taxation, and that was the city of London.
Yep.
And what he said is that I am going to continue the charter originally given to the city of London. Now, that's the only reference to it. What that charter was or where that came from is not referenced. So sometime before William the Conqueror, the city of London had some sort of exemption charter that exempted it from whatever monarch happened to rule England. Okay? Be it before William the Conqueror, be it Alfred or any one of those guys. It could go back to what they say is the Roman Empire. The point is that no one even knows where this charter came from, the City of London charter, that gave them this freehold. Basically, that's what it's called. It's called a freehold, where they're not subject to the dominion of the king or anywhere else. They're a self-contained, autonomous, enclave that's outside of everything. They're
If I'm
basically
not
a country.
mistaken, all of that began after the Freemason was dissolved the first time, wasn't it?
Possibly,
like when the
yeah.
church made the Freemason Guild dissolve.
Yeah,
I don't know. Go ahead.
maybe around about then, dude. Yeah, it was basically a ledger of who paid tithes to the church, and the church was held the seat of royalty as well. So that's kind of where the Doomsday Book it was accredited families to the crown and the crown of Christ, basically. And if your name was in the book, you were paying some landlord. Your family was of notable concern. You got your name in the book. Basically, a lot of people just turned up and said, Smith, and I live up in Derby. So your name get put in the book, and your family was recorded back then. It was a tithe system as well. It was who pays in and who's legible to the crown, and who can claim right to lands that are attributed to the church. But London did always have, as far as I can find out, London's always had this freehold thing, which in Britain,
Forever.
Yes.
As far back as records go, there's no time that I could find where it wasn't in existence. And I tried to find, how they used to call England, supposedly Tin Island or something, Mercaria. Yeah. So even then, there's no direct references, but obviously that's going to be a point. London is going to be a point of conflict because it's pretty close to, it's got the Thames River, and you're automatically going to build cities on rivers, right? It's the closest to the continent. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's obviously it's been there for a long freaking time.
Well, yeah, you're right. It's if you're coming from warmer climates, that's where Romans would have just stormed in up all the way up the river and proclaimed Londinium, and whoever set the eagle down first claimed the land. But yeah, there's whether it goes back further than that or not, I've got no way of knowing. But it's the freehold and leasehold thing is huge over here as well. Like I've got freehold on the land that my house sits on. If it were leasehold, then whoever holds the lease would have the right to say, "Oh, you can only stay tenant for so long." Whether I'd maintain the property or not, it can be limited to time. But the other thing with freehold leases are some of them are accredited now to certain names, and that could come into the City of London thing as well.
Yeah, their freehold is against the king, the crown. It's not against everybody else. It's against the crown. The crown can't. According to, like I said, according to William, he said, "I am just going to continue the pre-existing charter. That he wasn't going to disturb it."
Yep.
But he didn't allude to what that actually was. And that's the furthest I could get back on where the city of London comes from. That's in like the English common law where there's actually like a record of it.
Yeah.
But I'm sure a lot was buried because I think me and you talked about this King Arthur. Was it me and you were talking about King Arthur? How they say he wasn't real?
Yeah, he's a fictional character.
Well, they thought he was pretty fucking real back then.
Allegedly, so they did. Yes, aye, yeah. I mean, like Arthurian legend is there's family bloodlines and stuff. You know what I mean?
That's what
But
I'm
there's
talking
also
about. They reference him in the legal system itself. They reference Arthur. I
Yeah.
can tell you the case. It's called the case of the post Nadi.
They,
It's about
say
whether a
the
guy
legend
owed
of the
allegiance to sheepdog, whether he owed allegiance to the Scottish king or the English king. So they go through the whole thing about how allegiance is due, and they Coke, who is considered the greatest common law jurist in the history of England, said that it goes back to Alfred that allegiance is due to the body of the king, not to his political office. It's due to him as a person, and that it went back to King Arthur. Now, why would he reference that? He was actually reading the scrolls and the scripts of the time. You know what I mean? Back in the 1600s, I'm sure he had access to stuff, that's long gone.
So that's on the back of King James then.
Yeah. Hold on.
Interesting. The whole sort of thing about King James and the Dark Ages as well, it just doesn't equate. This whole claim that there was 1,000 years past or however long it was, that we didn't progress, we just lived in hovels, we didn't know much more. That's not humans. Humans always work for a better shelter, for more community, for more family space, for better resources, for more storage, for better ways of doing stuff. We don't just stop and get in a mess.
and that's the crazy thing, right? Like those dark ages that they claim where they don't know what happened. I think there was a lot of the my personal opinion, a lot of the 1,000-year reign, man. And I think they're trying to hide that from us. And I think the Renaissance is their attribution. Like they took everything that happened during the 1,000-year reign and then made it part of the post history. They called it the Renaissance, but really that Renaissance, that time frame, was the outcoming of all of the evil people who were in power
Yes, yeah. I think there was
after the 1,000-year reign.
yeah, like the end of the so-called Alexandrian Library, and like even going back to the Tower of Babel, the mass knowledge of humanity being removed from us. It ties into more of a concurrent event that they turned around, and the Renaissance was, well, we can't all be rich, so look what we saved. We saved all this great art and stuff. Like, from when, really? Where's the rest of it? Like,
To the best of my understanding, the papal dark ages happened, right? Like all the leaders of the churches were like whoring around and everything. And then right after that, all of a sudden Pope Gregory the 7th comes on scene. He's the first ever elected. Nobody knows how he was elected. Like when the Pope that was alive at the time, he was killed, everybody was in an uproar, and somebody from the crowd shouted, "Make Pope Gregory Pope," or whatever. Make Gregory Pope. But his name wasn't Gregory. It was something else. They always change their name.
yeah.
And then I think that's when everything started to begin to change out. You notice that the Roman Catholic Church separates from the other two churches, the other two holy sees, and They're no longer doing, you know, the thing that they're supposed to be doing. They're no longer unified. And the Domesday Book comes about, the Crusades begin, and then after the Crusades, you got the Spanish Inquisition. I think all that happened relatively fairly quick. And, they basically burned everything and killed anybody who had any good knowledge, understanding, or was willing to speak out against what they were doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let me read from this real quick. It says this is from, it's called Koch's Reports number 7, the case of the Post-Nati, and the whole point of the case is so Scotland was taken over by England, but the guy had an oath of allegiance to, the King of Scotland, but that was over. So who was his allegiance due to, the King of Scotland or the King of England or the former King of Scotland? So this is what the point of the case is. But part of the case, he mentioned, in this oath of allegiance at the court in meeting was first instituted by King Arthur. For so I read among the laws of King Edward the Confessor before the conquest, chapter 35, and that all princes or all nobles, knights, and men must swear in the folk note, which means popular assembly. And similarly, all of the nobles of the kingdom and knights and freemen of the entire kingdom of Britain must swear in the full folk note loyalty to the Lord King. The law was created by King Arthur to drive out the Saracens and enemies of the kingdom, and by the authority of the law, King Alfred, on one and the same day, killed the Danes throughout the entire kingdom. See Lambert among the laws of the King Edward. So I don't know why dude is saying he read the shit. He's not saying he imagined it or that's a freaking rumor, right? Because legal interpretations are based upon the written legal holdings of all the shit that came before it. So they don't just make it up on the fly. Though some people think they do. So, someone actually sent me a video. I thought it was you, but I guess not. That there actually is some evidence that King Arthur is actually a real person, and that them saying he's not is just more of them trying to bury actual history.
My understanding is that he left England and went north to a land in the north, which I think, honestly, he crossed over the Arctic Circle and he came to North America.
And did what, freeze to death? Like,
No, like people have been coming to North America since like 70 AD. The Greeks have been talking about it forever.
Man, I don't think anybody's ever been stuck, quite honestly.
Well, if the King of Scotland at the time was of Norse descent, that's possible that he could have went. Yeah, quite
Like, I'll
possibly.
even take it a step further. I think in North America, like I think there were black Native Americans. I think there were white Native Americans. I think people, from Europe came over here a long time ago and to get away from whatever was going on over on that side of the world. No different than what the Iron Republic was written about. I think Christopher Columbus was bullshit. At best, they were looking for a new shipping lane. That's the only thing I can think of. I don't think he got lost trying to find a different trade route to India. I think he was trying to find a different trade route to North America. He just took a fucking stab at it. Went in a direction as the crow flies.
It's possible that the Spanish crown could have said, "Look, we know that there's other lands. Get out there, find more." And it's just been a case of that. Whether he found it by mistake or not, we can't really verify. But
yeah,
the whole, I mean, there's like records of like African or black, royalty and multiple families, not just one, king, but from like 1400s, and it's linked to. I've seen it in Scottish clan history, where people came across, and they were in Europe. This side of Europe, like Indian and Asian as well. I've always been more places than we realise. Like, if you look at some of the Russians, they look flat out Chinese. You know what I mean? They're more Asian than European looking, and they're supposed to be like one of the oldest races of people. There's more been lost to history and mixed up than we know, and the whole time thing correlates more to correlation isn't causation, and we can't affirm any of it, but it affirms more to what we're theorising than some 1,000 years of darkness nonsense that didn't really seem to fit in. The technological age proves how fast we progress. As soon as we get an idea in our heads, we run with it. And that's why, personally, I think the future happened yesterday. And it may well have been a few hundred years ago for all that matter, and they've been holding it back. Definitely technology been wrecked and removed from us. We're only now exploring the abilities of sun to heat things for us, and even water thermally. Like, no way.
Well, what did it say? His return will be brought about because knowledge will increase like that of the days of Noah. Now, I'm not saying that there were T-Rexes all over the world, but I think, honestly, you want to know what I think a T-Rex is?
I don't think there's T-Rexes, dude. I think they just fucking assemble any stupid bones.
Maybe.
Dude,
I think it's a GMO.
I still can't get over the sex problem, sheepdog. How the fuck do they have sex?
I think it was a GMO chicken. I think they gene spliced whatever. They made fucking giant chicken for meat purposes, right? For farming reasons.
Yeah, but how did they have sex? That doesn't solve the problem. They still need to reproduce, man. How the frick they no, bro, seriously. How do two T-Rexes have sex?
I'm not saying they did.
Painfully.
I'm saying they genetically modified that shit inside the egg and it fucking grew to that size.
They're big chickens, man. They're birds. Even science has changed so much in my time at looking at these things. I've got books where, it showed these clunky reptiles as the dominant predators, and then it became T-Rexes, and now it's gone back to avian, and they were all blue, green, and red and stuff. It's crazy.
How do you
Some
explain the hanging garden?
Some are avian. There's no crossover.
Go ahead, dude. My bad.
No, sorry, carry on.
I was just going to say, how do you explain the hanging garden? Like, they knew all about hydroponics, botany. Like, they knew how to. They were masters of the world prior to that.
Yeah. Well, the whole thing about when they dammed the Nile and
it sounds silly.
Yeah, the whole thing about what's the one where you dam the Nile and it floods it, and it was once the Garden of Eden. That thing, not Tartaria, but where all Earth was linked with canals and
Pangea or whatever.
Pangea, yeah. I think there's more truth in
I think
humanity
so too.
Across Earth.
I think when the flood, when he flooded the Earth after, while it was flooded, that's why the waves sloshed back and forth, was because he was separating the land. I agree. Still curious about what's in the Arctic Circle, though. If you go far enough north,
it's kind of interesting if you look at Earth, like places that have possibly definitely seen an influx of massive amounts of water, like the Grand Canyon and whatnot. There's evidence that a flood ripped the place out, and yeah, there's something. Well, weather systems nowadays, you can see. I mean, even around here, we're getting more and more landslides. A road got closed recently because there was so much rain, so much precipitation in the soil already. The shape and the infrastructure of the land around it's had trees cut too often, and they weren't holding it up. And there's a road there, and the whole hillside gave way and subsided. And there's evidence of flooding over history, like as well, massively so in different places. So yeah, I think it's possible that there's been land shift, as well as torrential rainfall, and there's still evidence of it where sinkholes and stuff appear. There's stuff going on under the ground yet that they can't even explain. Not just all salt pockets that get wet. There's liquefaction and stuff like that goes on when you mess with the water table, especially, which they're doing again with fracking and stuff. There's evidence that man's affected Earth in a lot of ways. But yeah, there's certainly evidence of mass flooding and loss of infrastructure and whatnot. All of the mud flood, there's a lot of hype around it, but there's serious evidence that a lot of it's for real. Serious evidence. But they seem happy to go to places that are old, like Iraq and whatnot, and bomb any old infrastructure to death. That's a problem that I've got with it all.
No, but I just think they're trying to screw up the timeline. The Earth is 4.5 billion years. All this nonsense, right? Talking about timelines they have no way to verify. Like, they just want to confuse anybody. That's all they have to. It's so simple. Like, why wouldn't you just pick the simplest? Hey, we want to just like confound everybody. Oh, let's just mess up the timeline. We'll just tell them things that are really far apart in time are close, and the close things are far apart, and we just sprinkle in some nonsense in the gaps, and no one will know any different. Just tell the kids, right? Just tell the kids. This is the truth, kids.
Yeah.
And if you don't frickin' write down the right answer on the test, you're gonna be stupid, and you're not gonna get a good job. You'll be cleaning toilets.
Absolutely. It's just a model that they're selling. People don't know that they're selling it or pushing it. And yeah, it's the theoretics of heliocentrism. They need the time to have evolution, to have heliocentrism actually from the Big Bang, from the start of creation that they're trying to steal and enforce happened a different way. It's just selling the narrative, mate. And they need time to do it. Same as they need distance and the cosmic ladder and all of that nonsense that we've broken and trashed and thrown in the fire.
Everything's so big. It's so long. We're so small.
93 million miles away. But it's still the same size as the moon. And angularly, the sun's about 4,000 miles away. Interesting, eh? But no, they need their big numbers to make it all work, mate. There's a trick to maths, and I didn't understand it for a long, long time, Indio. A lot of the deeper math and the calculus I still don't get because it's all squiggly signs and words that mean things, numbers do stuff. But there's a trick to it all, and it's all hidden in there. It's the simplistic reality of it is in its application. In reality, it's false. It's a model, theoretical paradigm. But yeah, they need time. They're running out of it though. What's up, Plar? I didn't realise you were in the room, cuz. I take it all's well over there in Canoodlia. Pufferfish Gaming. Far out, dude. What a name. And you look like Quagmire. How did you do that, bro? Have you got voice perms?
Oh, you unmuted him? All right.
Yeah, why not, mate? A name like that.
All's good, old dude. Sorry, I had to turn my microphone off.
all sounding the greener of the, well, not quite the Emerald Isle, but on the big island, mate. Aye, all's well.
Oh, yeah, it's a maybe part of the world. Everything's grand.
Do with some snow.
It's getting cold, but it's like minus 14 yesterday.
Oh. So jealous, dude.
I think I'm getting used to it now.
Have you got a whole load of tracked implements? Like, do you have to go to skidoos and stuff if it gets too bad, or have you got 4x4?
Not here. They keep the roads well plowed and everything, and apart from Toronto, so well maintained here.
Can you run a rear wheel drive in winter?
I have no idea.
Oh, you've got a 4x4.
No, just a wee hatchback.
Oh, like a front wheel drive.
Yeah.
Makes up for a lot, eh?
It's manual, so it's pretty economical. Anyway, $35. What's that, about £20? That'll get me a week.
That's the whole idea, dude. And if she needs it, you can always put on a set of snow stocks.
Well, I didn't take my winter tires off this year. I kept them on all year, for better or for worse.
Yeah, it's more like a if you remember the mud and snow treads, like a rally tread. I've got 4 seasons on the front and heavy weights on the back, and front wheel drive as well.
You would need them up there. Like it's probably pretty dicey in the snow. Does it snow every year there?
I've got where I am geographically. I'm like in a valley. As the hills rise around here, I'm in one of the valleys. So there's quite a big section between me and the main road. There's an 8-mile section that's liable to be black ice or snowed in completely every year. It's always black ice because the sun's behind the horizon so much, and it just doesn't get above temperature. So yeah, there's always something. But yeah, I've got snow socks for the car, so it doesn't matter to me. I'll go over it at 3 foot, no problem. And if the power goes off and I get snowed in, I don't give two monkeys.
The what do you call it? The freezing rain's the worst. Oof, you can't even see it sometimes.
Yeah. You just have to account for it. That and black ice, bro. You know how it goes.
They're well set up. We're here, like back home, with rare time of snow. The whole country comes to a standstill because there's like one plow for the entire north.
What?
Mr. Plow.
Is the north privatised for stuff like that, or is it still council?
Oh, I'd say so. There'd be no government investment in snow removal, I guess. Well, there doesn't seem to be.
Okay, I've got you.
Here,
nobody's a farmer enough anymore to clean all the roads for everybody else, eh? And nobody can drive on the snow either. So Yeah.
It's all done by this. I think they contracted out here to loads of boys who do it. They can't wait for the snow to come so they can get out there. I don't know.
Too
They're
right.
probably paid either way. So if it doesn't snow, then they're getting paid anyway. But it does
Most of
snow.
them are on a stipend or a standby.
Yeah.
So it's like, and like the whole country changes like below a certain temperature. Everything goes into a different gear, and things cost differently as well. Like, it's usually quite a good system when it comes to the snow. There's certain bits of Scotland that are one plough to do the whole lot, and it's nothing but back road and over the most treacherous the ground, and it's a single track road with passing places. And like for stuff like that, they just have to run 24/7, or shut the roads, which happens a lot.
Some probably, I think Quebec, you have to have snow tires in the winter. It's illegal not to have them. Here, I think, like Ontario, it's still optional.
It's not a bad thing, man.
No, it's not at all.
You know what I mean? Like,
salt just rips. They seem to be salting more and more. Just like the car part underneath.
yeah. Again, that's part of this false economy where they're actually destroying economy to give you a cleaner road instead of you learning to drive better with no tires or chains on or socks.
Honestly, when you do the road turns a different color. It turns grey after so much salt on it.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
That's why I noticed last winter. I think it's worse. I don't remember the road actually being so saturated in salt.
Oh, dang it. Did the quagmire looking fairly drop? Oh, there he is. Pufferfish. Hello, mate. Can you open your mic? Do you have any questions about Flat Earth? Pufferfish Gaming? Yeah, apparently not. Yeah, the snow is a terrible thing on vehicles, to be honest. It's the salt, sorry. Sometimes it's a handy approach, but other times it's just bad. It's bad to be honest, because it washes off into the fields and whatnot, and you can actually see where it's causing damage to nature every year now. It's not necessarily the right approach.
See, I can put up with it here because I know what I like about here is, you're going to get a good summer, a good long stint from May, maybe mid-May till October now, almost it seems like a good, beautiful weather. I love the heat. Whereas back home, it might not get extreme winter too much, but back over there, but it could be dull all summer. I don't know if I could go back to that.
Yeah, the British climate, where you were, the climate should be good enough for at least 3 cuts of grass every year, dude. It should be semi-tropical, eh? And it hasn't been for too long, for far too long, and it's getting worse. Yeah, I think climate-wise, I kind of think you're better where you are, but then again, with the government you've got, I don't know so much.
I know it's expensive, but they leave me alone and I leave them alone for the most part.
That's all you need, dude.
Yeah.
That's all you need, and if you can afford where you're living now, and afford your family, and a future for your family, and give them a chance, you've done the right thing.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Yeah. I couldn't tell you what's going on in politics, even. It's on with the TV, so I don't follow it.
Old same old, mate. It's all the look at the mess that we're dealing with. Aren't we great? That last party screwed us over. Aren't we great? Look at America. they're brilliant. or look at America, they're mad. Like selling you two sides of the story to keep you in a mess. Same old, same old.
So divisive. I look at the damage it did back home, in Northern Ireland, and it's like, well, nothing more to do with this. After what happened a few years ago, they don't want anything more to do with this.
Yep. It's nothing but propaganda working the narrative to get you upset, eh?
What's that?
Nothing but propaganda working the narrative to make you feel more and more upset.
You know what? See, when you don't have a TV, if I go somewhere like like a doctor's office or somewhere, and there's like a TV running, and it's like CBC, like news, whatever channel it is, it feels bizarre. No, it feels like you're watching a movie when it's up there, right? Just when you get used to not having it, and then like you go somewhere where it's the news is running, it's like fucking heads.
Aye, it's mad. If you turn the television off, mate, life gets actually an awful lot better for some strange reason.
That's the first step. You gotta throw away the TV.
Switch it off or stop watching nonsense or stop leaving it on in the background as a major start. Like when you don't have to have adverts getting beamed at you continually and discordant music getting played at you all the time. A lot of people are negating the adverts, the pay to watch thing and the binge watching, and that's not a healthy use of television. It's not good for you in many ways. But yeah, switching the thing off, greatest thing in the world.
I've never heard somebody say to the contrary. Most people would agree with you. If you say, it's nothing but bad news on the news. I mean, I guess the TV in itself, news specifically. Anybody I talk to, like, see lots of different people, and they all agree. It's like, yeah, the news, it's always bad news. I reckon that, I don't know, I'd like to think that a lot less people are watching it now. Like more are waking up to that.
Yeah, there's a big part of the younger generation know it's all bunk, to be honest. It's all propaganda.
That's all we
Speaking
had.
out both sides of their mouths and all of that stuff.
When you grew up before the internet, that's all you had was like the BBC, trusted voice. So you had nothing to leverage that with, really, and kind of like you can today. Well, let's see what the other side's saying, or go online and see what some other possible interpretations are. I mean, that brings its own.
Yeah. And everybody was so happy when Channel 4 came along and they thought it was free and independent television. It's not. It's actually run by the BBC and was funded by the BBC and eventually was sold by the BBC for a damn lot of money.
And then I remember that might have been before my time when Channel 4 came, but when Channel 5 came out, that was a big thing in the 90s. It's going to be all hip and cool. I don't think anybody watched it after the few weeks.
Yeah. It was at that point they'd flooded the market. And it became, well, that's when you saw the influx of Big Brother.
Oh, yeah.
Social watching and people watching becoming a pastime on the television, and police shows instead of game shows, and ambulance 999 stuff.
Speaking
to
of,
keep you pulled in, bro. Aye, well, they're selling adverts at you all the time.
I can't stand the ads. I think it's Big Brother Bulgaria at the minute, or Hungary, one of those countries. It's airing, and there's a fighter on it.
Oh man. They actually lost the rights here to make Big Brother, apparently, at one time. And that's kind of why it went away, or it was sold to other countries or something like that. It was like there was a lot of outcry against it. And I can't remember if it was ditched or the copyright to it was, because it was it's virtually live porn, you know, like under the quilts, and that's what a lot of these programs are, you know, Love Island and all of that. That's all it is, mate. It's just a level of porn on mainstream television to sexualise the younger generation. It's just so, yeah, it fell short here, and I think that's when it sort of went international in a lot of ways. But yeah,
You
it's they bring out another channel and another way to access it, and it doesn't stop.
You remember a guy who won one of the original? He was a Scottish guy who won one of the first Big Brother ones. Cameron Stout or something his name was.
Yeah.
One of my best mates back home, he ended up marrying somebody related. He was a good guy. I watched that one. Like a good guy, like some morals to him, and like I thought he'd be out pretty quickly, but he actually won it in the end.
In the early days, it was actually kind of okay. People were like, "Nah, screw this," and they were climbing the fence and going out, or like, "Nah, I don't want to do this. It's ridiculous." But more and more people wanted the notoriety, or the chance at money, and notoriety and fame, than the ones that were liable to climb the fence. Some of the ones that climbed the fence are actually quite notable now. They're actually better off in a better way.
What do you mean climbed the
They're the ones that went for the fame and glory.
They escaped from it. They climbed the fence and literally.
Yeah, some did climb the fence and buggered off, basically, at some point.
Brilliant.
There's been other ones that turned around and said, no. In the early days, there's been a few that turned around and said, I want out. But it became, see, that's when it went from the people to celebrity Big Brother. And it became, I could be the same as them because, because initially, was it not for a cash prize or something like that?
Yeah.
It could last the longest, yeah. So but then it became about the demographic and the people watching.
It's still on. I wonder, do they ever have like flat Earth discussions on it, like on the English? I know, like I just watched some video recently where there was like in Bulgaria, I think there's an Earther in there who was arguing with some guy. One thing I was do they still have back there a big old dude? Do they still have the TV license? Like, you still have to pay to have a TV?
Yes, you need to pay to have a receiver of television. If you watch anything that's broadcast by the BBC, or you watch anything that's pay-per-view or whatever, you're supposed to have a TV license. I think you can still have a black and white TV license.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you can still only have a radio license. But me personally, I haven't used the television for years, and for years I've only used it for gaming. So it turns out you're allowed a gaming license, which doesn't cost anything. You can have it for that, but I have to register that I've got a television, that I don't have any receiver unit that can watch any of these things. So yeah, I only use it for gaming. So it's been again, as I say, it's been one of the best moves ever. I can get all the YouTube or all the links or all the info I need through the laptop or the phone.
That's why I can't believe you would still be a TV license in this day and age.
Yeah.
People still paying. What is it? What's at the minute? It was like over £100 the last time, I think.
Oh, I think, yeah, it's probably about $120, dude, yeah.
Yeah. You're doing it. Have the BBC.
There's companies here now. I saw an advert online connected to a thing that was on British TV. That was it said that they're giving away televisions if you sign up for Netflix or something, and it's all your license subscriptions and everything, and the television. If you sign up for one of these subscription channels,
Interesting.
yeah, isn't it?
Or TVs or
Yeah, they're pushing harder and harder all the time. Like they really are.
like it seemed normal to me when I lived there, but now that I've been away so long, it's like you have to pay to. And it would send somebody round, to check on that you had your. You said, remember hearing a story about some old lady. She just paid for the cheaper black and white TV license because that's all she
Yeah.
had was black and white. But they came around and checked on her. She didn't have color.
Yeah. I mean, back in yes, they used to have people went around in vans and checked your licenses, and even your dog license. At one time, you had to have a license for a dog here. I don't know if you still do, or what. I think you have to get registered or something now. But yeah, it was all checkable, dude. Yeah, and like people believed that there was detector vans going around, and they would disconnect their their television if they thought the van was in the area. But at the end of the day, they've never had. I mean, I don't know about parts of Ireland or like England's a funny one, but right of access is on the residents' decision. You don't have to let them in. They don't have a. They're not the cops. They don't have a search warrant. You don't need to let them in. If you let them in and you're breaking the law, well, you've admitted you're breaking the law. So a lot of people ended up charged.
There are some areas they would never come to back home. They just would not risk it.
Yeah.
Like those people aren't paying anything.
But I mean, as you know, it's one thing. It's one of the ones that was weaponized back in the 90s with the criminal justice order and all the things that was tacked onto the back of it. Like if you were caught like faking a TV, well, like using a television without a license, you could get the bailiffs in. And then there's a social order against you, and a government recompense to be paid. And what for not having a television license?
That's crazy.
Now you're criminal.
Dude, now they'll fine you for not having a TV.
Well, that's what they're trying to do, yeah.
You don't have a TV. You must own a TV.
Well,
you must have notices you don't have a TV.
The age of the black screen, the black box, the mirror.
Yes. The word screen is interesting because there's a scrying mirror.
Yes.
Back in Victorian times was like one of those mirrors on the wall. You kind of see them in gothic horror movies. So it was like you would stare into it and you would see another face, like mirror, magic mirror on the wall.
Yep.
So it's interesting, like the word screen, like now that we all carry a black mirror on our hands.
Yep.
It's like that scrying mirror that they had in Victorian times.
Well, it goes back further to a dish. You'll know what a quaich is.
Quake?
Quaich.
No.
You know the two-handed shallow dish that you drink a nip from at New Year?
No, we never did
Or
that.
you pass around at a wedding. It's like a saucer. It's normally silver. It's got two little handles on either side, and there's enough for a few drams in it, basically. And it's passed around. Yeah.
I've never heard of that.
Well, that was their original scrying mirror, but they used to look into bowls of water.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
It's where the ball comes from. It's where the glass ball comes from. Scrying into the crystal ball. Yeah.
I wonder, like, I don't know, off the reservation. Like in that Stanley Kubrick 2001 movie, he has that big monolith thing at the end of the big. It looks like a big black cell phone.
Yeah.
That screen, and there were no, as far as I know, like mobile phones when that movie was made.
Well, there was no mobile phones when we were all monkeys either, apparently. Aye. No, it's very interesting, like the way that film and all of that in Hollywood have actually portrayed things, and here we are now in that world with these gadgets that like where the hell did they get the idea of that for, other than monoliths? But intelligent monoliths that we praise as idols, as gods.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
mad.
they know it.
Eh?
It just your brain just you can't get my head around it. Somebody knew something. It seems
Absolutely.
it was put through the movies to kind of prepare you for when it happens or when it comes. Predictive.
It's one of the it's possibly one of the requirements of control that you display your trickery in the public eye. If you know what I mean. It's like a banner. It's like, we're going to do this to you, and in 20 years you're all doing it to yourselves. And then it's like, well, we told you, didn't we? Aren't you gullible fools?
Also, it climatizes you to it as well. So when it happens, whether it's an event or a product, it slowly then has already seeped into the subconscious.
Well,
try
I mean,
that in your head, like what that looks like, whoever those people are, and how they can have that stuff, and then how they can communicate that to the movie directors. It's have to go back in time and be able to watch nefarious work at play.
Yeah, that's where you have to look into the screenwriters and who was behind the screenwriters guilds and who were in the screenwriters guilds and who these people were connected with in society and stuff like that. It leads off more rabbit holes than you kind of want at various points. It's like, it's one thing to allege Kubrick was in various boys' clubs, but there's more to it than just that. Like, if you know what I mean. But the idea of the internet was around back then. The mass communication, and also the whole other parts of humanity that are seen as wackadoodle or fringe, like ESP and telekinesis and stuff like that. That had already been gone well into by the military by that point. So it's the whole paradigm of portraying technology and space travel and all that, and then oh my, it actually happens. It's sort of smoke and mirrors in a lot of ways.
Here's the thing with everything, with all the things, with all those, all those things, you can almost get to the truth. Like you can, unlike flat Earth, it's done. Like it's 100% on a globe. And everything else, whether it's 9/11 or any of those other things, you can almost get to the truth, but you can never quite get it. You can't go back in time. This is the thing. You can't go back in time and check it because the events have all happened. And you can't find the people. You'll never find. So it's called rabbit holes, I think, for a reason. It just never get to the bottom of them, and they all interconnect. And it's I got even that very Kirk thing recently. You just never will get to the bottom of it. Never definitively say what happened or anything. But what I love about flat Earth is that every day go and test it for yourself. The carrot, all those things. It's so tempting to just. I got it. I watch every Kubrick movie. Watch everything about Eyes Wide Shut or The Shining. Which side he was on or what's going on. But you just got to enjoy the journey in the end and not. That's what I'm learning. Not hope to get any conclusion at the end of it, definitive conclusion. Just enjoy the journey. Pick up some critical thinking along the way.
Yeah, Basically approach it scientifically, and it's got its place. You know, I mean, these things are what they are, and the records of what we do have say what they say. So we can only go on what we've got, and again, it leads to religion being some of the oldest documents that we think we have. But you have to look even further because there's a whole load of that that's been pushed to the side and set in a different shelf. And, you know, it discovers that, well, you discover that, well, we weren't told a lot of things.
Yeah, we're only being shown what we're allowed to see, and I feel that with that thing that whatever we're being shown is what we're meant to see.
Yeah.
It's dangled. It's like, come on, where's all the cell phone footage? Like, hundreds of people stuff. No, we're being shown what we're supposed to see. We're being given these little breadcrumbs, you know, which is fun. Fair enough. I'll play the game. Play the game, but I don't expect to come to anything to the end of it all.
Yeah. No, I mean, if mass media events look iffy, then there's a reason for it. It's because they look iffy to some people. Some people might say that, oh yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. That actually happened as it's portrayed on the television. But you're seeing it third hand. You weren't there.
Yeah.
And even if you were there, well, what did you actually see? What, you know, how fallible were you? You know, because nobody's infallible, or nobody's unfoolable, if you like. And until we start testing things physically,
I'm pretty sure the Pope has considered himself infallible.
Yeah, that wasn't that recently as well.
Really?
That was something I heard. It's a bit of a scary one.
Shown himself to be fallible in the very fact that he's
Aye.
Really? Did he say that recently? Or is that part of the job description? You know, you have to have on your resume, your CV for the position of Pope. Put at the top there. Experience, infallible.
Is it awarded as a badge of popedom, perhaps now? I don't know. Have they changed Catholicism to the point where if you're made Pope, you're actually a walking what is it they call them? Deity, is it?
Some people would see it that way if you grew up on that side of the tracks.
Because man's elected you as a deity, a walking deity.
A deity?
It doesn't quite, no.
Is he American, the Pope this year? It's the new Pope.
No idea.
Neither have I. Yeah, so this is a recent revelation, if that's the right word for me, or a recent way to think about things. Is when I go down any rabbit hole beyond flat Earth, just, you know what, I'm just going to look into this purely for the joy of the journey and the little aha moments, but not in any false hope of reaching any conclusion apart from. So whether it's the Tartaria stuff or whatever recent psyop. Okay, let's get a good laugh at this. You know, one thing recently, you remember that I was thinking about this today, that airplane crash they had in India about 6 months ago. And some guy just walked away without so much as a scratch. What's going on there? Wasn't it a plane crash in India or somewhere, you know, 6 months ago? like apparently everybody got burned up, which is tragic. It's absolutely horrible. But this guy walked away. What happened? Is that possible?
Yeah, I saw something about that on my YouTube feed and never followed it. That might be worth looking into.
I know that's what crossed my thought. That's what crossed my mind today. I was like, should I look into this? Should I? Because no doubt already there's like guys who put out stuff. You know what? Maybe I will. Then I forgot about it until then. Now. Yeah, or maybe it was that. See the journalist who's like near the crash site is like recording. What's supposed to be the crash site, and this guy just walks past. He's like totally unscathed. And then the narrative came out, if I remember correctly. Oh, one guy miraculously survived.
Yeah.
And put him in the hospital or something for checkups.
See, that's another one about the narrative. When you see things in movies, that one's been in a few movies.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the single sole survivor that walks away or wakes up after a plane crash.
Like Final Destination style.
Yeah, wanders out of the middle of it all. I know the physics and like where you actually are in a plane crash. Yes, you could theoretically.
Yeah.
It's calculatable that somebody could survive it in the right conditions, the right position.
He's happy as but he's a happy camper. There's nothing. Like you'd be flipped even if you didn't get a scratch. Surely you'd be all in your eyes out and wouldn't want to talk to cameras. That always seems suspicious to me. That they so quickly people do interviews like after something tragic has happened, and it's like I don't know. I've never, thank the Lord, never been in that situation, but I can't see myself.
There's always. I'm not saying that all these people didn't tragically lose their lives, but there's always this thing where, if you look at the itinerary of a flight, it can radically change the possible reason for a flight not making its destination.
Yeah.
We've seen that in politics and history already. All it takes is a few people, and that for some reason that flight didn't make it.
I have no idea. Speaking of flights,
Well, it's implied that flight didn't make it, basically.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I will never know what happened, like how those buildings came down in that day in September. We all know there's something doesn't make sense, but I have no idea. I'm at the point where it must have been something supernatural, almost, but
Well, it implies that there's some form of technology that we're not openly aware of.
Yeah.
That dustified the freaking things and turned the steel to liquid.
Or that went, yeah.
It's in a very specific area initially, and also, it changed the fucking
there's no way
makeup, the infrastructure of the stuff, or the physics of the fucking whatever was there somewhere.
They could have wired those in the week or two running up to it.
Well, there's evidence that some of the steel was cut. Thermically with charge was.
Part of me was it built.
Aye. There's also there's pieces of steel that defy what happens to steel.
Yeah.
They're bent in it, or like it's the physics of it is incorrect now as to what it should be.
That was in our time, and we can't figure it out. That was in our day and age, and we cannot get to the bottom of that definitively. That's crazy.
It must be aliens, mate.
No. It's sad, but at the same time, it's fascinating.
Yeah, that is fascinating because that's what I'm really waiting on is them to further play out this alien agenda.
Yeah.
I'm tracking a couple of things that suggests UAPs and portals, but it's all again, it's only suggestion that it's coming from space. But it's, I'm waiting for them to play their hand on it. And okay,
I
go for
suspect
it.
that why they haven't is that too many people, and it's pure that too many people now have second guessed it, are saying that kind of thing. It's like we weren't. They're kind of thinking we weren't quick enough to get this out. Too many people now know that we're up to this.
Yeah. Possibly. I mean, there's evidence that a lot of it is, like next gen Black Ops stuff that designed and worked on and manipulated and moved by us. But there's other stuff that a claimed account doesn't accredit it for. Doesn't account for. But at the end of the day, we'll only know what we get to see. Other than that, it's all stories, dude.
Did you ever, you know who Rick Mayall is? The British comedian who
Yeah,
died?
yeah.
He,
Vivian.
Oh god, yeah, from the
young ones.
Ones and Bottom and everything.
Oh no, not is it Vivian? No,
Not Vivian. Rick.
Was it? Was
Yeah,
she
he
Rick
plays
or
Rick
was
in
she
the young
Vivian?
one.
Was he Rick or was he Vivian? I can't remember.
Rick. I think he's Rick. Vivian's like the punk rocker guy, wasn't he?
Oh yes, Rick with the lank hair. Yes.
It's hilarious, that show. But I go back and watch it, it's like, this is so bizarre. But he, died. His last movie he made was that one that has some September 11 references in it, one by one. But there's also a clip of him. He's like getting his makeup on out in the street in between shoots for some movie, and somebody's recording him on their phone, and he says to the person, you're looking at me, but you always got to ask yourself who's the person controlling the camera, letting you see what you're meant to see. It's kind of weird because he just kind of breaks character from getting his makeup on, turns and says that.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of comedians have kind of tried to get a message out, get a word out.
That kind of mindset is not is I think like the comedian mindset looks at the world differently and maybe sees what's behind the curtain a bit. A lot of them were like Oxford graduates, those guys. Clever guys.
Yeah, the Footlights College Brigade. Yeah, you're right. And they came in generations as well. Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean. The like all the different level of comedy, like Mel Smith and all of that, and what's his name, Blackadder dude.
Rowan Atkinson.
And then before them, there was the Monty Python generations.
Yeah,
and it's all the sort of, I don't know. You see it a lot in working sites and in factories, and places where people or men work together, women too. This level of comedy that's you broach the reality of life and you talk about stuff that in a different sort of way with an openness because it's comedic. You're not actually belittling things. You're actually just having a laugh about stuff and laughing and discussing it. And comedy's kind of lost that. It can't say anything about anything anymore. It can't make a joke at certain anything because there's something and they'd be offended now. It's fucking mental, mate. You can't even have a laugh about shit.
I know. I think it's come around a bit, but enough people have recognised that it's like, okay, we need to stop taking ourselves so serious now. I think that's starting to relax a bit. That woke, gag order on life. Here, I'll tell you, see in the last month or so, YouTube has relaxed its censorship and shadow banning, and its recommendations. I don't know if you've noticed that, if you use YouTube much, but
Absolutely, dude. Yeah, the whole medical issue is opening up nicely. That it's being quite open now. It's not, it's not shadow banning. I haven't seen any fresh shadow bans. there's still a lot of information greyed out, or like 404. And a lot of claims that this information is now private. There's a lot of that, but yeah, it's people are talking openly now about medical issues and stuff that all of humanity have been through, and it's about fucking time, bro.
It's by design as well, because the damage is done.
Absolutely, it's all by design.
Anybody who
Yep.
speaks up now, I have no time for them, because I was like, where were you? Where were you when we needed you? You know.
Yep, absolutely. And it's also a search in the demographic of the public to see where we all are and how we all stand, and who's had what and who hasn't had what, and who may be a threat or an invested interest.
I didn't I did not feel too Canadian until that happened, and then the coming together of that demographic was the most wonderful thing I've experienced here. From
Yeah.
a peaceful, joyful, life-affirming point of view, no anger, no violence, just a lot of wonderful people who felt the same way about it, and that was just fantastic. Yeah, it's like, you know what? Maybe Canada's not so bad after all. Ashamed of my own people back home. Not taking a stand. What can you do?
Yeah, it's the same here. I mean, I've seen Scotland buckle in ways that I thought it would never buckle.
It breaks my heart.
Britain in general, the British spirit has been convinced that it's something else entirely.
100%.
You know, it's an
I
absolute game to see it, and Europe too in a lot of ways. But we're sort of coming out of it. It's caused a lot of things, and you know, we're starting to stand together, and we're starting to learn to stand together and stand up and say no.
Yeah, good. What made me sad, during all that a few years ago, I watched a video of this old lady I think in Edinburgh, like maybe on Princess Street, or the Princess Street, where she ran a little tourist shop, and the police came and made her close. She was like a small business, and she said, "Well, I'm starting to sell some like essentials like bread and milk to try and stay open." And they still close. And she said to them, this is exactly like, and because they said, "Well, we're just following orders." She let them have it, but it was heartbreaking.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was absolute. It's a replay of the Gestapo days. You know what went down in like across France and across Germany and across all these other countries when we went to war on the wrong reasons. That society got shut down and alleged that it was its own fault. And people were pilloried and made, like had to go around wearing certain things to say that they'd done this or they'd had that, and they had to affiliate to certain groups to say they'd done this or had that, so they could trade. It's absolutely ridiculous. But thankfully, there's a younger generation that's coming up, and they're saying like, "What the hell?
What was that? Never again."
Yeah, and it's like that's the thing. They could lock us down, they could shut us down. They've only delayed stuff, like the reality of the problem. They've only delayed it and tried to scaremonger even more. And in effect, they've opened the floodgate to more people actually looking for truth in it all. Yes, there's more people running about going, "Oh, the world that was started last Thursday," and they think God's is some sort of space spaghetti monster or whatever. But at the same time, at least they're running around actually looking for answers, and a lot of them are, ending up here or ending up through religion, going, "Wait a minute, there's a better way," and it's kind of cool. It's actually kind of cool, and I noticed that in the algorithm a lot more.
Yeah.
The truther side of things, the algorithms opened up to where people that were, only looking into certain things like UFOs or UAPs or, what's the other one? Distortions in time tunnels and stuff. They're actually looking at things differently now. Whereas before it was like, "Oh no, we couldn't consider that it's such and such a way." You know, so yeah, it's you know me, dude. I'll always try and find the positive in things. I'm done with finding the negatives. They just show themselves, and I can sweep them out the way.
You got to watch. That's always part of the bait as well, is to try and, if they are, if you are being allowed to see things, be careful to filter out if it's gonna bring more cynicism to your life rather than more. Like, Flat Earth brings me great joy, and I don't mean that. I'm not exaggerating at all. There, like, some great the discoveries of it. Whereas any of that other stuff, there's usually a negative side to it. Oh, the government did this, the government did that, or whatever. I don't need that. Anything that takes your joy away is
Yeah.
personally, I think, not worth it. Anything that's going to divide me from a fellow man, no, not worth it.
Yeah, it's sort of given me the ability to do that as well. It's not that I won't tolerate certain people. It's like I get to interact with people wherever they are, whatever sort of mindset they are, or wherever their background is from. So I love it for that, and the information flow as well. But yeah, it's being part of the human race and actually talking about the problems and the realities of society for me is massive.
Because the immigration thing just goes backs up. It's by design. If you go down that whole immigration thing, and I can understand why, but there's no positive outcome at the end of that. If you're watching videos about immigrants or whatever, like, that's just going to make you more mad. And you don't know, you can't judge your neighbor by the social media stuff that you're seeing.
No, you're right, dude. You can't. I was shopping just yesterday. I was in Tesco's. I was wandering about, and there was a couple of Nigerian boys walked towards me, and by God, they were big, fit, strong, strapping young laddies. And I wanted to say I heard them talking in their own language, and I just looked at them, smiled, and kind of nodded, and I got a nod back from the other one, and his mate smiled a bit. And they carried on talking, and look, I look like somebody that's almost ready to put on a Santa Claus outfit, by the way. So you can imagine what they thought of me, smiling at them and kind of nodding. But they obviously got the point. I didn't have their language and they didn't have mine. But mate, I would have loved so much to say, "All right, boys, how's it going?" And in their own language. And it's now something that I'm looking to do.
Yeah, same
The
thing.
demographic of society is changing, and I'm going to jump the gun and try and adapt faster than it can be pushed as a bad narrative.
You'll be
Do you know what I
blessed.
mean?
Yeah, I get to go into so many different homes of so many people. I'm not breaking into their homes, and they're illegal. Like,
Not anymore.
Most of knowledge, and they're all lovely. But if you were to watch your TV, they just blanket right off entire, or your internet, social media stuff. They just write off entire swathes of the population. And there's scumbags on all sides, and there's good people on all sides. I saw a woman today. She was like trying to carry this big heavy box, and they said, "Yeah, I'll give you a hand with that." And she was Chinese lady, and she was wanted to hug me, for helping her out. Didn't speak English, but her son was with her, and you say, "Oh," she says, thank you so much, thank you so much." She say, "Oh, no problem."
Yeah. Most people get good intentions straight off the bat because most people can read body language, but
that's it. That's it. They read your body.
They want everybody to not read body language and not meet each other eye to eye and be, be outwardly bound in a sense. They want everyone to be either wrapped up in their phone or in too much of a panic or scared of everyone else out there.
Yeah.
And as soon as you step beyond that, bro, everybody's actually out there smiling, looking for contact with you too. The number of conversations I've had in shops just because I've had my eyes up looking at people, kind of half smiling, going about looking as if I'm in a cheery mood. They're like, "Oh, son, you're in a happy mood today," or "Here, Mister, you know where this is," or like it's I've had all demographics approach me because of my demeanour, mate.
Yeah, they sense it. You're 100% right about that. Whereas if you had been sitting programmed on social media, like immigrants, and then you go to pay for your gas, like your petrol, and the guy working there is like, you're gonna have an angry vibe about you.
Yeah, or negative, or worried, or adverse, or yeah.
There's a guy does a stand-up routine about that where he's talking about back in the 80s. Somebody comes, I think he's in New York, it's some New York comedian. Back in the 80s, somebody comes to your door, you're like, yeah, we got a visitor. And now it's like, there's somebody at the door. Everybody, hide, get on the ground. Who's this gonna be? I never want to be that way.
There's adverts on the British television just now. I saw one. I was over at my mate's house, and I saw this advert for home security. And the woman's phone rings, and she picks it up, and it's like, "Hello, this is home security. Do you know there's someone at your door?" And she's like,
There you
"Oh my
go.
God, I'm in the house with my daughter alone. I don't know if there's somebody at the door." And we're like, "It's okay. We've got it on the camera and the doorbell. It doesn't appear to be a delivery. We're going to set off the alarm and phone the police."
That's horrible. See
It's
what?
like,
See
"Oh,
that
thank
says
you,
it
thank
all.
you."
Oh, dude, that says it all. That says it all.
If somebody comes to your door, it's for legible reason. There's ways to defend your door or see who's there without actually having to check. You don't need to be afraid of anyone coming to your door. Most people will go to a door for like either to be like an act of kindness or in an act of need.
Yeah.
Yes, there are certain people who are a threat, but there's ways of still encountering life and not going about terrified. You know what I mean? You don't just need cameras and smoke machines because somebody's knocked your door.
I make sure they always open the door fully and greet them with a big warm smile because you see other people and they're opening the door and like they're barely opening the door and peeking there, and I can understand maybe they've had something happen to them, whatever. But I'm gonna take a chance on my fellow man and woman.
Yeah.
You're not be
Yep.
afraid to entertain strangers because thereby some have entertained angels unaware. He's just not following him.
Absolutely. And never be afraid to walk by somebody who's stopped at the side of the road or, limping or a bit tired or maybe a bit, looking in need of help. Never be afraid of them.
Well, I think of that Good Samaritan story. It was like, not going all religious or preachy or anything, but if you were criticizing in a modern context, if you were criticizing immigrants and watching videos and all that stuff, or even criticizing Globers, and all, or you criticizing anybody in that story, that's the very guy that helped you. How would you feel after that? It wasn't the pastor that helped you. It wasn't the priest that helped you. It was the very guy, who seemed like the last person on earth. Is that not going to change your perspective?
It surely should, Human spirit is for kindness and want of good in the community. Like we're all a little bit sociopathic, and we'll sort of like. It's a very hard thing to not be ruled by your ego and want for better or think that want to claim good for yourself. But if everybody's got a level of good, then you're going to be good too.
Well, vast majority want to raise their kids and they work and earn a living. They're not getting up thinking, how can I ruin your life? That's the very point of our our weakness, that like the social media especially, or the movies, that's what it twists. That's the screw it turns. It's the one screw in the bazillion screws we have. That's the one that gets turned. The one that preys on the paranoia.
Yeah. I've encountered quite a lot of people that don't want to have kids or wouldn't bring kids into the world today, or don't think that we should all be having the big families like we used to have. 5 brothers, 7 sisters, and all that.
It's the best of times and it's the worst of times.
Yeah, but it's mainly because they think, oh, there's too many humans here. We don't have the resources. They don't know the half of the truth of it.
But there should be nobody left. Sure, did not half the world get decimated a few years ago, according to the official narrative? So that always amazes me. How can the roads still be so busy? How come this highway, this 401 thing, is busier than ever? With half the people died. The
Well,
road should be empty now.
there's definitely a shift. There's now a body of older people working, either part time or full time. Again, have had to come back to work, and they survived all the health issues somehow.
Yeah.
But we've also lost a lot of the older generation and the younger generation as well because of the health issues.
Yeah.
So there's like an influx of younger generation. Over here, we're seeing an influx of the less physically able because ability in this country has been reclassified to the point where some people can work if they want to work, and a lot of physically able younger people don't have they want to choose to work. They're financially aided, but they want to be part of society too. So yeah, there's a lot of that going on. But yeah, there's this whole demographic shift where there's now sort of a lot of the younger generation now in work as well, and it's kind of interesting. We're before it was going the wrong way, so it sort of looks like it might be going the right way.
I think so too.
Because of what's went down with all the health issues, but
yeah,
we've still got this attitude whereby there's too many humans for Earth,
That's
and
nonsense.
for me that's scary.
Yeah.
If we don't breed, bro, if we don't breed, then what hope?
There's too many people. A small globe that's spinning. Well, how on earth could you have a child on a spinning globe?
But isn't that why children can't walk? Because of the Coriolis when they're first born?
And it's all been ignored, and there's nowhere else to go.
Oh, teed up.
You know what? It's so inverted that basically you can almost say the opposite is true. Whatever you're being told, okay, thanks. It's so easy. The opposite must be true.
Yeah. Babies can't walk and they're sick a lot because of Coriolis, bro.
Brilliant.
Why didn't evolution deal with that one? What a nonsense.
When you get to the point where you can look at the globe and have a good laugh at it, like me and my kid, she has to make up her own mind. But she knows what I think, but I never preach to her about it. But anytime like a movie, we have a movie night and that Universal logo comes up, and they go, "It burns." So we have a good laugh about it. But I look at that globe and I just that in itself brings me joy in a way.
Yeah,
I mean, it's got to be think about too.
I'm the same. You're actually. It's not that you're only being an honest parent or an honest adult.
Yeah.
To your child, to your daughter, or to any children, or siblings, or to anyone really, whatever. You're only being honest by giving them the tools of reality, and letting them ask you, how it works, and getting your help to figure it out for themselves. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with having a laugh at what we all used to believe in. And I'm the same. Anytime I'm over at my mate's house and he's watching television, I'm giggling like some sort of 9-year-old, and he's like, "Pete, what the hell are you laughing at now?" And I'm like, "Look, mate, look, gravity, look."
There goes. I did that today. I did that today with something like watching some reference to hot air balloons came up, and I'm like, "Oh, there goes your gravity." Yes,
there goes another one.
See, they're so angry, the Glovers. They want to take you down with them.
Yeah, usually that's the thing, though. I mean, everyone thinks, again, it comes down to ego in a sense. Everyone thinks that we're intelligent, even if you think it's all in the hands of science and they've got it covered. Humans are intelligent, we're evolved to do many, many things in their mind. So for us to go back to some sort of flat earth paradigm, it hurts their ego. It's like it's taken as a personal offence because we get such trust in science and it's priests, man.
See, Oda, when I read that verse that you must become like a little child to see the kingdom of heaven, I in my mind think what that means is that to see I just see that mean to see the realm. Replace the word kingdom of heaven with the realm. For you to see the realm, you need to enjoy it like a little child. You see that the flat, beautiful realm, you need to approach it, with an open mind and curiosity, like a childhood curiosity. And don't let pride get in the way of seeing how dumb you were at one point to think of the spinning ball like everybody else. But as long as you keep that adult pride, you'll never give it up.
Yeah, that's what I've learned has been there all along. The truth of it all.
Yeah.
The fact that I denied any ability to understand it told me a lot eventually. But yeah, it's nature's reality. We are natural beings. We are part of this existence that we're in. Whether it's a globe or whatever you think it is, we're part of nature. We conform to natural law. Why not go out and explore it? And like as children, we used to play with water. Nowadays, I don't know if they still do. I was terrible for like if I was anywhere near a stream or a burn or a river. What we call a small river in Scotland is a burn. I would dam the bugger. Most of the time, you would find that there was a tree across it, and all you had to do was throw a few more branches and some leaves on it. You flooded the place.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it was my pastime. I'd go up the hill, find the streams, and dam the fucking thing.
Yeah.
So I learned engineering and water and natural law. I just didn't realise what I'd learned for so many years. But yeah, it's natural reality, and we should treat it as wonder and wondrous, and be in awe of it and try and understand how it works, not just theorize it and calculate it. That's just mental gymnastics. You can make anything with that kind of nonsense. But no, the natural world is what it is, and it's there to be understood and used by us.
What helped me later in life was I started reading a lot of books by G.K. Chesterton.
Oh yeah.
And ironically, he's like one of the most intelligent guys of his time. But at the same time, he spoke so much, or he wrote so much about keeping a childlike, perspective of the world. And he stood up to like the evolutionists of his day and saying he's like one of the masters of the English language. But at the same time, he wrote so much about being surprised by joy, by boyhood like wonder, childhood like wonder.
Yes.
That helped. I think that has helped me enormously. There's a trick that when you get your degree, your university, there's a trick that at each stage you become you think you're becoming, okay, I'm more of a man now, or more of an adult, or whatever. And you have to become, form to a certain view of the world.
The accolades of academia.
Yeah, and I've got all those, but
eternal ladder of acclaim and knowledge, right ability to claim knowledge.
If it makes you cold-hearted and proud.
Yep, it's ego based. It's medals on your coat, mate. It's stripes on your arm. It's like
you may be good at that one thing, but I'm useless at everything else.
I'm really handy at many things. It turns out whatever I turn my hand at, I can get my mind around it and I can actually do it.
I destroy everything I touch.
Usually I take stuff apart and I don't put it back together,
Yeah.
but I
I'm
figure
good at
out how it works. Or I repair it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll lose the screws. I'll forget where I put the screwdriver.
Oh, I'm lucky in that regard. I've got umpteen limits of tools wherever I turn. Far too many in far too many places, bro.
God was giving out those skills. I was in the next room kicking them all the thing.
It's different for you though. You've got a family. My family life wasn't like this. I'll tell you that for nothing. I've got motorbikes in my house, bro.
Brilliant.
It's a different world where I am, and purely because I don't have family here. If I had family here, I may well have one motorbike in the house as an ornament. Certainly wouldn't have one in the kitchen getting work done.
Are they near, like in a city nearby or anything? Or
What, the family?
yeah.
All right. No, there's many of them I don't see, sadly. But the actual the blood relatives are like one's in the Renfrew area and one's down near the borders. And there's like the next generation down around about Edinburgh
Yeah.
and Glasgow. But no, my cousins are more retired than I am. They're off visiting Japan and France and stuff,
Right.
like and hanging out in the Alps and whatnot. You know, they've got family over there and stuff like that. So yeah.
We've got a Renfrew here.
But partner wise, no, that's the benefit of single living, I must admit. I can have umpteen tools wherever the hell I like, and I can have all the motorbikes in here I want.
Well, dude, I close my eyes and I see it exactly. I can almost picture what it looks like. I feel like I've been there.
Surely I've sent you a picture by now, bro.
Well, just of the out, of the road nearby or something. But I can picture the inside just by closing my eyes.
It's I'm very lucky. It's quite the man cave, man.
I'd like to be good at that, but I'll throw my dad under the bus. He wasn't too handy, so I never had it passed on to me.
Yeah, but there's certain skills apply across any, like, you know what I mean. You've followed linguistics, and because of that, you've learned many skills, and you're very close to many trades or whatever, you know. And your life history probably shows you being around a lot of trades, at one point or other, and it all applies in you know the home life when you're building a home. Even though you may not build your own house, you still build a home.
I would need a very patient foreman or something if I was to go into the industry like that. Very gracious, patient foreman.
Well, dude, if I was still busy, if I was still employed, if I was still involved in that world, you could work for me anytime, mate. You'd be welcome on any of my sites. Anybody that's savvy and security minded, safety minded, and understands the mechanics of reality without ridiculousness involved would be welcome on any of my job sites.
There's times I do want to just do that.
Project.
You just walk past the building site and it's like, do you factor in any of the Earth rotation when you're building this or curve?
You should go for it, man. You give a lot of boys a damn fine laugh.
I kick the crap out of me. I have to sprint away pretty quickly.
Well, where else should you get a laugh going if you're walking past it? You know what I mean?
I feel like doing it in Tim Hortons sometimes, just like listen to a couple of old geezers talking, like, about this and that and Trump and whatever. I just feel like sitting down instead of like, here, is the earth spinning? Are we moving while you're talking? Where do you start, but like, where do you start? If they haven't looked at other things, like, it's gonna be too much for them.
Yeah. I've always sort of, I've learned to meet life where it is, and I mean, if like you say, case in point, old, right? Okay, certain age demographic. That's one approach. Health issues, mobility issues, cold weather issues. How do you broach a conversation? How you feeling today, boys? It's a bit cold out. I'm kind of sore. Are you sore at your age?
Yeah.
Conversations can be had so easily, mate. And that's all it takes is you're walking by, order your coffee. But society's got us like, oh, I wouldn't want to interrupt her. Like you say, how do you start a conversation with anyone, someone? You know what I mean? And it's just like, most people are, as I say, they are where they are, eh? You can't just turn around to a lot of people and go, here, do you know that Earth's not a globe, bro? You get a funny reaction when you do that.
I'll do it
Unless
tomorrow.
they're up for it. Unless they merit it.
I might do it tomorrow for a laugh, but we'll do it the right way.
Yeah. Like, that's why I like I've got a tinfoil hat. I've got a hat that says Earth's flat. Ask me how on it. I've written "Ask me how" in pen. I've got various T-shirts that I wear in certain places.
I'm here.
And, that I know people will read your T-shirt or read your jumper or what's in the back of your jacket. Little things, mate. Little things. But no, generally I meet people where they are. It's like, if they're sitting there bitching about Trump and government, well, yeah, I'll sit and talk as long as they like, and find out how they feel about stuff.
I just wish they would stop playing. They wouldn't buy into you. You will never meet that guy. Most likely, will never meet that guy if he even exists. And why are you wasting your energy getting so angry about somebody? Maybe his policies directly affect your life. I don't know. I think listening to people talk about politics.
Yeah. Well, look at the lot.
Play the game. You don't have to play the game.
Yeah, you don't need to get caught up in the stresses of it all. Yeah, and for me, where you are, I mean, that's evident in the last president or whatever it was of Canada. Didn't he just run away or something and get out of it all scot free?
No, that's it. If you think of what that would do if you were mad and demanding justice, you'd be heartbroken. You'd be morally destroyed, it not seem. But I just hand them over to, God. They'll be dealt with.
Yeah, yeah. It's true though. I mean, like, people don't even go to church ask for help anymore. There are still like a body of mainstreamers that go to church quite regularly or religious gatherings over here quite regular. Like the Salvation Army and such. You know what I mean? There's quite a lot of faith still in society in that regard. And come Christmas and whatnot, you kind of see it in everyone. Yeah, sure, they're busy believing in Santa Clauses and having trees and things, and getting presents and giving presents, but pretty much at Christmas, everybody's sort of like, there's still this thing about God and creation and the baby Jesus and all that. And like, yeah, you still do see it across a lot of demographics over here. So, like, not everybody is so involved in this scientific heliocentric model. And again, because a lot of us just put our faith and whatnot in the scientists. That's their bag, son. Don't you worry about that. I just deal with Earth as it is. If I need to go on a boat somewhere, I know where I'm going because, I've learned how to steer a boat.
Just because you're exactly right. Because it interests me, it doesn't mean it'll have any interest to them whatsoever.
Yeah, but again, there's always an inroads. If have you been in a boat, bro? Interesting. Have you ever seen calm water? Yes, I have, son. Why is that? How far away were you when you saw the land, my friend? Oh, about 20, 30 miles, boy. Really? Here we
That's
go.
what we were never taught, or if we were, it was whistled past, was like how far you shouldn't see. We were never
Yeah,
told what the
yeah.
the radius was, or if we were told the radius, we weren't told what that looks like locally for the
Well,
you know.
that's the beauty of math. That's the trick that's in math, my friend. If you don't have math, and if you certainly, what a lot of us don't have higher math or calculus or stuff like
Yeah.
that from the UK. The younger generations do. I'm part of the calculator generation where all that stuff came in. And if you didn't have a calculator that could figure out what all these wee squiggles and sines and cosines and tans and stuff meant and did, well, you didn't get to do anything more than arithmetic in this country. So you weren't learned it, you weren't taught it, you weren't shown it, you were excluded from it.
Yeah.
So I went most of my days not having what's technically classed as higher math, the math of, I thought, geodetics. And I just went with what I was told, same as everyone else. Chips disappeared so far out. Oh, right, okay, that must be the curve of the Earth. So, yeah, it's very, very clever, the systems that they implement.
Never thought about it,
And excludes you.
It's me. I never thought about it. I never put two and I can't believe it. I never put two and two together. When I looked at, especially growing up on the water, like on the coast there.
Yeah.
I don't believe, but I never. I mean, I didn't think about it either way. I never looked at a ship sailing away towards Scotland and thought it's going over the curve, or I never thought the opposite either. I never, because the globe for me was. Yes, I've heard AI talk about it, AI Ardent talk about this. You and Indio as well. The trick is that they've got us living in two different worlds. Your brain has accepted the globe through constant reinforcement. But when you go out your door, your sense, you don't even think about that. You keep it. It creates this dissonance within you. That you have this globe within, you accept that you live on a ball, but you don't accept it as well.
Yeah. You perceive and go about in reality as if it's flat. You treat it like it's flat. You think of it like, you're away, way over there, and only occasionally do you see glimpses or evidences that you've been told are curve or the globe because it's too big. We're too small.
None
and
of
again,
us.
you don't have your head around the math.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, globy biggie. You're the size of an ant in a basketball, bro.
I didn't even
You
ask
hear
them.
it from the youngins all the time. They don't have the math. They've got arithmetic maybe, but they don't have what is now calculus.
I didn't even think.
Geodetic math.
I didn't even get to the point where I thought, oh, it's going over the horizon or whatever, or it's too big. I just accepted the globe, and then I guess I thought, well, what I see is what I see. And I never saw disconnect. Now with the moon landing, that one I laughed at from the cradle, but it was so reinforced in the media. Star Wars computer game was reality. It was reality. And yet I lived in a different reality where it was no evidence of it, but never thought to question it. It's fascinating.
Yep. Science fiction, mate, is just a depiction of the fiction of the heliocentrism extended model of science. It's theoretical conceptualities reified via math.
Yeah.
And, like the comparison to things like, what's it called? Celestial,
And reference ellipsoids, flat maps wrapped around mathematically wrapped around a ball. I can't believe it took me 40 odd years, but that's accurate.
well, like that's what I mean. It's certain parts of science some of us were excluded from, some of us never went down that route. And like for us to look up at Mars and think, okay, NASA have got billion times more telescopes than we've got, and they've actually got telescopes in space that can see it. Yeah, they may be close enough to actually see what could be classed as terra firma.
Yeah.
So again, it's reified in our own minds that somebody's got our back. But in reality, all we're seeing is, some sort of orange dot that wiggles and shifts and moves. And it's got some sort of regular pattern to it. Now, that's the thing about astronomy. You can't equate astronomical.
The Earth.
What do you call it? What's the forensics of light called?
Spectroscopy.
Yes. You can't claim stellar spectroscopy as the same as terrestrial spectroscopy.
Yeah,
the stuff that we can actually mess with in physics and science as spectroscopy here is not any affirmation of what we're seeing in the skies.
That's it. That's a big learning curve.
That's where we walk right by it because we think science has got our back and we can't understand this stuff, but we actually can, mate. There's a clear division in it where we're bridging gaps that,
We don't know what the physics of that celestial realm are, Can't manipulate it.
Well, I mean, like, even according to the heliocentric model, the physics of that realm are impossible, bro. Gas giants in a vacuum. Gas giants in a vacuum, mate. No.
How did they get away? How are they getting away with it?
But it's right in your face. That's the thing. It's such a cool story, mate. That it's
even like upside down people in Australia. Now they'll laugh at me. But literally, you can say what you want about point of reference, but if you have a camera in space on a satellite, and you're oriented with North America, with Scotland at the top there, from that live stream, zooming in, with North America at the top, zooming in on Antarctica, zooming in on Australia, those people should look upside down. That's just stupid.
I remember when I was little, and it was after I was allowed to help in the garden, and I was big enough to be allowed to do what I wanted in my own bit of the garden. I might have been 4 or 5, bro, but I had a little shovel and a little pick.
Yeah,
when I was asked what I was doing, I was digging to China, mate.
Yeah, me too. I did that. Doesn't that show you? I did I tried the exact same thing. Gave up after a couple of for a cup of tea.
Yeah, I think I might have got to the dangerous point and was told, right, you can stop there. We need to talk about this. Here's the distances involved, and you, as a small child, are now at the dangerous point of Earth falling in on you. What are you going to do about that? And that's when I learned to address things like pit props and shoring.
I just packed it in for food.
Well, that was pretty much. I mean, like, also in the winter, there was incidences of children like building snow tunnels and igloos, and then it collapsing. So I was taught correctly to build the blocks to build an igloo, how to roll the snow to build the blocks, and how to cut the snow and all of that. So I was lucky in a sense, but yeah, people just don't. They don't have if you don't have the physical actual experience, you don't know all about these things either.
Theoretically, if you dug through the globe, you'd eventually be coming out like first. If you'd have made it all the way to China.
Oh, I mean, I could take a body swerve and go from Perth to Perth, bro. I've already figured that one out.
Yeah.
Directly from Perth to Perth.
I wonder if Perth to Perth is a complete 180-degree opposite.
I've got no way of telling you. Like, my house is globe free.
Yeah.
Thankfully, I've got no way of knowing anymore.
They're here.
I don't think it's far off. I think it's a slightly skewed route.
Yeah.
Well, or maybe China's the skewed route, actually. I'm not honestly sure. But yeah, like I think I would probably hit Oz without
Upside
too much of a straight through the middle thing. But then again, if I didn't have to go through the middle, I wouldn't have to deal with all the thermal properties.
That's
Blah
it.
blah blah
Not
blah
just the
blah.
ledge. Yeah. And the water,
So
I see, I look at the globe now and I just see the plastic, oceans, and that's like empty water. Like, show me
yeah,
a working model of a globe that's not made of like plastic or like something. Show me one with actual water that sticks to it.
well, that's the problem. They just can't do that. I've seen nice representations or ideas. Have you ever seen the garden ornaments that are huge marble balls floating in like a giant bird bath that's like water pumped up
Like
from
also
below
with
it,
water going over
and,
them.
and you can spin the thing and it stays covered in water. I've seen that as a globe because it's marble and it stays wet because it's spinning in a bath of water.
Yeah, because it's constantly exposed to like what?
I mean,
It's not the same water, but it's constantly getting new water.
but but, but I mean, I also like it gave me a reason to ask its owner if he knew about buoyancy and density. And he said, "Well, what do you think that is, son?" And I went, "Oh, well, you know the truth about Earth then." And he just winked at me and walked away.
Oh, he did? No way.
Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of people, they may well be lawyers, doctors, judges, politicians, or whoever, scientists. There's a lot of people fully aware of the realities of life, bro. The claim of gravity and all of that, keeping water to a ball. There's a lot of people actually wise to it.
Yeah, I hope
You know what I
so
mean?
for humanity.
Yeah.
Pilots as well. Like I don't know. I mean, their jobs are on the line if they talk about it. Although at the previous church we were at, I had a pilot, commercial Air Canada pilot. I mean, yeah, I can see the curve of the Earth from my cockpit window. I felt like ripping him a new one, but away.
Yeah, ask him at what point during a level flight does he dip the nose down to accommodate curvature?
No, but it's
Because
just natural.
even go with because those crazy flat earthers keep saying that Earth's flat and that you don't have to dip your nose down to accommodate for curvature.
What comes into my mind now is when they say that the autopilot does all. I say, well, what did they do in World War One, or what did those old planes
Yes,
before autopilot?
yeah.
How did they account for it?
Yeah, that's why people like what's his name? Was it Soundly? Who was the one that came out with the horizon, the false horizon projector on the screen of a light aircraft? I was like, no, mate, that's technological hoo-ha. You're mucking about with things, pal. I've flown light aircraft that ain't got that.
No.
They do, however, have two little levels on the dashboard, one pointing forward, backwards, and one pointing side to side, as well as all the other instruments. But none of your digital nonsense, mate. Flat and level flight is flat and level flight.
Yeah. If the autopilot's accounting for it, then that means before autopilot came along, they would have had to account for. You cannot say the plane was naturally, curving around the Earth, because then you wouldn't need the autopilot to do it.
Yep.
What a joke.
Yep.
We're the crazy ones.
I was able to maintain flat and level flight with instruments on the plane, and as I say, with those two water levels, one like.
Oh, you did that? Yeah.
My cousin had a share in a small aircraft.
Yeah.
I've been up and I've been up in other things as well, but yeah, it's flat and level flight, mate. It's if you pitch up, you know about it, and like even I've been up in a microlight as well. That was great fun, but eventually the boy had to take over control because he says, "Do you realise we've gained elevation?" And I was like, "Oh, I wasn't watching the altimeter because obviously I'm all over the place. I'm looking everywhere." But I was actually pushing against. Because I felt resistance on the bar that controls the wing. I was pushing against it slightly, so I was actually pitching up, and I didn't know it. After a certain point, I didn't realise. I thought I'd leveled out. And he was like, "Look, no," he says, "you're gaining elevation." I said, "What height are we now?" He says, "We're not far off commercial flight." He says, "If you don't mind, I'll take the rudder."
Do they have does he have an altimeter? Like, how do
Yeah,
they?
yeah. It was like a little sort of dial. I thought it was a speedo, but it was like, I think it had a digital thing on it, but it was GPS based.
Yeah. Let's say, like, what would it be referencing? To get its height.
Yeah. Well, there's at the local I know that there's beacons. But what he actually used a lot of was telegraph. What do you call them? Telegraph poles, pylons. He used his height in reference to pylons angularly as well. You know, I mean, and hills angularly, and his speed.
Is he a flat earther?
Well, he's an XRAF pilot. He's probably a flat earther, bro. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a guy on YouTube. He gets on his no one of those things you can attach to your back with a big fan on it.
Yeah, they're cool, dude.
There's a young guy on YouTube. Yes.
Parasail,
yeah, I think that's something like that. He flies to McDonald's on.
Oh, what?
American guy, I think. A young guy. Is this the guy? Oh no, that's the cool person.
You've seen the Jetman thing that they're talking about using as a paramedic for the Highlands.
No.
Have you seen that?
Oh.
Oh, bro, I'll have to find you that link. They're talking about using this guy as a paramedic, or using the tech and equipping a paramedic with the ability to use this jetpack thing.
I'm going to retrain as a paramedic, but I love the air, so I love this. My dream would be to be a pilot. I'd love to have a jetpack.
To be honest, I think it's the perfect way to go with the technology and what we've got nowadays. When it comes to safety and rescue, that and drones, especially when it comes to wildfires or any health emergency issue, robots, stuff like that.
That's the way to go.
Tech's got its places, like.
So good to be able to fly, like to just put on a jetpack and fly to the north. See, I'm laughing like when you see the day, The only thing is,
give it 10 years and you'll be able to buy it on Amazon.
Yeah.
But what are they going to do with international border control then?
Brilliant. That's what I always laugh at. I say to my kid, the birds, like the geese here, they just fly over the border with no checks at all. How come I have to have all these papers?
Yeah.
Something
I heard the last of them coming through from you just a few days ago.
Oh yeah.
Heading for Africa. We got a lot of stopovers, and if the weather's bad, we get seasonal birds hanging out here for a while.
Yeah, those birds aren't negotiating a curve and spinning ball. They're like looking at a level straight horizon and say, "Boom, we'll fly to there, then we'll fly to there."
Yeah, they do that exactly. Yeah, point to point. They follow the land masses and water bodies, and areas that they know that they're safe in. The green belts.
Yeah.
Follow the green belts, and they also follow the air currents, and that says a lot too. I've seen geese at higher altitudes go screaming across the sky, and it's clear that they've caught an air current.
It's fascinating. What a realm we live in. Like, we had all that taken away to a certain extent. I'm so glad I got it back. All right, sir. I'm gonna hit the scratcher.
Yeah, no worries, dude. It's almost where are you? Yeah, you're slightly behind me. It's Sunday here. It's Sunday morning. Oh no, it's Saturday morning.
Saturday morning.
Far out.
I spent the whole day today thinking it was Saturday, but
no, you're only. Where are you now? Are you 2 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, better.
Yeah.
Pretty average these days.
It is the way. Make the most of what you can at the weekend. I know you'll be working again soon, dude. Great talking to you as always, Platter.
You too. It's always a pleasure. All the
You
best.
be well, cuz.
You too.
Oh no, the Irish and the Scottish are talking to each other like friends. Everybody run away quick. I can't believe that I've kept so many people in here. And a YouTube bot. I better put you all to sleep though, eh? Yep, thought so. Bing bong. I heard somebody join. Hang on. Who's that? No, somebody left.
Hello.
Hello, who is that? Timbo.
Yeah, it's Timbo. How are you, mate?
Happy Sunday morning or whatever the hell it is for you.
Oh, it's Saturday evening for me.
Is it? Far
Yeah.
out.
But it's Saturday morning for you.
Saturday night here still too, mate. Well, Friday night.
Friday night still. What are you?
Well,
11 hours at the moment, I think. 11 hours behind us at the moment.
yeah, it's 8:10 in the morning for me.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Did you have some black pudding?
Eh?
Did you have any black pudding?
Aye, there's some in the fridge. Are you needing some?
Nah. Yeah, I've got a good butcher here.
Well done, mate. Well done. Is it real deal or is it dried blood?
Nah, it's the real deal. So he's called Bill the British Butcher. And we also have Spanish butchers that do the morcilla. But they use
so
rice.
lucky. You are
Yeah, they
so
use
lucky.
rice as a filler.
That stuff's illegal over here now, practically. Well, it's illegal for well,
What,
it's
for the real
extremely
blood?
niche, but it may well still sort of be legal. But man, most places use dried ingredient, and it's just wrong.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that we get it from. So, Mr. Tell me if I'm wrong. What blood do they use? Is it sheep's blood?
I think it's sheep's, but there's also pigs as well. But
Yeah.
there's an approach that's halal or old-fashioned,
Well,
or kufi that says it should only be a sheep's blood for certain
that's
types
where
of
we get.
haggis. Aye.
Yeah. For the sheep's blood one that we
Or for
get,
blood
which
pudding,
is
sorry. Yeah.
we use. I'm pretty sure we get that from the halal, because they drain the sheep's blood.
Yep.
So they
Yep.
take that blood and they use that for the black pudding
Well,
here.
see
But
that's where I agree with it fully. I think the animal should be dispatched in a less scary way or whatever. You know what I mean? It's
yeah,
no at the animal's end. It's in fear. It knows what's happening to it, and I don't agree with that. But yeah, dude, like it's ultimate respect for every part of the body, and it's the use for that. You know, for the blood, it's the use.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure here. So we had a problem with live animal shipping because we ship a lot to the Middle East, a lot
Yeah.
of lamb and beef, and the Arabs only wanted live animals. And
Yes.
then something happened where one of the ships got stuck out in the Gulf, and they all died. So the Australian government said no more live feeds. So they do all the halal, no more live shipping. So they do all the halal killing here.
Oh, that's quite good.
But
It's an industry.
they do it. They kill them humanely, and then they hang them up and drain them. So they had to get someone to come over from the Middle East to certify what they were actually doing because the laws prevented them from hanging them up live and cutting their throat.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
They need
so
to
they
be
changed the
dispatched.
halal. Yeah, they changed the halal meaning for that part of the Australian animals.
What measure of dispatch has their religion allowed them to conform to? Then, dude, what's the process?
You can do whatever you want, as long as you don't agree with Christians and other faiths.
No, but I mean, in the like in the where they're actually dispatching the animals, how are the animals dispatched? If they have to conform to the fact that they're not being hung up and in stress,
Oh no,
they?
they are.
Is it
Oh
still just
yeah.
like a case of opening the arteries?
Yeah, they still. So after they're dead, so they kill them humanely, and then straight away they hang them up upside down and cut their throat.
Well, when you
So
say kill, that's what I mean. When you say kill humanely, what does that confirm to nowadays for them?
I don't know. I think it's an electric bolt or something like that.
Gassing. No, gassing or like taking away the oxygen so they just pass out and die.
But that's not. Is that not against? Because that's chemical. That's a chemical.
Yeah, I don't think they do that here.
That's
Yeah.
unclean. That's what
It doesn't necessarily have to be chemical. It's just it's taking away the oxygen. You're not putting chemicals in.
Well, okay, yeah. We used to do the same sort of thing in the salmon farm with CO2. We put them through a bath of like CO2 and just water, and it basically they pass out, and then we would cut the gills and bleed them. So it sounds sort of like the same process, but normally it's electrocution.
Yeah, it's an electric shock through the brain, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just gonna have a look because I haven't looked for a
It
while.
varies by country. I know that. Yeah, it really does vary by country. But yeah, it's...
Electrocution's pretty fucking painful though. Still, man. I mean, it's swifter, but still.
Yeah, I mean, you're still blasting the brain with massive something, and it's I don't know. By the time that animal's bled out, I think there's endorphins and whatnot. It's still bad. I think the animal should be allowed to go to sleep, but just not be able to wake up.
So here it is here in Australia. All animals must be stunned and rendered unconscious before exsanguination, whatever that means. So they stun them and make them unconscious before they kill them.
Yes, exsanguination is removal of the blood.
Yeah. So they stun them.
Yeah.
Electrocution.
Same as the cattle over here, mainly they're zapped. But yeah, before they go into the process.
I don't mean to interrupt in the conversation. I do have a question though.
Please
go ahead, Mr. Shifty.
Hello. How was that?
How you doing?
I've been doing pretty decent, man. My question
Are you a Glober?
Pardon me?
Are you a Glober?
Fuck no.
Okay. So what's the question?
I was just in the Flat FM chat and I listened to this banger of a song. I was wondering how to find the track list of recently played songs in the bot.
I don't know.
Okay.
Good question. I don't actually know yet. Can you describe the song? We could probably link it or find it by.
Yeah, it was like the lyrics are like this guy who's like climbing a tree and looking how far you can see in the horizon. It was a very like calm melodic song, and it was a flatter song too.
Was there music playing? Did the guy have an American twanged accent?
He sounded
Is it on now?
It was. It's like 2 songs ago, probably at this point.
There's probably maybe a model thing that we can see. I've never been in there. Grace said he would set us up with params so that we could just go and do or whatever, but
yeah. I joined in. It was like the end of a really good song, and then it just ended. And I was like, "Oh, I wonder what that song was." And then another one came on, and I was like, "Okay, I got to get the track list."
If it's a kind of American country and western sounding twangy guy with a guitar singing about truth and reality, then that's probably Flat Earth Guru.
Yeah, that stuff that's playing now is Drace's new music. Right. So if you send Drace a message and describe the song, he should be able to.
Oh damn! That's
let you know.
That server. That's fire. Can you send me his profile or like add him in the side chat so I can see?
I'll link his YouTube.
Thank you, because I'm trying to build a good playlist of all truther music, and I got like 250 songs, and there's like a good amount of them that are like one of my favorites are the Grand Deception by K Reno. You guys heard that song before?
I'm not sure, but You know, I always forget the name of my favorite one's these two guys having a debate in a rap battle. And I can never remember what it is.
That's
Flat Earth rap.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's
But it's
oh shit, what's his name? Cheech
Yeah,
and
that's
Chong.
K.
That's is it Cheech or Chong? No, it's Cheech. Fuck, what's his name?
yeah, it's a Glober and a flat earther having a debate, but they do it in a rap battle. It's
Yeah,
so
that's
fucking
Flat
good.
Earth Globe, right? That's K. Reno, the same artist that I just mentioned.
Yeah. That's
Oh,
him.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I looked it up. Flat Earth Globe on by K. Reno.
That's
I used to
so
walk.
good.
I remember going jogging to work to that song a couple of years ago, and when I was moving, the actual album cover is like a calendar, and there's like a sad face, and like 2 weeks later, there's a smiley face, and I lived that. I promise you, I lived that when I was moving, just dealing with all the shit, and then leveling it out
If
after. Sorry
if
for
that
cursing.
was like a song about a different topic, that would be you know, like a really popular song.
Yeah. Well, he has a song called "The Experiment," which is pretty dope, and talks about all the
Can
different things that they do to edit our genetically modify us.
you put it in the live stream chat?
Yeah, there's also Flawed Technology. That's pretty good. He's a no, he is a flat earther, but he'll say space shit too, just for cinema reasons. Yeah, K Reno, he's one of the best rappers of all time. That's just been underground since the literal 80s.
Yeah, he was. Isn't he? Well, isn't he on a either B.O.B. or flipping heck? What's his name? He started this channel.
Oh,
ODD. ODD.
ODD.
Isn't
Yeah,
Rhino involved with him at some point, man?
they do have a collab.
Yep.
It's saying I don't have permissions to send to. I don't think anyone can text to that one. I got to do a different one.
No, live stream voice text. So you got to click above live stream.
Yeah,
You can't. Yeah, you can't use the chat. Yeah.
I'm gonna put a couple songs in there that are fire. Damn. Oh, actually, does it show the picture?
Yeah. So did you see old dude post Drace's YouTube channel as well? Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a whole heap of new music, and it's really really good.
Is it him
It's
or
no, it's AI. He's got an AI program making all his music, and it's
I
it's
knew it.
now getting really good.
Well, some of it's actually him, and some of it's Karma, his sister. The
Yeah, that's the
female
older
voice.
stuff. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Makes it.
It's mainly him and his sister that write it and produce it. But he's got an AI to do a lot, or like give his voice accent or tonality that he's looking for. It's pretty cool. A lot of it, like, and he's got a lot of argument stuff as well. It's
Yeah,
really,
yeah.
yeah. Him and Indio kind of invented Flat GPT and tore AI apart with it.
Yeah, and
Well, going from my perspective,
Radwin and
first thing that's playing when you
what's that? Go ahead.
click.
What's that?
I hit pause on it, so I want to bleed through. Alrighty. Yeah, when it comes down to the globe, you just look up Aristophanes, study philosophy, Freemasonry, Satanism, behind the scenes, created, the Pythagorean theorem of 8 inches per mile square, which is not there. You can easily tell that there's no curvature across any of those distances. There should be 8 inches for 1 mile, 2 miles should have 72, 3 miles or 5 kilometers should have 6 feet or 72 inches of curvature drop, and that's just simply not possible, especially if you go like Gull Lake, for instance, here in Canada. That's a man-made lake at 70,000 feet across. That's double the height of a commercial airline plane, that distance plus 10,000 feet, should have slightly under 93 feet of curvature drop across that distance of 19 clicks, almost 12 miles. But in reality, you can see
Are you
across.
reading lyrics?
No.
Oh, you're just reeling off flat Earth knowledge.
Yeah, damn right.
Yeah. Are you been practicing that or what?
I just got good at explaining it.
Yeah, you could make a better
Lake,
video than
Lake Ontario's
200.
better, buddy.
You make a
I can
make a better video than 200 proofs. Easy doing stuff like that.
Oh yeah, 100%. Without a shadow of a doubt, I believe. No, I don't believe. I know for a fact that I can do that. And I have been working on it. The only limitation is my hardware. I literally have to build a new PC so I can handle a project that's like hours long without it, fucking up in the rendering process. Also, sorry for cursing. I keep forgetting that there's the whole try not
I
to
don't think
curse.
the bot's in here anyway. Is it?
You can
All
swear
good?
here. You can. This is a free all you can swear. It's not fucking English hub. Don't worry.
All right, is
Let
it
me-
live?
No, it's not. Oh, did you
Alright.
bring the bot in here? Did you?
All right, I was
Yeah,
gonna.
the-
Flat Lloyd's bot's in.
Yeah, the bot's been here all along, but yeah, I mean, obviously it's going out to family environments, but you're clearly aware of it, Shifty. So do what you
Yeah,
can, mate.
I'm just so awake, dog.
Not an issue, mate. Don't worry about it.
I just keep it real with you. I'm so awake that I don't want to get your YouTube channel shutting down for me going off for an hour straight about various topics because I do be fucking saying many things that would
That's
be
an interesting
considered.
thing because there's a lot of stuff that the algorithms changed, and there's a lot of stuff that's more openly talk about in a lot of ways. But obviously, we can't give certain advice when it comes to certain things like medicine. But we can certainly,
Yeah.
talk around certain events of the problems of the past 10 years. Everybody else bloody well is, and YouTube have
Yeah, now we can do it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
just
I remember and
talk
stuff.
about your favorite juice, like orange juice, grape juice. You know, make sure you mention the juice you like.
All that shit's still a slap in the wrist of lad. That always will be the mate. You know what I mean?
I don't
Yeah.
know about taking advice from Vlad though. He's always getting in trouble.
Yeah, don't take advice from me.
Like, I've learned so much about the flat Earth. It has replaced where space was in my mind, which was like absolutely everything. But it's not my main.
Yeah, now the
focus.
Earth is everything, right?
Yeah, it's not my absolute main talking point and focus currently right now. A lot of it is going about like Israel and the whole banking system, the whole history and the timeline.
Oh,
as
that's
well.
why I just said the juice. The juice. You're talking about orange juice. Don't mention straight up Israel. What's wrong with you, bro? Now you're red flag, guy. You got to talk about orange juice or grape juice. What's your favorite juice? You know.
Start World
You
War
got to use
III,
code.
man. Yeah, but
Code
it's
words.
clear what they're doing. Like they're bombing the fuck out of the Middle East because they want new trade routes, and one party of people or whatever have classed themselves as elite and want fucking rights to land. Blah 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 blah. It's just more and more nonsense. And like you've probably seen the reality of it more, Shifty, now that you've actually probably fully explored flat Earth. The whole thing's some sort of psychotic paradigm to keep us all terrified in each other's throats, mate. The people in Israel or Gaza don't want to kill me, and I don't want to kill them. Like, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah, and that whole the entire
Exactly.
name comes from 3 different gods and ideologies. The is for Isis, the god of the moon, and then Ra is the sun god, and then El is the Elohim. But also Horus is the original story of Jesus and how he was born under the Virgin Mary. Well, let's just acquainted by 3 kings. Let's put that to perspective. The brightest sky or the brightest star in the sky named Sirius.
I don't think that's
constellation
not
Virgo.
correct though, is it? I don't think that's correct. I think Horus came from so his father was Ra, and no, sorry, who was Horus's father?
Well, here's this big connection when it comes down to it.
So,
Horus
yeah, but
represents
the mother. the mother. So the father was killed, and then the mother grabbed the phallic, and had sex with the phallic, and then Horus was born. Right?
Yeah, it's the same story of being crucified and resurrected in 3 days, along with being born of a virgin acquainted by 3 kings. And it's predating Jesus with the same story. There's also a lot of different religions that have the same exact story, but they change the name. And they always keep the story the same though. And what it all refers to is that when the sun travels to the southern crux constellation, which is about to happen, it's about to be the winter solstice here in a couple of weeks. It basically is the representation of Jesus being crucified because the sun goes directly into the center of that cross constellation and then rises back up again in 3 days. And then on Easter, when it's celebrating the equinox, and that's when spring's out and then the sun takes over most of the day again, and then all the life comes back. And also Jesus walking on water, the sun rays are the crown of thorns. And as well, it's like the 3 kings are Orion's belt, which is aligned up with Sirius, which is in the constellation Virgo, which is Latin for virgin. And then the main symbol for that is a lady holding bread. And it's funny because Bethlehem translates to house of bread. And the 3 kings are aligned with Sirius, which is aligned with the Southern Crux constellation on that day when Jesus is crucified and resurrected, which is really sun worship. It's all about the sun. And you even see the Pope that has a cross he has a staff with a cross on it and the sun in the center. It's all a big metaphor, dog. And like all respect to Jesus, I want to believe
He also has a pine cone as well.
Yeah, the whole pineal gland and everything. It was originally the Catholic Vatican Church originally was the pagan Roman Empire, but Emperor Constantine made the transition.
Oh, bro, you should have been in here earlier on. We were talking with India was talking about all of this and the transfer of royalties when it came to London and the city of London. Oh, right. Next time I'm going to find you, Shifty. Yeah.
The city of London is different from London. I've seen that before too.
Yeah, same as DC, Washington DC, and the Vatican. So those are the 3. One's the religious, one's the financial, and one's the military power.
Yeah, you know what's really interesting is the fact that all of these cathedrals that predate our civilization currently rising in the 1700s, all of these buildings were built before, and underneath them all and underneath all these huge major cities, there's catacombs. How was that? Yeah, there's catacombs underneath a bunch of the major cities, such as New
Most
New
of the
York.
major cities, even you look in like new places like Melbourne, which is only supposed to be 1860, I think, and we got tunnels all the way under the city.
Yeah. Access tunnels and
they all link. Yeah. All the old buildings linked together.
Yep. Yeah,
Why did they?
It's going to mind. Carry on. I'll remember it in a minute.
The question is, why did they build catacombs? Were they hiding underground from something on the surface? What?
Yeah, catacombs. That was it. Paris is terrible. Plus,
Dad, you're hot micing, dude.
Oh, my bad. I'm just making some tea. My bad.
Yeah, sounded like you were going for a piss.
No.
The Roman
making some tea. I swear to God.
The Roman culture of elevating houses and putting heat viaducts below them is actually linked to a lot of the catacombs as well on the older Roman structures.
And then you see these and then you see these excuses when they in all of these cities, there's always someone talking about them raising the streets and leaving stuff underneath. They raise the streets. Even in Melbourne, they said we raised the streets. That's why there's things underneath. And you go, yeah, okay, yeah. whatever.
They had canals going through a lot of the major cities as well, and those old world buildings, and the staircases were docking stations. And you can see the tassels where they would rope the boats still attached to them.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a very
Old
interesting
school plumbing
topic.
system.
Like, yeah. Well, I'm a plumber too, so I see a lot of this stuff.
Well,
That's done
they
in
had
major
to move the
cities.
shit somehow.
We go in. Yeah.
There's also the old world fountains.
So even like you can lose hundreds of hours, on this topic alone about old cities and stuff like that.
Yeah, shout out to all the YouTubers that go out and do the boots on the ground. Also, what do you guys think of
we're going to we're going to Colombia in a week. My wife's Colombian, and we're going on a holiday. We're going to Cartagena, and we're staying in a star fort.
What?
I looked at a map and I turned around. Yeah, I turned around to her and I said, "We're staying in a fucking star fort." And she looked at me like, "Yeah, the city was a fort." And I went, "No, it's a star fort." And she goes, "Oh, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about." I said, "Don't worry about it. All right, don't worry."
Down the rabbit hole in preparation of the trip.
Yeah.
How long?
I'll
How long
save
is the
you 100
flight?
hours. Just don't worry about it.
How long is your
We got to
flight?
fly to Dallas. We've got to fly to Dallas, which is 15 hours. And then from Dallas, we fly to Bogota, which is,
Dallas, Texas.
I think it's 8 hours or something like that.
And you're from Australia, right?
Yeah.
Which part of Australia? Melbourne?
Melbourne, yeah.
When you're there, Timbo, pull up GPS and satellite imagery on exactly where you are in the fort, and let us know, bro. That'd be epic.
Yeah, I will, man.
That's a family
doing a lot of
postcard.
stuff
That's a
'cause,
family postcard, mate.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I said, "Oh, can we go to the Lost City?" And she said, "Oh, you're gonna hike for like 8 hours." I was like,
Wow.
I don't know. Then maybe I'll do it by myself. And she goes, "No, you're not going anywhere by yourself." I go, "All right."
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
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 That was fucking. I'm gonna take a bong rip here. I wish I could have. I'm gonna show you
Hey,
on the
hey, speaking of Is and the Ra and El, right? All three gods of ancient Egypt. Why would they name that city after them?
Why indeed?
But there is someone in the Bible called Israel, right? So
No, the reason why. Well, I mean,
they're different.
Is is for Isis. Ra is for God Ra, right? And El is for the other one. I forget the L.
Elohim.
The moon god, I think. Yeah, or some shit. Anyways, why? Why would these guys? Isn't that the ancient pharaohs? Aren't they following the pharaoh shit?
It's the sun,
Those-
moon, and spirit is what it is.
Yeah, whatever. But I'm just saying, why would the orange juice, right? Why would they do that?
It is
all right, so
from
Israel.
Egypt. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, go, old dude.
No, I was just going to say it is from Egypt. It is the time of the Pharaoh. And
The
it's
Pharisees, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's the Pharisees become Pharisees and ruling fucking earth and turning it into a globe, mate. Yeah.
So it's the occult, and they're still alive, right?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
probably
And they keep passing down the ancient knowledge from children to children, from their children to the other children, right?
Yeah, well, it's
And they
probably
continue bloodletting and doing blood sacrifices with all these wars and shit.
Yes, the same medicinal processes and stuff like that, organ replacement and whatnot, energy
Here
being
we
the
go.
blood, life being the blood. Yeah.
Jacob, later known as Israel, is a Hebrew patriarch of the Abrahamic religions. He first appears in the Torah, the Old Testament, where he is described in the book of Genesis as a son of Isaac and Rebekah.
Interesting.
Still, Is, Ra, and L.
Oh yeah, have you guys seen an orange juice store before and how they don't have any processed foods or all the wax stuff that would be in a grocery store?
Hey,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
for
we have
sure,
we have a kosher section in our all our supermarkets.
for sure. It has to be all kosher, bro. Make sure you buy kosher, then you won't be as sick.
Yeah, and there's a sign on the front door, no soy allowed.
Hey, just do as the orange juice does, you know, or whatever the apple juice does. It's much healthier. Oive.
What about pork, man? I like pork.
Hey, oive. Pork is not for the orange juice.
You gotta. What you have to do is raise your own hog and don't give it a bunch of whack stuff that would make the meat whack. Like, you know, just feed the thing properly.
Yeah, dude. Pigs are meant to be actually wild hogs, mate. Choose what kind of pork you buy and how it's cured and treated once it's dispatched. Absolutely.
Yeah, we've got some pretty strict rules on feeding for all of the animals because they're all exported. So there's very strict rules on feeding over here.
Yeah, the damn Monsanto owning the farming industry is not good. Their company's
Yeah, it's not
product
great.
up with the glyphosate and the other shit that they have in there.
Yeah, they feed them grains, and then I think it's America. Yeah, you guys feed them grains, and then they're not supposed to eat grains, so they just pump them full of antibiotics
They're
to
grass-fed Canada.
stop them from getting sick. Oh, you're from Canada. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you and Vlad, fucking
Yeah, but no, in
Canadian.
Canada, they still have bullshit in Canada though.
Oh,
It's not
yeah.
all honky dory.
Don't get me started on that. The one thing that's actually good is the stand your ground laws that they're trying to put in, or it's like a castle law. Yeah, the castle law is what it's called. They want to make it so that you can shoot someone in home defense, which is like, how is that not legal already?
Well, welcome to Canada, bro.
Yeah, they're making it so that if a person commits hate speech, then they can face up to life in prison. But they just made it so that a person can have possession of child porn, and putting them in jail for that is quote unquote unconstitutional. So now if you criticize the government, you get life in prison. If you have child porn, you don't get anything. This is a little dark, but if immigrants have different laws than people that were born in the country. So I can't kill someone legally. Immigrants can. That's just how the law works now. And there's
No
a perfect
way.
for it. There is a person. I'm not racist or anything. I'm just explaining what the hell happened. So dudes from Iraq.
I know that. Is it BC? Is this story from BC? Because I know a story like that from BC.
Well, what happened was he drove through a school, killed a 10-year-old boy, and then fucking put 4 others in the hospital, and got a $2,000 fine and a license suspension.
Yeah.
I can do the one worse. In BC, a fucking guy raped a fucking 3-year-old, and they're trying to defend him, and then he goes and kills some fucking more children, and they're defending him. Like, and it's the minister of fucking BC. Like, she's so fucking woke. Oh, she's LGBTQ positive. You know what I mean? And she says she supports.
Canada sounds worse than Australia. You guys are fucking
Oh, it's fucked up, bro. It's fucked up,
we
bro.
are.
It's okay. I'm an immigrant. I'm Russian. I can get away with things. Remember
I'm
that.
an immigrant too. I'm Scottish, like old dude.
Family comes from Ireland. And
No. I'm first generation immigrant. Я говорю по-русски, блядь, суки нахуй. Я не понимаю английский. I can get away with it. Fuck you all.
But you're Russian?
Yeah.
Конечно, блядь. I told you.
Actually, I've been waiting to bust out the Russian accent for a long time.
Это не русский акцент, ты чё? What the fuck, man? That's not even close, bro. Do you not hear me speak it? Get out of here.
You sound like
it's funny. He sounds like a
COD 4.
mafia guy on
I sound like I'm a Canadian, bro, when I speak American. When I speak the Russian, I speak like, hey, je parle français aussi, mon ami. J'ai appris le français à Montréal. Yeah, oui, je parle 3 langues, monsieur.
That sounded French as fuck.
You sound like
Well, that's it.
you sound like a guy that makes pizzas, man.
Hey, yo trato de aprender a hablar español, amigos.
There's
¿De
the
dónde
KO.
vienes los pendejos? Sí, amigos.
How many languages? How many languages do you speak, man?
Well, I
You got
speak 3,
Spanish,
but
French.
I can do some Spanish. I mean, I used to know Spanish fluently when I was younger, but then I forgot it when I was learning English. But, you know, who cares? I can still probably learn Spanish better than anything.
The Russians.
It's not that
It's
hard.
not bad. It was just all the swear
Yeah.
words, though.
Oh, yeah, no. No, but ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo te llamo? ¿Dónde es la baña? ¿Dónde vienes tú? Stuff like that. You know, I can speak a little bit of it.
Yeah.
I get to
Where's
do
the
the
toilet? What's your name?
Yeah, I got
do
the
the
basics
honors of
down.
Yeah, all the important stuff. Yeah, the important stuff, man.
Oh yeah. Now I gotta be real polite and ask the Russian, what are your thoughts on Orange Juice Zelensky with drafting pregnant women or trying to draft 16-year-olds whilst Russia has no draft, it's a volunteer war. And I'm not defending Putin or anything. You know, his whole thing with Chechens and
listen. They're all. One's an orange juice and one's a grape juice, my guy. If you didn't know that.
yeah, he's crypto. He's crypto juice.
What's
They're
the
all
difference?
juices.
National service and the draft in Russia. Are they trying to bring the draft in? Is this some little social justice warrior volunteering for the draft or what?
Well, I don't know anything about that, bro. I don't really care, to be honest. It's just the juices sending the whites to kill themselves, bro. That's the problem. It's literally a white genocide that's going on. Because the Jews always hates the Slavics. The Slavics and the Jews never got along. Because the Slavics always got rid of the Jews. Now that the Jews is in power, right? The Jews controls every country in this world. The Jews just wants to kill the Slavics.
True.
We've got a lot of Russian orange juices here in Australia.
Well, those are not Russian. They're pretend to clown Russians. They're complete juices. They just speak the Russian language. Like I told you, it was taken over. Yeah, it was taken over, bro. You don't understand. The Bolsheviks never left. The Bolsheviks never left,
The
bro.
Bolsheviks, right?
Killed the Tsar.
Yeah. They never left, bro. Yeah, exactly. The first time they were exiled so many fucking times. They tried to kill the kings, but then eventually the Bolsheviks ended up killing the kings due to propaganda and all that shit, and mind control and all that, you know. So the Russians fell for it, and it was over. Yeah, well, the Russians fell. Half the Russians fell for it.
Who holds the oligarchies now, lad?
Yeah. What are your thoughts on Chechnya?
The oligarchies were always Russian family, were they not?
Well, there you go. It's the Chechens are Muslims, right? So now it's the Jews that hates the Muslims, right? So now it's all so fucking. But anyways, you guys understand that the Muslims are also controlled by the Jews, right? The orange juice, it's like the fucking octopus, right? It has its fucking hands in everything. It doesn't matter what religion you're in, bro. The Chinese are controlled by the Jews. The Muslims, the Indians, everything is controlled by the Jews, friends. So what do you do? What do you do when you know this? Well, I just live my life, you know, just to avoid the Jews. Make sure, oy vey, I eat kosher though. Make sure I live a long, healthy life.
Well, it's a little bit difficult when they're spraying down chemtrails, putting pesticides in every single food imaginable, fluoride in the water supply, and then, you know, all the extracurricular shit that lowers our lifespan, such as causing wars and forcing us into it.
All right. Dude, you just have to be awake and aware, and like, yes, it may be a body of people that have got the monopoly on the control of stuff, but you can work within the paradigms. There's still real people putting out real produce. It might cost a lot more, or you can fucking make a lot of it yourself, to be honest. You know what I mean? There are safer, honest, more healthy options out there for styles of living, ways of living, going about your daily life, getting involved in all the nonsense or not, or getting poisoned by it or not. Some
Look
of
at
us
Charlie
are
Kirk.
so
Yeah, but here's the thing. Now Charlie Kirk, was he a fucking like a stage? I think he was a stage
Oh yeah.
because he was literally like all 4-4-4, and then he went against a couple of weeks later, boom, Oivade, right? But was he for real Oivade, or was that just like a whole show? Because if you really look into it, it looks all staged, and he might have fucking not even been killed. He might have been just a Hitler. Do you know how Hitler got disappeared? Well, a lot of these people, Epstein disappeared. Epstein's still alive. They're all fucking on fucking Oivade Island somewhere, just chilling, sipping margaritas every day. You know what I mean?
Yeah. At the end of the day, if you've lived enough and seen enough, it's all actually mass media pushing or led events. I'm not saying people didn't die. You know, I'm not saying people didn't grieve for somebody that really died. But at the end of the day, unless we were actually there hands-on, like, we can't confirm it, especially in today's world of technologies. There's no way of confirming what actually went down and shit like that. You know what I mean? You just kind of have to go with the narrative a little bit and play within the, well, it might not be true kind of thing. People don't know. They're so confused now. And that's what they want. They want everybody running around crazy thinking, oh, folk are getting shot because they're alleged to this party and then they spoke out. They're freaking out about their own fucking nonsense now.
Yeah, they had so much predictive programming before Charlie Kirk. They had the book, they had the movie, they had a TV show, they had a music video, the card game, the whole 9 yards of predictive programming. It was just like 9/11, just like even took place the day before.
That's the other side of it. If you accrue enough information across enough forums and topics, you actually do see where our possible connections could be. And, like, you know, if all that's just coincidence, fuck's sake, excuse my language, but for fuck's sake, if all that coincidence, bro, you're right. Thing is, some of us have looked far enough to know how they work, how they play. They put up little sigils and declare that they're going to do things. Then they do things, then they tear their little sigils down and put up different ones saying, see what we did? We told you again.
Yeah, they have to say, because that's how their magic works, right? They have to tell you what they're gonna do, and then you, if you don't fucking, like, what is it? If you don't do anything about it, essentially you're agreeing to whatever they're doing. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's how their magic works.
Yeah.
Oy vey.
Well, my friends, I'm gonna head off for the night. I'm gonna smoke this bong up with yous.
Hey, quit weed, eh? By the way, stop smoking weed. I quit. I used to be a big pothead. Trust me, it's better not to smoke. It's been 2 months I've been clean.
Well
I
done,
promise
mate.
you.
Thank you.
Don't be a pothead.
I'll probably take a tolerance break.
It's not a tolerance break. It's literally like quit. You'll get the vivid dreams back, and you'll think straighter. You're gonna be full of energy. Fucking Superman. You become Superman. I promise you. Oy vey.
Music was the first high, Shifty. Music will always be the first high, mate. You don't need stimulants nor things that'll pull you down. Enjoy it, mate.
Yeah, I make music too. Don't worry, and trust me, music's better when you fucking sober and making it sober.
I feel that. Well, thank you.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
I remember my last tolerance break. I was able to just rethink my conversation a lot easier and not forget shit. Freestyle better. And I just remember like one of my longest tolerance breaks. I was going in jiu-jitsu and kickboxing. I was like, I'm just quitting. 3 months, boom, just stopped like that day. And it was good.
How long did it take you to find your balance again?
It'll be cheaper to not smoke weed too. Shit's expensive.
Right? Yeah, you fucking the money is a big issue with the weed. Oy vey, oy vey.
It is.
I used to smoke by the ounce, bro. No, wait. Yeah, by the pound. Fuck, quarter pound. I used to buy quarter pounders and smoke that shit in like 2 weeks. Oy vey, oy vey. Now I have a punching bag. All that energy is going into this bitch. I think I'm gonna break it soon though. Well, it's not even a bag. It's like it's a bag. I mean, it's a nice bag though. I broke my. I need wraps now. Shit. I fucked
Isn't
up
that
my
the
hand.
idea, though?
Breaking
Isn't that
on
the idea? Split the bag and burst the chain.
I
get
break
some
bags
damn
easily, bro.
duct
I'm
tape.
6'5". I got a serious fucking. I used to swing for a long time when I was younger, so I still have it. That's the crazy part. This bitch is gonna break. Oh man.
Oh, you're like you're taller than I am. Holy shit! And shorter than you.
No, it's not even it's I'm pretty fit. You know what I'm saying? For 40 years old, I'm very fit. Like I have a six pack. I'm fucking ripped. I do like crazy exercise every day. That's what I'm saying. Quit the weed. I promise you. I used to smoke like nonstop. I smoked nonstop because these guys know how much I smoke. And I smoke a lot.
I just invited you guys to the Flat Earth Discord.
You
Wrong
actually
one.
sound a lot more
Thank you very much.
regulated. You actually sound a lot more regulated as well, Vlad.
Oh yeah. I am.
There's the right one.
I am thinking
Less
straight.
outburst.
Yeah, well, because I found my
Sweeten it,
I found my soulmate, and I just came from her house, man, and I have the best time with my soulmate. So I mean, oy vey, if you know what I mean.
Good shit, man.
Yeah,
You gotta
man.
look after them when you find them, mate. Yeah.
Oh, this girl, bro, she's fucking. I went through chaos for this shit, but it's finally calming down. Shit. Oh,
Yeah.
fuck, it was
Shouldn't
torture. It
it
was
shouldn't be.
torture. No, my
Shouldn't be
soulmate has
difficult, man.
to.
It
Oh no,
shouldn't be
no, the
difficult.
soulmate is difficult, man. It's the complete opposite of me. Well, no, not complete opposite. Like she's completely like me, but that's the thing. Imagine dealing with someone like me. Oy vey, you already understand what I'm saying, oy vey. But a female version. Holy shit. No, man, she's hot, bro. You understand? She's hot as fuck. I mean, I'm a very good looking guy, so imagine a female version of me. She's hot as fuck, boy. She does Pilates, she has a six pack. Well, not a six pack, she has toned as fuck, She's a beautiful, bubbly ass, she's fucking, gorgeous.
Hopefully she's not 6'5".
No. She's 5'6". Imagine that. I'm 6'5" and she's 5'6". Really, the numbers like line up. It's crazy. We did the measurements. That's the crazy part. Not only that, like the astrology, the horoscopes, everything. Like she was born near the cat, I'm born near the cat. So yeah, everything's lining up. Like it's insane. She's 12 years younger though. You know what I mean? So, which is even better.
Oh, that's good.
Oh yeah, man, it's amazing. That's what I'm saying. I'm having the funnest fucking time, and I'm probably the educator, so I'm daddy and dad at the same time. You know what's happening. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy.
You're the straight up
Crazy.
You're the straight up DILF right now. You should get a shirt that says that. Certified DILF.
Yeah, I am actually because I do have a 14-year-old kid. No, it's true. I'm a father. I've been a father for 14 years now. I had baby mama drama all my life. Well, a long time. Yeah, so.
All right. Well, congratulations.
I got 4, man.
Yeah, you've been a busy guy there, Timbo. One was hard enough for me. No, it's too much. You know what? Oh, here's the crazy part, Timbo. You know about my lineage of my firstborn sons, right? So my grandfather, on my father's side, I'm pretty sure he's the firstborn son. So he was born year of the cat, right? So my father, firstborn son, he was born 24 years later, year of the cat. I am the firstborn son from my father, right? 24 years later, year of the fucking cat. Guess what? My kid, bro, this is the crazy part. My kid, 24 years later, year of the cat. A lineage of fucking cats is crazy.
All
I have some
24
magic
years apart.
shit. Yeah, that's the thing. It's the 24, 2 plus 4 is 6, my guy. So 666. And I was born on the fucking 6th. And I'm the more special one because I got all the powers because my father's a fucking moron. My grandfather died early from smoking. But maybe I'm the one that's supposed to pass on all this knowledge to my kid. And my kid's going to be a fucking powerhouse. But the problem is my kid's not in my life.
Oh, man, you got to
Yeah,
sort
well,
that
it's a
out.
good thing you made that
And he
girl
tried.
make you another one.
I know me and that girl are not having kids, bro. I'm making sure her body stays as young as possible for the rest of her life. Fuck that. I like how she looks. Let her stay that way.
I'm an 11, Vlad.
11, what do you mean?
Uh,
Numerology?
Yeah.
The life path. You know what the thing about numerology with the life paths now? Best thing to do is forget about the months and the days. Months and the days don't count.
because it's not a sequential number now. Because in numerology, it has to follow and it has to be sequential, right? So you can't go from the 31st to the 1st and it be making sense. It doesn't make sense at that point because 3 plus 1 is 4, and then from 4 you then I'll go to a fucking 1. You know what I mean? And people that do numerology on the whole day is kind of wrong. So what you want to really do with your birthday is follow the sidereal cycle, right? And check the positions of the planets and the stars and shit, right? So that's when the day is very important down to the time, right? Because whatever, Gregorian, Julian, doesn't matter. The stars are the stars and they'll never fucking change, right? They'll always be where they are and where they're going to be and where they were. Always going to be like that, right? But what's important with numerology, right, is your birth year, because the birth year is sequential, Timbo. So whatever Chinese zodiac you are, on top of that, do the
So that's
numerology on that. So what's your year
I'm
you're born?
a monkey. 81.
1981.
Yeah. But
1981.
January. So I'm a
Okay,
monkey.
no, fuck the January. Don't worry.
You remember the challenge
19.
explosion?
Yeah. Don't worry. Hold on. 1981. So you're one, Timbo. You're a
9.
leader. You're a one. No. You're a one. By the year, just doing the year, not the rest of your birthday. Because 1981, right?
Oh,
1981.
yeah.
So 8 plus 1 is 9. Those two nines drop off and you're left with a 1. So that 1 energy is masculine energy, is take charge, leadership. You know what I mean? Always active, proactive, making sure you're ahead of the game.
Always.
Right. See, and and then your monkey, which
Looking
is
after
intelligence.
the family, running the business.
Right. Yeah. So you're a very intelligent person and you're very like masculine, fucking take charge type of guy. See, there you go. You got a really good one energy monkey type shit. So you're a good guy.
I try my best.
Yeah. See,
You guys
can read
have
that
yourself
shit.
a great night.
All right. See you, buddy.
Peace out, Shifty.
Thank you.
Yeah, see you, Shifty.
Well, please. I sent you
Make sure you don't make me go on all these readings because Trinity is God gonna start talking about his Bibles and shit and how you shouldn't be doing divination and shit. Please don't.
We be going.
We're all different, man.
I know. I'm just fucking with Trinity. That's why he's here listening. He and I we go fucking a while back, and me and him always go into these arguments. He likes his Bible, and I don't really like his Bible, and
I haven't really heard him talk a lot lately.
All right, it was a couple days me and him went into it. But he's a good guy. Don't worry, he's a really good guy.
Yeah, really great guy. Been
Yeah,
around forever.
Yeah. But
I went through. I was going through the list last night. We were in politics last night. I was going through the list, asking everyone when they joined the original server.
And
yeah, it was good, man. It was not the original server, the one that's existing now.
Oh, the one we're in right now.
Yeah.
Oh, I joined as soon as it was
most
made.
people went back to 2020.
Is it 2020? How do I find out when I went into the server?
I don't know how many accounts have you had though.
Only this. Oh, members since October 18th, 2016. Oh, but that's the actual thing, right?
That's Discord.
Yeah, that's Discord 2016.
Yeah, well, there should be two. The first when you join Discord, and then the next one's when you join this server.
There's no way it's November. Oh, I got banned many times. That's why. Okay, so when they ban you, it resets the date.
Yeah, I've got a new account as well.
Yeah, so mine is 2023. I got banned. I swear to God, I got banned. That's why it's 2023.
Mine was my original one was 2020, I think, or 2019. Yeah, it was during COVID. It was.
Yeah, I got banned when fucking they let QE in this motherfucker. As soon as they let QE in this motherfucker, bro, I went off on that shit, and that cocksucker got mod roll. That's what I'm saying. Me, I never liked that guy ever in my life, bro. He was a piece of garbage the whole time. You know what I mean? He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about half the time. Hmm.
I got an invite to his show. Apparently he's doing some section on me, and I was like, mate, I've been away for 5 months, and you wanna like do a section on me about refraction and stuff. I was like, you're an idiot, man. Whatever, mate. Do whatever you want. He did one about DJ. Yeah.
He's a
He did
shill.
DJ, then he did Jedi and AI, and he's doing another one, Jedi, and even what's the guy that his Padawan? Who was that?
Yoda. Well, he's done Yoda, and he's done what do you call him? Nathan Oakley, and the rest.
Yeah,
of
Nathan Oakley. Yep.
Yeah. He seems to think he's some sort of school master or something at some, now. Is he going about in a square hat and a black cloak with a cane in his hand or some shit?
Yeah, I'm not sure, man, but like whatever, mate. Like, so we're not. If he disagrees with something, we're not allowed to talk about it, right?
That's right. He's a piece of shit.
The whole point of this server is to discuss things, right?
Yeah.
Oh no, it has to be his way, and that's what I was fucking so upset when they gave him mod role here. I'm like, yo guys, well, you guys are fucking ruining the server right there on the spot. You guys gave this cocksucker mod. What the fuck? And that's what ruined the server because of him, literally.
He only got mod because he kept getting banned. What?
Well, he should have kept getting. Well, I should have got mod too because I keep for some fucking getting banned all the time, but nobody gives me fucking mod. I was like gold plus up in this bitch. I was able to mute and shit, and then once they got that cocksucker in there, I'm like, yo, I got banned. Get the fuck out of here. Geo banned me too. Geo fucking love banned me too because I was calling him out on his bullshit because he doesn't know fucking astrology, but he claims to, right? But I still go on Geo server, still shit talk on his server.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, there's certain people like have come up the tree or through the years with too much smoke getting blown up their arse when they should get their collar pulled, mate. And there's nothing wrong with a grown man getting told, "Hey, you're fucking out of line, mate. Calm the hell down." And by the way, you're wrong about that.
you and him have never seen eye to eye, have you, old dude?
Look, bro, the only way I can explain it to everyone out on YouTube, and if you're listening, John, I still love you, John, but I fucking hate QE. He's killed you. Wake up. He's eating you alive, John. And that's the way I see it. I fucking hate QE.
He's got some great information. If you just, use it for
the
good instead of.
Guy doesn't know what an oscilloscope is. Fuck that guy. No, the thing is, he's talking about waves and all this shit, and how light's not a fucking a wave. Fuck that shit. Like, yo, bro, have you ever seen what a fucking oscilloscope is? Stupid fuck. Anyways, I can get it so deep into it. Like, just measure the measurements of light. When you're measuring the light, you're measuring frequencies on the y-axis and decibel fucking on the x. No, yeah, on the y is the decibel and the x is the fucking hertz. You're literally frequency of fucking light, different spectrum. And it's all called frequencies of fucking light. So what is a it's wave, stupid. And then he's like, light's not a fucking wave. Goes fucking off. It's crazy.
Well, light through refraction, the real point of refraction is distortion of its path. It's a distortion of a straight path, up, down, turbulent, forwards, backwards, in differing mediums, at distance, enhanced by temperature, reflection, blah, blah, reduction in angle, all of that. But if he's not willing to counter that at depth, then, like, you know what I mean? There's a time to shut up, and there's a time to step off, and there's a time to listen, mate. You know what I mean?
That's the problem because, like, if we want to talk about, let's call it refraction. I know he's not going to like that, but if we want to talk about that, then it goes in our favour.
Yeah.
If you just shut it down, then it doesn't go in our favour. If you talk about it, it goes in our favour. So you measure the surface to be flat, and then refraction causes anomalies, right?
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily increase what we can see. It certainly doesn't elevate what we're seeing from up and around the curve and from obscured beyond the geometrics of the globe to flat and level.
No, it works
It
opposite.
do that. It
So
can't do it.
it goes from a flat surface and makes it look like there's something going over the horizon because the light's bending.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's the way I see it.
It's
Yeah.
an optical effect that creates what you perceive as the curve of Earth in the wrong places.
Exactly. And never in the position where they think it is.
Well, I don't know. Somebody's bound to have caught the geometric horizon at the correct point, but that's one black swan amongst millions, bro. Millions.
Yep.
You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
that's the black swan catching it at its predicted point.
Yeah.
That's the black swan.
Yeah, that's what they need. They need the black swan now.
But
Everyone,
I'm glad we can talk about it now. You know.
that's the whole point of this place, mate. Why shouldn't we? Why need we get so angered and tempered at other people's like lack of knowledge or other people's gaps in knowledge,
Yeah.
things that they aren't aware of, or things that they've trusted to science and they just believe in it and they think it's what they've been told. Why should we get annoyed and shut the fucking thing down and start screaming at people and being asshats?
Exactly.
I think we're God.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Listen, no, but that's the thing. I think he's controlled opposition. He's like a plan from God knows where to fuck shit up. That's exactly what he's all about. And the thing is, half the shit, it's like he goes into definitions. He's so fuck your definitions straight the fuck up. Like he literally wants to fucking create like, what do you call it? The meanings of words. This means that. This means that. Like he's anal about it. Like, bro, fuck you. One word can mean many things. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Fucking asshole.
That's why I said if we're going to talk about refraction, let's call it potato. I don't give a fuck what we call it. And then I said,
Right.
I said there's something happening, and he mentioned that in the message that I got from Flatsy. I said, well, there's something happening. There is something happening. So
Yeah. There's a
that's it.
distortion of light and the passive light from
Yeah,
straight.
call it whatever you want. It's a different name than refraction, you know, like.
Yep. And like when you
But
create
we can
increase
still
the
talk
effect
about
in the angle and the object being perceived at that angle, you get miraging effects. It's scalar. Almost like buoyancy and density, but a light variant of it.
Friends.
All right, we've got a few more people in the chat now. We've got
Well, I mean,
Doves and Toby Dog have rocked up.
yeah, the regulars. Everybody's a flat earther in here.
Yeah,
Hello,
of
Doves.
course.
Doves is a magical astrology reader, friends. If you guys want your astrology read, she's really good at it. I learned some stuff from Doves.
Yeah, she's perched on a branch in a tree rooted in Mother Earth. That's what she is.
Doves can tell if you're cool or not. She's got this inability to hang around shady and nefarious types for overly long.
Yeah, so Doves, remember I told you about my soulmate? I mean, this girl's still my soulmate, I guarantee you. Like, because I just came from her house and we just had the best time. Anyways, crazy Doves. Her Jupiter is in Pisces. My Venus is in Aquarius. She's a moon Aquarius, and I'm a fucking sun Pisces. I swear to God, it works. It's insane. We're both cats. You're the cat, so it's even crazier. Hey, thank you, Doves, if you're listening. She taught me that shit.
Quiet.
She taught me that. She taught me. No, well, she just jumped in. Obviously, she's listening.
Lads, what do you make of all this prediction stuff online when people say that they can draw your ideal partner and it actually turns out to be someone that you already know or is very near you or you've seen regularly?
I've never done
It's
that.
to do with your birth date and all
I never done that. So I don't know. To be honest with you, there's some people that are crazy diviners, right? They've just born with gifts of this, right? And they were not tainted by the fucking the fake world and stuff. So they've enhanced their gifts through whatever means, right? And they're able to do shit. I know it's possible, right? I used to be like a fucking denier of all this shit when I was younger. But the more and more I find out about this world, the more and more magical it gets. So the more and more I know that there's people there. Like, sure, people make mistakes, right? And there's a lot of times where people actually like fucking get shit really accurate, you know?
Yeah, the esoteric needn't be tangible, but some of it is actually real. Look at the Cold War and the research that military did into mind speak and all of that stuff. You know what I mean? Like telekinesis and ESP and reading minds at distance and thought, like thought perception and stuff.
Yeah,
There is a real to it.
yeah,
And it's a lot to do with your sign, the time of the cosmology above you, where you are in relation to that. It's if you know how to read the language, it says a hell of a lot.
yes. It's like divination is real, man. I don't know what else to say, bros. Because, like I said, I've been doing this astrology shit for a long time now, right? And the more and more I learn it, the better and better I get at it. The better I get at reading people and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's muscle memory. It's exercising parts of the brain, like because you're multilingual as well. You can you write with both hands?
I can play basketball with my both hands. Yeah. Well, I mean, with my left, it's not as strong as my right, but I can do things with my right. I mean, my left. I can write. I can do all this shit. You know, I play games too, right? So I'm a mouse and keyboard guy. So yeah,
Yeah.
I can play. I can play piano, music type shit. You know, I got my music instrument behind me. So yeah, like I can play guitar and shit if I have to. Like not the best, but like if I learn how to play really good, I can play guitar really good. I guarantee you that. So yeah, like I'm a very talented individual when it comes to all this shit. I know that. It's just I need to put a little bit of effort into it. Just a little bit, not even too much. It's just a little bit.
Muscle memory is parts of the brain that you're activating, and because of that, it enables things. And again, muscle memory stuff like flipping your guitar over and playing it in reverse, and having to think the notes upside down and the strings upside down as you're looking for them without looking at the fretboard. All of that stuff. You're activating parts of the mind to work in balance with what if you're normally right or left-handed. Is it Nathan? Who is it? Nathan Thompson that can write both directions, frontwards and backwards. There's somebody out there
That's
that's
crazy.
self-taught to do all of this stuff.
Well, yeah, no. In order to do right with the left, like fuck, what do I have to do? Is like if I write an A, B, C, D, it's a little bit off, but I can still do it, right? And I'm writing fucking. But the problem is when you're writing from left to right, you're smearing the paper. I mean the ink off. Yeah, so you're smearing it.
Yeah, left-handers were
It's not
cursed.
so that's why you were taught to write with your right because we go from left to right, right?
Yep.
So whenever
Yep.
somebody gave me a pen originally, it wasn't like, oh, here, do it with your left. No, do it with your right because you're not smearing the ink.
Yeah, left-handers.
That's one of the. But the thing is, you can always make your left do anything you want it to do with enough practice.
Yeah,
That's for sure.
I'm starting to learn that one again. I'm dare I say it, I'm trying to learn new dance steps, bro.
Oh, see, that's good.
Getting the left to coordinate with the right where it's supposed to be.
Yes.
It's been a while, eh?
Well, here's the thing. So I bought this boxing bag, right? And my stance is sick. Like I've been training since I was a young kid, but I was like self-taught. Like I only sometimes watch I watch fighting all the time, right? Like UFC, boxing matches, whatever. And I don't watch it just to watch it for like, oh, go kick that guy's ass. No, actually I analyze the techniques all these guys use all the time, right? And I would like sometimes pick shit up on YouTube, left, right, like stances. And the thing is I can do south and left paw. Like when I bought this bag right now, yeah, I'm fucking switching left and right, no problem. But then again, I played basketball all my life, right? So I can dribble with both my hands. I can shoot with both my hands, right? But that was all self-taught, right? I can shoot with my left too. My left isn't as accurate as my right, but I can still shoot. I can like lay it up with my left, all that shit.
Yeah. Can you?
So that's what I'm saying.
Can you shoot kick with your left leg the same as you can with your right?
What kind of kick?
Like shoot kick, like bring your knee up and then kick to approximately shoulder height. Or
Yeah, yesterday I was trying to. Yeah. It was like are you talking about like push kick, right? Like a push kick?
Yeah, push kick. Well, I kind of know it as a shoot kick.
Well, yeah. I can do it with my left and my right. Yeah. No problem. I just did it to the bag right now. No problem.
I think that's where I need a bag again in my life. It would bring back that side of it where I'm trying to match my body in balance with dance. I'd be better off around a bag again where I'm actually using my body weight's velocity and something against something physical. Aye. I might just have a look online, see what's on deal.
Well, that's the thing. I got this wicked punching bag last night. I just need to buy wraps now, my hand wraps, because yesterday I was punching, and then I fucking ripped my hand apart. Started bleeding again. Like, fuck, I need wraps. I hit it, and it's like, I didn't hit it hard. I just grazed it, And when I grazed it, it just ripped the skin off my knuckle. But it's okay. Boom! Smash that bitch.
Calluses, bro. You ken the story.
Oh, no.
Scars, scar tissue, repetitively like impacted tissue. It does thicken over time. Like the hard hands method in karate or judo. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I started bleeding. After I started bleeding, I was just palming it, just using my palms to fucking punch it. Boom, 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 boom. And it's like it's. You hear that?
Mm-hmm.
That's left, right, left, switching it up. Combination, baby. And nobody teaches me this shit. I just do it myself.
Well, it's nature's cardio. It's like I'm looking at like stuff like ape strength and all that, and how we move around. We're actually missing out on a lot of physio from resistance training if you mimic nature more. One's bear stuff, one's ape stuff.
Old dude, do you have Instagram, old dude?
I'm on something, Gram. I don't know if it's Insta or not. Oh,
I'm
it's Telegram. I'm on Telegram, dude.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna post a video. I don't know if you've seen this video, but yeah, I'm gonna post a video in the side chat. This is like this summer I was training. I like to share this one because this is pretty much. I'm 6'5". Remember that I'm 6'5", right? So it's very hard for 6'5"ers to do this shit because the arm length is a little bit longer than most people's. But here, live stream voice text. I'm gonna post something.
Are your arms longer than your knees? How far do your arms go down your thighs when you're standing naturally at rest, blood?
No, they're not past my knees, bro. They're like.
I'm joking, man.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. No, but it's like a foot before my knee. Maybe. I don't fucking know. No, actually, my tip of my finger is about 7 inches before my knee.
7 inches. 5, 7.
I got long arms, bro. I'm 6'5", remember that. But yeah, look at the video. It's in the side chat. Voice text. Live stream. Is it popping up? Is it able to play?
Yeah, dude, I've got it. Oh, what's this? Somebody wants me to click no, follow, no, I don't want to follow, I don't want something, I want to see it. Yep, that's the one, mate. Do you ever hold, do you do the low holds, the resistance stuff when you're at full depth?
What do you mean resistance stuff?
Well, like, see when you're at the bottom of your press up?
Yeah.
Right? Do you ever just stop there?
Yeah. I try. I sometimes not just stop. I slowly put myself down and try to resist the fall. You know.
Yep.
I'm trying to
That's
do. I'm trying to do full muscle ups with no swing because I can't
yes.
swing.
Right. Yeah.
Because
Yep.
I'm like that bar is short, right? And I can't fully extend, so I can't even swing anyway. So I always have to bend my knees,
Yep.
right? So what I'm trying, like, I can do it off the hippity hop. I can do a bunch of those, right? Like if I just do a little hop, and then I can easily go up, right? But
Do you do
I'm
hang
doing,
time, lad?
huh?
Do you do hang time or weighted hang time? You know,
Well,
like just
just
hanging your
way there.
body, just hanging your body weight on the bar.
Well, I find it useless because I'll just do pull ups as much as I can.
Huh?
And I'll do all kinds of different pull-ups, you know, and that gives enough. And I don't really, I usually just grip on the tip of my fingers too, you know, just try and just grip just the tips of my fingers.
Are you a climber? Can you climb?
Not
Do you
really,
climb?
no. I just know that if you grip with just the tip of your fingers,
No.
it's that extra, that what do you call it, the energy that you're pushing into the fingers, right?
Yeah.
It develops the strength for everything else.
Yeah. It's doing it with loose hands or tight squeezing hands. It's that you can volumize the muscle as well with that. Yeah. Bro, is there a climbing wall or anything like a sports activity centre with a climbing wall on it? You should go, Vlad.
No.
Seriously. I'll put
No, I
something in
know,
chat.
I know. I could do crazy shit. That's what I'm saying, dude. I can do crazy shit. I'm 40 years old, though. Remember that.
Yeah, I know, but it's not too late, mate. I'm 56 and I'm fucking chasing it still.
Well, it's good. I want to be like this until I'm fucking dead. I want to keep going until I'm dead. You know what I mean? But it's an everyday thing, and it hurts so much. You understand? It just the recovery is every fucking day. Like my arms are always in pain. But I make pizzas too, like all day, right? So like when I just came from job, then I went to go see the girls. So having fun with the girls, also like crazy amounts of exercise. I just do a lot of exercise, bro, on a daily. Even just walking 8 kilometers to work, just one way is a lot. Like 8 kilometer walk and then 8 kilometer back from work in the winter time. Ooh wee, that's some fun. I'm pretty hardened, man. Pretty fucking hardened. Took me a while to get here though.
What does that take you? Like 2 hours to walk to work?
No, 8 kilometers is an hour. I walk
An
fast.
hour? 8Ks in an
Yeah.
hour? Fuck.
Yes, sir. I'm fast.
Because you got
The
those
girl lives.
big long legs, yeah.
Well, yeah. The girl I see sometimes. Well, majority of the time now. Uh, she lives 12 kilometers, and I do like an hour 15. It's crazy. No, but no, once they keep the pace going, I'm fucking going, bro. Like I got this speed walk on me that's insane. And I've been walking for like years, ever since I lost my license and I lost my car. Well, I had to sell my car, right? So yeah. So then I started walking, and that was like 10 years ago. So it's 10 years of pure walking, bro. Imagine that.
So I do like
I s-
5Ks with the dogs, and it takes me it takes me over an hour and a half.
but you're stopping and shit, picking up
With the
shit.
dogs, nah, just keep going. Picking up. Yeah.
I mean, 5
Yeah, I got
kilometers it takes
short
you.
legs, man.
Oh, no way. That's why. Yeah, every step you take, I take. Yeah, every step I take, you take two, or yeah, you take two for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I'm 5'11", so
Oh yeah. And it depends on your stride. My stride is I have a huge stride.
yeah, I
Like
got short
I
strides.
see my
Yeah.
and yeah, and then you don't understand. I see people that are jogging and I'm just walking. I'm faster than these cocksuckers. I'm looking at these guys jog. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is this guy running? Oh, sometimes it's just
Like I
funny.
look at today, right? So I at work today. So I worked. It's Saturday, but I worked. I did 15,000 steps at work today.
15,000. Yeah,
8
that's about
kilometers.
8K. Yeah, that's
There
about
you go.
8K. Yeah.
Yeah. And I haven't walked the dogs today. So normally I do that at work, and then I go and walk the dogs.
What do you do at work walking?
Just steps. It's just walking around the building site.
Oh, so he's just continuously walking around without like stopping and sitting down or some shit? Or like you
Oh,
move from
no,
one place
it's
to another, or
just,
what do you do?
yeah, one place to another, climbing a ladder, all that stuff.
Yeah, because you're a builder, right?
Yeah, I'm a builder and a plumber.
Right.
Yeah, so just constantly moving from 5 in the morning till 9 o'clock at night. I'm just constantly moving.
Yeah, that's the thing
And then
about my thing. Like
sleep like a
I would
log, mate.
I would like tomorrow probably I'm gonna walk to work 8 kilometers, fucking grind out that shift for 5 hours, 5.5 hours, and then walk another 8 back home. So usually it's a 16-hour walking back and forth. And then the pizza master time, when the rush comes, I make like 100 pizzas within 5 hours.
You're constantly moving, yeah.
Oh,
At a fast
nonstop. Yeah,
pace as well.
oh
Yeah.
fuck. That's what I'm saying. My forearms right now are burning because today was a pretty heavy pizza day. I was fucking going at it. Yeah. And on top of that, actually this whole week was a heavy pizza day. I work in two restaurants. The one that's closer to my house, buddy, it's a wood burning oven too, so I gotta be really fast. And then I'm working alone on Thursdays and Tuesdays, and on Wednesday I'm pretty
So
much working
400,
alone. And what?
400 degrees, yeah?
Probably more. I make it really hot. I make it like fucking the Satan's ass hot. Let's just say so fucking hot, bro. You don't even know. No, because I make the pies real nice. I'll send you some pictures in the side chat. I think you've seen them. Have you seen them?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Okay,
Mate,
so
I
then
love
all the
good quality pizza. I could eat good quality pizza every night.
well, yeah, I have a big, nice, good quality pizza pie right now in my fridge I brought from work. Here, hey, old dude, just so you know, here I'll send you another video. I know you posted something, but here's what I actually do at work. Here, copy this link.
Hey, look, Larry changed his name back to Hank.
Oh, what up? No, it's
Only in
in
here.
this server. Yeah, it's only in this server.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's only in here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, when it comes to OGs, there's one in here now. Good evening, sir.
Hello, how you doing, old dude?
Oh, very well. How are you?
Good. Yeah, I'm just a regular dude, that it's like I went to on the fence prison for a little while, so I'm like a year and a half behind the real OGs.
Oh yeah,
we
you
got
were on the
someone
fence
else.
for a while, Hank. Yeah, I forgot.
There's been a few of us hid
Someone
behind
else who
that
entered the chat. We got
on the
Warlock.
fence.
Sorry, old dude.
Warlock's a Glober, friends. Let's
Really?
attack his ass.
Warlock, are you
Yeah, he
there?
looks.
Warlock.
Warlock,
Hey,
you're
dude.
a wizard.
How long's your beard?
Hey, old dude, I posted another video for you just so you can see some shit.
Oh, nice one, mate.
Right after the one you posted.
Shows how strong rock climber
Oh yeah.
really are, as this man is gripping.
Fuck, I can't watch it because I don't have Instagram.
Unfortunately, old dude, this guy that's doing this on Rock, like he's a 5'4" guy, so like obviously shorter guys can do this shit easier. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, dude, you've got to have obviously you would have to have a higher door frame, but like the strength training that comes from the grip stuff and the hanging. You know, just the resistance. You know, it's one hand half pull up and just sitting there at half a pull up, bro, for until the muscles actually start to shake and you just can't. That it's like exponential on your.
No, I do
My
the resistance stuff. Don't worry, I do.
my grip always goes before my arms, so my fingers always give out because you do like an over grip and you
Yep.
leave your thumb over as well, and I do a loose grip, and my fingers always give out around maybe just over a minute for a hang.
Yep.
Which is I think is pretty good. So one of the guys at work's telling me I need to do 2 minutes. He's a boxer. And I said, mate, I can't do fucking 2 minutes.
So wait. You tell me if I do 2 minutes hanging right now, dead weight, I'm over qualified.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, let's do this. I'm gonna do this right now. I have a bar right now.
You're already
gonna-
well up the ladder, bro. Well up the ladder. Well on your way.
Friends,
Yeah.
I'm gonna put a timer on right now, and I'm gonna hang myself right now, and I'm gonna tell you how long it lasts.
The next
You
step
don't
up
hang
is
yourself. Just hang.
just hang by one hand.
No, I know.
The thing about it is, it's like really easy in the beginning, and then it gets like exponentially harder towards the end.
Very quickly.
I know.
Yeah,
Okay, I started.
You get to 25 seconds and you start closing your eyes, going, "Fuck, how long have I got?"
Right.
That's got to be 3 minutes. That's got to be 5 minutes.
15 seconds
Only
in, friends.
real-time dilation you're gonna
The
experience.
next step up is hold a weight with your free hand, Vlad, so that you're holding it
Hold on.
straight down as well. But that'll come eventually, mate. Just start off.
Friends, I'm about 30 seconds in already.
Yeah. Remember your breathing.
Good for your spine as well.
Remember your breathing.
I'm breathing, don't worry.
That's how I fixed my shoulder. I had a real bad shoulder problem, and I fixed it by hanging. That was it.
Hanging and hyper.
45 seconds in, friends. My hands are getting a little tired, but I can still go.
Well, that's the thing.
How do you find a bar high enough to hang? That would have to be like 7 foot in the air.
It's in my no. Well, I mean, I'm bending my knees, but I made a bar in my house, so I'm at 1 minute and 5-6 seconds. My hands are slightly slipping.
Yep.
My forearms are getting a little burnt.
Yep. You feel it in your shoulder?
No, my shoulders are fine. It's my forearms and my fingertips.
Tighten your shoulder just a little bit. Elevate yourself very slightly on your shoulder.
I just did a pull up. I just did a pull up just for fun.
Yeah, like
hold on.
Like the start.
Okay, now
the start of
my
a pull-up.
skin.
Like pull your scapula back.
Yeah.
You guys said 2 minutes, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm at 145 right now.
Yeah, dude, you've got it. Like the physicality I saw you in the bar, you've more than got this.
6.
I want to see some evidence of this shit, Vlad.
8, 9, 10. 3 more seconds, baby. 3 more seconds. Woo!
No, it's infinite more seconds as long as you can hold it.
No, the problem is my fingers are slipping and the skin is burning on my tip of my fingers. So I could do 2 minutes.
Don't damage yourself by any means.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I got it. You guys said 2 minutes. Boxer said 2 minutes. I did 2 minutes, baby. Let's do it.
Yes.
Well,
but I've been pulling up. Well, I mean, old dude saw me do the bars already, so I've been doing this for like a long time. So I'm surprised if I don't do 2 fucking minutes.
So you've already got the grip strength anyway. Yep. So yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that's good for the forearms. Holy shit.
Yep.
Isn't that just bad? Yeah, now you're seeing it, eh? It's
at the gym, like
yeah.
If you can do more than 6 proper pull-ups, at least more than a minute. So.
Well, no, I do. Yeah, I do more. I do 10 easy. I do full up, full down, past my chest. Like I hit the chest. The bar hits my chest whenever I pull up.
Yeah, and you go all the way down. You let your shoulders stretch out.
Yeah, and then I go. I fully loosen. Yeah, I go full loose down, And then full up with my chest hitting the bar, and then full down. Yeah, do the full ones. Yeah, when people see me do pull-ups, they're like, "Holy shit!"
I only got
But
8.
Timberly's.
I only get 8.
Oh shit!
Yeah, but I'm thick. Like I'm
How much do you weigh?
like in kilos,
Pounds,
93.
kilos. Oh yeah, you're like close to 200 pounds. I'm like 170 right now, 170 pounds. So like, how much is that?
Fuck,
170.
that's thin, man. For that height.
Oh yeah. What is? I'm all about speed, my friend. Is it? 175 pounds to kilos. Yeah. So I am. Yeah, 79.4 kilos. No, actually,
Like a
that's
slender,
wrong.
like Slender Man.
Well, I used to be 220. I just you lose a lot
I'm
of weight. So 77
I'm
kilos. And you said you were how many kilos? 95?
93. Yeah.
93? Yeah, you're like 205 pounds. Yeah, you're a stocky guy. Don't ask Hank how much he is.
He's
350.
tall. You're tall as well, though, Hank,
350.
aren't you?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't
he's
know. I don't
6'3".
know. I don't know what an actual weight is, so it could be a little less. I doubt it's a little
You're
more.
you're 158 kilos. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Hey,
found it.
Oldu, did you see my pizza spinning stuff though? Did you see the other Instagram post I just posted?
Yeah, did you fly? You should play dance music and stream that online, and people would sub you to do it.
Oh yeah, I know. I could do stuff, but it's not even for that. I just do it for fun. I do
Why
everything for
not, mate?
fun.
That's life. That's what life's about. And somebody's paying you to have fun, work with good food, meet good people, know that you're feeding people, you're out healthy, doing stuff for the community. You're part of life, mate. You're doing what you're meant to be doing, man.
I feed a lot of people. You're right. I fucking feed a lot of people, man. In one day, I can feed a whole fucking army.
Yep. Them loaves and fishes, little fishes go a long way, yeah. Few olives, he goes even further.
Crazy, I'm gonna try and make 3 minutes next time. 2 minutes is not enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a couple of things in chat for you. That's the Magnus mid tip whatever. The Magnus one was the one I was watching the other night. That boy's fucking absolutely crazy, and it's just from resistance training with weight and mainly climbing your skill.
Right, no, but every time you post something like these guys, there's like shorter dudes when they do like these one-handed pull-ups. They're like shorter dudes. The leverage, there's not as like you know what I mean. There's less.
Yeah, that's
You
why
know what I
you've
mean?
got a bigger hill to climb, dude.
Yeah, no, it's this type of stuff is very hard to do for like.
Yeah, but again,
I've
if
seen
you
this shit
get
before.
if you get up to that sort of level in climbing for your frame, your ability
Yeah, I know.
because of your height, your reach, your ability to leap from point to point. If you could, that's like climbing underneath boulders and stuff, and leaping onto inverse campers and stuff, mate.
Yeah, but the problem, I'm not ready to fucking die, you know, so that's why I ain't no rock climber, bro. Fuck that shit.
That's what I mean about an outdoor facility. You go there, they've got a couple of rock walls. Some of them are moving. You wear a harness. Somebody's your gravity aid in case you come off the wall, just to hold your rope, your safety. And it's one of the coolest things that I've ever done. Like, I've climbed an awful lot of trees and a few rock faces in my time, but when I got the experience of a rock climbing centre, bro, especially a wall that moves down as you climb up it, you're only a few feet from the ground and it's rotating down at all times. But man, what a hoot. An absolute hoot. Because you know you're only a few feet from the ground, so you can go for big leaps. And like, you know, something that would kill you on the north face of the Eiger, you can actually try it out for real, bro, and it's safe. All that stuff. And it's, well, fitness, it's natural. It's the top end of natural. You end up looking like Tarzan, bro. You kind of already
Yeah.
do, mate. You know what I mean? You're already like, I would say 7 to 8 tenths there.
No, yeah, I mean, like I look pretty. I mean, my form. I mean, I'm 6'5", so I mean, I still look big. Like you understand, I'm a huge motherfucker. Like yeah, 170, but I look heavier than 170 because it's all the muscles are built properly. Like kids have been training, right? Because if you see a person that doesn't train and he's 170 versus a person that's 170, the 170 that trains looks bigger because the muscles are bulging out. You know.
Yeah, yeah, and I can tell that you've been a swimmer as well because your shoulders are broad where they're supposed to be.
You know, to be honest, I did swim when I was younger, but I stopped swimming. I wasn't really like a full-time swimmer, but I can swim. Yeah, it's mostly
Can you,
basketball.
I swam a lot growing up.
Basketball.
I was always on the water.
Yeah, throwing balls, throwing basketballs a lot helps. Dribbling, you know, just a lot of it. Because
Yeah, the high
when
air
you
passes. It's the same motion as swimming, bro. Yeah.
yeah, and throwing punches too. Like I said, I used to throw punches at a fucking. It wasn't even a bag. It was something that was hanging in the basement, and I fucking just kept throwing it, right? So now I got this punching bag right now, but it's like I never left punching because I can punch. Like you understand, I can fucking punch. So I need to get the fucking cloth to wrap my hand because I already broke my hand. I didn't like scrape it. I scraped it. You know, I punched so fast, right? And the bag is moving, right? And the reason why I buy this bag is because it's a moving bag. It's not like one of those. So I'm practicing my accuracy, so it keeps moving on me. I punch it, it moves. I punch it, it moves. It's moving all kinds of sporadic. And as it's moving, I'm trying to fucking hit it, right? So I almost hit it. I missed it, but I fucking swung hard enough where it scraped my whole fucking bottom of my fist, and it started bleeding. You know what I mean? So wish I could show you guys. There's no camera here.
Dude, I know where you're coming from. I've sideswiped a few things in my time, and you pay a price, man.
Yeah.
Whether it's a rough cast wall or a rusty fence post or something that feels like a human body or a bag, you swipe it wrong, mate, it'll burn you. There is a plus if you've got hair in the backs of your hands as well, it doesn't really help with the sides of your hand. It can kind of intensify a bit of a skin burn. Look after it, it'll heal stronger, man. Chicks dig scars
Yeah,
are like
yeah. Well, yeah, it's not really. It's an open gash too. It's not really a burn. It's literally gashed my skin off, like fucking chunks of it. I want to fucking rip some of it off because it was just loose skin. It was dead loose skin.
oh yeah. Yeah, there's like living callus and there's dead callus, and sometimes it takes a bit of abuse to show what's what.
Yeah, so that's why I started punching with just my palms, just to make the combos going back and forth. Boom, 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 boom. You know.
Yeah.
And I like this bag. It's sick because it's like wobbly as fuck. It's on a spring, so once you hit it, it's not like upside down. It's you stick it to the ground. But the problem is the suction cup is so shit on it. I literally tied it down with a whole bunch of fucking zip ties. Dude, it's such a crazy rig right now. To my I have like a sit-up bench, you know, like where I hook up my legs and I just do fucking sit-ups. And yeah, so I tied it to that so it doesn't fall off. And yes, I was just smacking the shit out of it. And that's why I hurt myself. Now I need to get those wraps so I can keep punching it. Because bro, I love punching. It's sick.
It's worth the money, mate. I've got a lot of things from online recently, and it's well worth the money. I got a really good pair of combat boots, and it's letting me do an awful lot more cardio and like when I go walking in the forest and stuff, it's actually letting me treat it like a proper workout when I'm able to jog sure-footedly properly now. And little things make a difference. Like I learned pretty quick that you had to wear gloves to weightlift until you get into it properly, and you can then use them as and when you like. But yeah, the same with punching stuff, impact stuff. You have to build up the skin to get used to it, otherwise you will just keep getting that sort of dead skin and damage thing. But yeah, it's par for the course, mate.
Yeah, the palms of my hands, because I've been doing pull-ups. Calluses are built up like a motherfucker. Right under my fingers, right where the palm starts. So yeah, I have a lot of callus there.
Do you know what how the fuck do I explain this? Do you know what a cinder block is, Vlad?
Yeah, I know what a cinder block is.
Right, okay. Like the really rough ones that we use for the foundation levels to actually set the footings on the ground in concrete, yeah? You know those
Yeah.
ones? The heavy ones?
Yeah, the one with
Yeah.
like 2 holes in them.
No. The flat square ones that we use over here, it's just like a flat square brick of really rough concrete.
Okay.
Yeah. If you can get yourself one of those and half it and play with it like like a dog plays with a chew toy, that'll increase your hand strength massively. Absolutely massively, mate. And the skin strength and the finger strength. Yeah.
What about just opening like 100 pizza pies in 5 hours? Wouldn't that help?
Yeah, that'll give you deep tendon strength as well as repetitive strength. Yeah, muscle memory stuff too.
I fucking do that. Like I've been doing that for years. That's what I'm saying. My hands are insanely like strong, especially when it's grip, because it's dough. Imagine rolling dough of balls, and rolling hundreds of them, right? And dough is not like it's not soft. It's like dough, especially when it's just been rolled off the machine. Yeah, it's fucking. But I can roll like tons of them. Like I've done how many? Like 30 kilos of dough by myself in like 45 minutes.
So in a
I
real
mean,
fight, like in a street fight, not like MMA, the number
yeah.
one most important thing is wrist control. If you can
Mhm.
control your opponent's wrist, like you've taken away like most of their tools.
Yep. And your
That's true.
your level of fulcrum on that wrist is
That's
massively
true.
important.
I like those fights where I just grabbed both the guy's arms, right? You couldn't do shit. I'm like, what are you gonna do now, bitch? It's so weak. The guy, you know what I mean? Like ragdolling his arms, bro. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, Hank. Grab him by the fucking wrist. He couldn't do shit. I was smiling at him. He punched me first too. That cocksucker.
He probably hurt his hand, bro.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, I didn't feel anything. I just after the punch, I'm smiling at him. I grab him by both his fucking hands, and it's like, and I start pressing him against the fucking wall, laughing at him. What an idiot!
It's never a wise move just to smack somebody. You don't know what's going to happen, and when technically, he just played his hand by trying that with you completely.
Well, right, yeah. I mean, I've never actually, nobody ever knocked me out ever. I've been in so many fights. I've been hitting my head so many fucking times with crazy shit. Never. I don't go down that easy, man. But I've almost fucking eliminated people. And by eliminating, I mean literally like off them accidentally. Just grabbing them by the fucking head and like just locking them in. I was drunk. I don't know what I was kind of doing. I just fucking had him by a headlock and I just fucking pressed my forearm into his fucking Adam's apple, and then with my shoulder weight down on his fucking head, and then his arms went limp. I didn't realize it, and my buddy had to stop me. So, and then there was the other guy fucking. Anyways, I'm not really gonna talk about those, but yeah. Lots of fights, bro. Lots of fights when I was growing up.
Right, where's the send link there? Copy link.
But
Discord.
sometimes when I was sometimes even thought about just going into fighting, like just for like underground fighting, just for fun, when I had no money, just for whatever. If I get beat up, I get beat up. Who cares? At least I get paid.
I've put something in chat for you. Strange that you should mention fighting. I've put something in chat for you. Have you ever seen that dude, Vlad?
No.
Wait till you see what he's turned his hands into. How he trains. Yeah, there's a reason that males are designed to almost damage yourself, and gain from it. And it's like the deeper you look, it's actually more and more freaky, dude. It's kind of weird. There's levels above and beyond of ability that's attainable through just simple, repetitive training and hardening yourself to things, styles of training and whatnot. And it needn't be high. Well, it's not necessarily the highest of impact either. That's a weird thing.
Well, I would want to see him in a ring doing this shit. That's what I'm saying. I mean, yeah, there's like, you know what I mean? Like, I've seen plenty of this type of shit. The thing is, like, if you put him in a ring in a real fight, I don't know if half the shit he does will work. Because you gotta anticipate whenever you're fighting a guy, right? Right, and if you're trying to like bust out these fucking techniques, right? You gotta know that this person will move in a different way because there's always resistance. So if you're trying to manipulate his arm some which way and he feels that his arm is going into a trap, he'll try to avoid that trap, right? By repositioning his body or which way or some way, right? This guy, he's like doing this on like standing still opponents and he's trying to explain to you how it works. But yeah, that's why in like in UFC, like when they try to lock, a lot of the times the locks are slipping out, right? Or they're trying to slip out of a fucking lock. But when they do get like locked out, a lot of people tap out by just like twisting somebody's leg or somebody's arm or some shit, right? They do tap out, but it takes a while before the guy gets him into a lock. You get what I'm saying? Because the other guy's not just gonna let him fucking lock him up, He's gonna fucking resist it. So yeah, there's many ways to lock up somebody's body. It's just most people will try and resist your lockouts. Just like the guy that guy that I was just mentioned when the guy's hands went limp. What happened was it was pretty much like me and my few of my buddies were standing. We just came out the bar just for a cigarette smoke, and we're all smoking, whatever. And some random jackass walks up to the group and starts fucking like yeah, like trying to fuck around, right? I tell him, yo, get the fuck out of here, right? And then he's like, oh yeah, I'll be right back. He goes and starts getting his friends from another bar. And then one of the bigger loudmouths fucking starts talking shit. I palm his fucking face with my fucking hand and get the fuck out of here. And then he gets really rowdy. And then one of his buddies comes from the back and tries to cheap shot me. Right? And as soon as he cheap shots me, he hits me like and tries to hit me in my face or whatever, but like doesn't do anything. His buddy, as soon as one guy hits me, this other one gets the bravery to fucking go up against me, starts swinging. I dodge his fucking swings, right? And then he came too close to me, right? Yeah, he came too close to me and I grabbed him by the fucking head. Well, I wrapped my fucking hand around his head and then I had him in a guillotine. Right, and I had him so fucking good too. Like he just pretty much dove at me, swinging, missed his swings, and I grabbed him by the fucking head, right there and down the spot. And I have crazy core strength, but I always did sit ups all my life, right? And he was trying to punch me. I had him in the fucking headlock, and he was trying to punch my fucking guts, right? But I had a wall against my back too, which was even better. So I had my wall, his head in my fucking thing. And the thing is, I told him, I was laughing because he was trying to punch my fucking stomach, thinking he was going to do anything. I'm like, ha ha ha, this is where you're gonna die. And then I started pressing his fucking head down against my, oh man. And that's when he went limp. Buddy, that was crazy. But yeah, He went and attacked me, and then he slipped up, and I had him like that. That was the crazy part. That's what I'm saying. Like, does like grabbing and getting in people's locks is a little bit more different, especially in a real fight.
Yeah. The thing is, I mean, more often than not, if you give someone the time, they'll come at you, or somebody will try and come at you. You know what I mean? If it's actually going to go down, someone will move, or they all will. And yeah, for me, it's like, well, there's the opportunity. You're already in motion. Your own body weight's going to flip you. I'll have you using. I'll be using you as a shield against all your buddies, warning them that I'm going to rip your throat out in full view of them all, and they're going to get sprayed with the blood, not me. So, like, if
What's
people want to step into it, that's fine, mate. You know what I mean? And once you get fulcrum and once you get leverage, people pass out, and you know it's easy to actually. If somebody ain't trained, then you know the neck muscles ain't developed, and you can actually just blank someone out with a bit of pressure quite easily on an armbar around the neck, man. It's not a problem.
yeah, yeah.
I mean,
And this guy was a stocky guy. That's why
so
he thought he was good. He was stocky. He was like a good 200 something pounder. He thought he's good against me. You know what I mean? Because I've always looked skinny all my life, right? You know, that's why the stocky ones, they like to fight the skinny ones. I'm like, yeah, sure, go ahead, come, I'll fucking show you. Shit. Use their body weight against them is true. This is fucking, yeah. Their swing is slower. They're slower in general, you know. They're just a big target usually. Shit. That's why I like being 6'5" and fucking skinny. It's like, yeah,
yeah,
it's
but
pretty
yeah,
cool.
if you like that, is that 6'5" in your stocking soles? And on with no like in socks?
No, it's barefoot, yeah, 6'5"
Yeah.
barefoot. If I put on shoes, I'm 6'6", 6'7" even.
Yeah. So
Last,
if you put on boots or something with a heel, you'll be closer to
yeah.
7 foot tall, bro. Especially if you stand on your toes, you'll be easily what appears to be 7 foot tall. You can like massively increase your presence just by leaning up on your toes a little bit with a quarter inch or an inch sole. And yeah, it's like it's not always about the contact, lad. It's not always about hurting people. Sometimes it's about the presence. But hey ho, some people ain't there for that. They're there to try.
Well, no, well that's the thing. Nowadays, no. Nowadays, I'm way too old for this shit, right? Plus, I live in a major city. Everybody has a knife or a gun, so you avoid all this completely now because I've seen many times where you just shit talking gets to fucking shooting and fucking knife stabbing. So it's like
Yeah,
now it's
yeah.
just whatever. I try to avoid everything as possible because last time I did get into an altercation, it was on a train in the fucking in downtown Toronto. It's fucking the guy as I was fucking him up, he said I should have stabbed you. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't know. His knife fell out of his pockets or whatever, but he had a knife on him. And as I was fucking him up, he said, "Oh, I should have stabbed you." I'm like, "Oh yeah, well, too fucking late for that, buddy."
well, if you hadn't, maybe he meant he should have. He thought about going for the knife first, but then thought, no, that's not really fair. So maybe there's a bit of countenance for
Well,
that.
no, because no, he literally like fucking he punched me first, thinking he was gonna get away with it. That's the thing. That's the guy I grabbed by the fucking hands and he was just fucking manhandling his ass like he's a bitch. You know what I mean? But that's the thing. He
Hey,
thought he was gonna handle me.
old dude, should we
And,
mute that YouTube bot?
We're
oh no,
not
no, don't worry.
really, we're
It's
not
not that
actually
bad.
we're not really promoting violence. If anything, mate, I would say it's more a case of we're
Self
not going
defense.
to self defense in actual real world scenarios where people who want to be fucking asshats. I mean, like if you feel that we're doing anything that's adverse to the, you know what I mean, by all means speak up, mate. If we're going too far, let us know. That's what I mean.
No, I was just asking you, man, but that's all right.
No, I'm
All good.
literally there was a self defense thing. That guy came up to me and started fucking around. I'm like, yo, not the guy. And I just finished work. I just sat on the fucking train. I just finished work. Buddy, I'm not the one.
No, I would rather diffuse any scenario and let wind it down before it comes to physical contact. But and that's why my defence has always been of approach. It's like, you know, I'll remove their ability to create any harm and let them choose where they want to go from there.
Well, yeah. And nowadays, everybody has a fucking gun in Canada. Well, all the criminals have guns, you know, so, or knives or whatever. It's just horrible now. It's like you can't do anything now, and it's, you know what I mean?
No. It's also a level of health and fitness. I mean, you should be physically able to live in or take care of any situation in life. You know, I mean, if you shouldn't be going around scared of people who seem to be ominous or threatening. You shouldn't. It's different if you're a little old lady and there's a bunch of guys being asshats, or you're a girl and there's a bunch of guys being weird. You know, or something like that. You know, that's another level. But again, if you're able, you should be trained to handle yourself, at least defend yourself. But you should be fit enough to be able to defend yourself. Was a big part of it for me. A lot of people aren't.
Yeah.
Right, that's it. The snow's officially 2 days late. What the hell's going on? All this digital NASA flimming snow prediction weather forecast nonsense. Starting to think it's a lie.
He said you can look at your opponent and you can tell if he's got, you know, scars on his eyebrows, he's a boxer. If he's got the cauliflower ear, he's a ground fighter. If he's got the shoulders that go forward, he's very fast with his hands. If he's got all of these things, you make him your friend.
So,
Hey,
yes,
better.
you do. Yes, you do. Yeah.
Well, I ain't got no cauliflower ears, that's for sure. I would not want that. But
What
see,
do
the
you
thing is,
call
the
it?
cauliflower ear is not really like it's not really too much of a. It is a tell, but not really. Some people don't get those. You know, they've been fighting all their life and they don't get that shit because they don't get caught in that shit.
It comes and goes. I used to have really, really bad cauliflower ears when I was playing rugby in high school. But I was in the scrum, and so I was fighting in a body for, you know, like every part of my body was a weapon. Not weapon, I shouldn't say that. Sorry if I hurt anyone out there. But yeah, like it's physical contact like that, constantly grinding against the parts of the body. Yeah, it'll give you that. Yeah, it went away though. It went away. Mind you, I stopped playing rugby when I was in my, around about when I left high school. I wasn't playing much after that. Not full contact anyway. Everybody was too shy. By that point, it was like, no, 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 not playing full contact rugby with you, Pete. No, 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 no. We'll play touch. I was like, all right, okay.
Yeah, rugby's a rough sport, bro. Fuck that shit. That's not a sport for me either. I mean, I play some NFL, be a quarterback, you know, but nothing more than that.
It's
I ain't
good
ready for that shit.
exercise. It's a lot of hit training, like put into a game. You know what I mean? It's like you go from zero to full fucking on again and again and again. And then you sort of try and reset your cardio in between, like, so you're not just like exhausting your heart or your like the engine that's driving you. It's kind of cool. It's like 90 minutes of hit training, and combined with free running, basically. slamming into people and getting thrown about the place. Oh, look, there's the ground. Tapped. Or, that kind of thing. It's a legal punch up. You're not allowed to actually physically punch or physically kick anyone or physically headbutt anyone. You're not supposed to be there to actually cause harm, but the game itself. Well, you know what American football is like and the size of the boys that play it over there.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm a quarterback. That's it. If somebody passes through, I kneel.
That's why you've got neck supports, neck braces, and helmets. Because some the impact, some of that, some of these people going through you would actually snap your neck. It's
But
real
yeah,
stuff.
people die. Do you know what the lifespan of an NFL player is right now?
No idea, bro.
It's like 56 or some shit like that.
Oh, I heard it was really bad with dementia and early onset mind or brain issues because of the impact. And
Yeah,
it
it's
was a
fucked up.
key factor in the change about contact sports and stuff like that. Especially the helmets have only really been proper helmets the last, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 years. They've been properly addressed. Now they're actually
I
helmets.
know Hank probably knows. Hank, what's the lifespan of an NFL player? Huh?
What'd you say?
Lifespan of a NFL average lifespan of an NFL player, a professional NFL player.
I'd say it's short. Athletes don't live very long, but I can look it up. I'd say 50 to 60 is probably their tops as far as
Yeah.
average. NFL player.
I was like 56, some shit like that.
Oops. Spelled.
Professor.
9.6 years.
59, so under 60, right? Crazy.
Yeah.
And that's the average.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
average according to a 2019 study.
What's
For basketball players at 66.7.
does it give the
Jesus
oldest?
Christ.
What?
What's the high end of the range? And which position? I'll bet the high end of the range didn't play in the scrimmages or the heavy contact end of the game. I'll bet they were the runners and the kickers, the ones that lived to great good old age.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's sort of the same with rugby as well. It's like there's a bunch of us out there that are involved in it, and the other ones are prancing about trying to get up the field quicker than everybody else and pass it backwards. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I'd be a quarterback in NFL. I wouldn't do anything else. Fuck that.
I was a tight end while I was in high school football and middle school. I was a tight end, defensive end, kickoff return, and deep snapper.
On an American football lineout, is there like two big dudes either side of the centre man?
Right, those are called guards.
That's what I was. I was centre forward left in the scrimmages.
And then there's tackles, two tackles, and then there's two tight ends who block and sometimes catch the ball.
Got you.
Sometimes. So it goes from like the center, he's like the big, massive dude, fat boy.
Yeah.
And then they progressively get smaller and lankier as they go out from the center. And then there's the fullback, running back, quarterback. And on the other side, it's very similar. The way that the guys are set up, the big guys are in the center, and then there's two. I forget what they called. The two guys that like rush in or catch the ball or intercept the ball on the defense side. Forget what they're called. Let me look it up.
Yeah, your defense side, I think, was our wing side. The dudes who intercept it in the air or after a kick. All those other grunts had to hold back, waiting for a chance at running at somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the linebackers. Yeah,
yeah.
those are the interesting position. I always wanted that position, but I wasn't fast enough, so they put me on defensive end. So my job as a defensive end, obviously, is don't rough the guy up, but try to get the ball knocked out of their hands before it touches them. And also the running back or fullback, if they get the ball, you got to watch their hips and watch their shoulders and see which way they're going to run, and don't let them get outside of me. So it's all about containment. Contain them on the inside.
Ah, yeah. Shutting people, shutting them down, holding them in,
Right.
while
Right.
somebody
Don't.
else is getting in as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I loved playing football. That shit was so much fun. I was so aggressive when I was young. You wouldn't believe it. I was so angry. You'd have no idea that how I was when I was younger. I was
Dude,
so fucking aggressive.
dude, you've no idea how close you are to me.
I'm pretty chill now, but back in the day, especially in high school, I was angry. Just no other word
Aye,
describe
yeah,
me. I was just angry.
yeah. I was amenable until you got in my fucking way, or I was told that you were a problem, or something that didn't, or that something that needed addressed. And then I was only too happy to direct the rage at something. Not proud of hurting people, but yeah, went after it, man.
Yeah, but I didn't ever do any of this dishonest stuff that they did. So after a few downs, the little fucking tight end on the other side, or the defensive end, whichever team, defense or offense, they would start trying to tackle me in the knees, bro. They would hit their helmets on my fucking knees. And then when I made them think that, I was scared, like, because last time he hit me in the knee, it's like I would hurdle them and go destroy their quarterback. Because in the 90s, we could hit their quarterback as hard as we wanted to.
Yeah, if they want to step under you, you can step over them, man.
Yeah. So they didn't want to hit me in the helmet again like last time, so they would try to hit me in the knees, and I would hurdle them. And I would knock the football out of the air when the quarterback would throw it, and I would get like inches from his face. Dude, that shit was that shit felt so good. Like, you better be glad you threw that ball.
Yeah. The mental side of it, the physical gameplay, and the interaction with the rest of not so much the rest of your team, because they're sort of like, they're just sort of on side. They're where they're supposed to be. They're anticipating you to do what you're meant to do. But it's more the mental chess that goes on between you and the opposing team or your opposing member. It's
Exactly, bro.
hilarious, mate.
So our coaches, they were different. What they did during off season is they said, we're going to go into the office for the rest of the period. We're not going to come back out. We're working on plays. And they had all the mats laying down. So we got to pretty much do whatever we wanted to. What did we do? We wrestled. So I taught people how to take people down, like hip tossing and different types of ways to tackle people. I also taught them how to defend themselves and how to choke people out.
Yeah.
So I taught them the rear naked choke.
Yeah.
Because that's what my dad taught me. That's how he taught me to fight.
Well, it's a move. If somebody's body weight or body mass is lower than yours, it's a natural position for them to come into that hold. It's yeah. It's a funny thing. And it's a funny thing as well when you see the conversation between two or three of the opposing team. By the way, you just know full well it's like don't let that get near you. He hurts. And then you see it in the next playoff, they're kind of just a little bit cagey or just a little bit brave because they want to go.
So when we first started playing, we didn't have proper chin guards because it was just a strap over your chin.
Yeah.
And one day I split one of my own teammates' chin open. And after that, we all got the chin guards. Because we had the mouthpiece, right? But we didn't have anything but leather over our chin.
Yep.
So we got the chin pads after I split his chin open. I remember that dude, Charlie. I felt so bad. I was like, Charlie, bro, I'm so sorry, bro. I did not mean to split your chin. I was just doing my thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, we didn't try to hurt each other. We only tried to hurt the other team. Like we were trying to hurt them to get their second string players in.
Mm-hmm.
But we didn't hit knees. They were the ones hitting our knees.
Yeah, there's a level of contact that's just dirty, you know, and it's a foul of a play, and it is there's an element of it allowed in the game, but not, you know, not when it studs up with intent to damage, or, you know, intentionally putting their full body mass on a weaker prone part of yours. Again, it's vice versa. You know, there's you don't need to go in with the same amount of damage intent and actually cause more damage. You know, it needn't ever be a studs up scenario where you're yeah,
Right. We
actually
never tried to hit our quarterback.
yeah,
We would kind of hug them and fall down.
yeah.
Like we
Yeah.
didn't hit them. But when it come to the other team's quarterback, like I don't know about everybody else, but I was trying to take that dude out of the game. I was trying to put him on the ground.
Well, it's American football's a little bit more like chess than rugby is, and it's more key to the part, like the longer kind of version of the game.
I'll give
And
you
I
that.
kind of like
That's true.
I like how American football has downs and stoppages and timeouts, and, you know, it's played over how long's a game of American football played over, with normal amount of crazy stoppages and everything.
Well, it's in quarters and halves. I
Yeah.
think they're 5 minutes. So,
But
you know, we're
for
talking about like a 20-minute game that could stretch out to like 45 minutes, or so you know what I mean?
yeah,
So
yeah.
5-minute quarters.
Yep, yep. See, like over here, we're sort of like 40-minute halves, and it's like it kind of works in soccer, but yeah, it's rugby. There's like, and when the ball goes out of play, when it's more of a hand contact game, it slows play to sections and, you know, certain plays when it goes out of touch, and, you know, scrimmages and downs and, you know, field goals and kicks and all of that. Like, yeah, it's more broken, so it's easier to handle the. It's more of, I think of it as like just repetitive hit training whilst trying to do parkour. Um, but yeah, against a physical enemy that's trying to do that to you.
But obviously your game is a little different because you guys don't have pads like we do. So when it comes down to us hitting each other, because we are wearing pads, we feel like more courageous to hit each other with our heads as hard as we can, which probably isn't a good thing. But the rules have changed over the years. Like you get all kinds of penalties now for being rough like we were in the 90s. But I think rugby, it's still the same, right? You guys are like cutthroat, like really, really rough, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, there are now head guards, chin guards. People wear um, uh, like stick-on things on, or like, you know, over their cheeks or their whatever. Like a lot of rugby players don't want cauliflower ears, the ones that are in the scrimmages a lot. So, you know, they'll wear a head guard. Depending where they are in the scrimmage, it can be even worse. So they'll have an even more padded head guard, kind of like the original leather football helmet, but with gaps in it. Same sort of thing. So yeah, the damage that's been incurred from head collisions through boxing and contact sports like American football, rugby, and that, it's been recognised, and there is only a certain amount of head contact before you get brain injury. Or, you know, it's observable, like swelling in the frontal lobes, or all of these things, and it's linked to what is it, Alzheimer's and an early onset of
CTE is what they call it.
that's the one, so that's the one. That's the one. And thankfully,
Dementia.
a lot of sportsmen came forward, yeah, and actually sort of spoke up because they had Parkinson's, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But they were so ashamed because they were such great sportsmen. But finally, like, a lot of them have come forward and they said, no, it's because we don't have protection. And like,
So,
you know,
go ahead, I'm
it's,
sorry.
I think it's only in the past 10 to 15 years that the American football helmet's progressed to what it is now, really. Even at collegiate level. Yeah, that was something we always noticed over here playing rugby. There's a famous story of the Scottish rugby team going over to America and getting asked did they want to play like a game of football, and they were up for it. So they were on tour, I think, and they got fitted for pads and helmets and everything like that. And they went out, shown the plays, had a game, did quite well. Obviously, I don't think they won, but gave it their all and did okay. And the American team were offered to play a game of rugby,
Got
and
destroyed.
when asked if they could wear their pads, they were like, yeah, can we wear our pads and our helmets and stuff? And the Scottish boys are like, no danger, mate. I'm not going to run straight full on to some dude that's padded with a steel helmet on. You know what I mean? No freaking way. No pads. Like we'll show you how the game is. We'll be gentle. But yeah, we'll have a full on game of rugby. And the American boys were like, guys, we can't do this. Our careers are worth too much. The damage levels we would do against you and us. It's not worth it. Like they couldn't hurt us because of the insurance levels around our team. You know what I mean? They're registered as sportsmen over there, and technically you're a weapon in these levels.
So I have an
so-
idea what rugby is like because I played continuous pass football one time, and
Yeah.
I'm jumping up, one knee in the air, and I'm trying to get the ball while the other guy jumped up, one knee in the air, and he kneed me right in my groin and tore my quadricep. Like it turned all kinds of different colors, like it was purple, yellow, like blue, green, like it
Yep.
was a real torn quadricep. It ripped my muscle, right? Because his knee bone hit either my artery or my muscle, but it tore it like a piece of paper, right?
Yeah, it
So
sounds like a massive hematoma as well as an actual tear or something. Yeah.
so I kind of have an idea of what rugby's like, and it's like totally different than American football. It's not really fair to compare them because you guys get hit with elbows and knees like way more than football and basketball. It's more like Muay Thai boxing, except for you're running at each other.
That's a good analogy. Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a great deal of respect for that. But I wanted to talk about the initial conversation, the lifespan of these people. So Cain Velasquez, one of the greatest heavyweights at the time, the only Mexican heavyweight in the history of the UFC, he trained so hard that he shortened his career span. But when you saw him fight, you knew that that's how hard he trained, is how hard he fought. And otherwise, like people like Randy Couture was fighting well into his 40s. Cain Velasquez couldn't do that because he was training so freaking hard. And I think it's not only that it shortens your career span, I think it shortens your lifespan. So if you're doing, all these workouts and stuff, I think the salt intake is really important. Because what's the first thing that they give you when you get in the ambulance? They give
Saline.
you like a shitload of salt, right?
Yeah, saline, man. Yeah.
Right.
Plasma drip. Well, plasma drip. It's just saline. Yeah, it's fluids.
Yeah. And minerals, fluids and minerals. So I think that the salt intake is really important, and we're definitely in the dark on that kind of stuff, because if someone has a heart attack or a stroke, they give them 2 bags of saline and they push it.
Yep.
So meanwhile, the doctors will tell you, oh, make sure you watch your salt intake.
Yeah, but there's natural salt and natural minerals like Celtic sea salt, and then there's processed salts that are in all processed foods, and the amount that people throw on their quick or their ready meals or their fast foods. It's just people don't realise their sodium levels are through the roof in general with a basic, simple, not an everyday diet. But yeah, there's good salt and bad salt. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, I use the gray Celtic sea salt. It's kind of moist, like it stays wet no matter what you do with it.
Yeah. I've got a couple of tubs, and I've also got pink Himalayan.
Yeah, I don't use that anymore. Heard some things about that stuff.
Yeah, I've been looking into some weird stories about it as well. Yeah. Again, organic seems to be the key. Yeah, try and trace source or who the company is that's providing it. Well, a lot of these minerals or supplements, it seems to be the key, because a lot of them are like grown and or processed in places that processes other GMO stuff or whatever. So it's always worth the research.
But yeah, I kind of realized what football was doing to me when I tore my quadricep, and I accidentally kicked someone's helmet. It was my own teammate, so he wasn't trying to chop my knees. He was kind of in the middle of getting tackled while I was in the middle of running past, and his head fell into the trajectory of my shin bone. And I had a knot on my shin for like 10 years. And my wrist got caught in between two helmets, didn't break it, but at that point I was like, man, I'm really getting fucked up here, and like, what am I gaining out of this? So after I tore my quadricep, I just stayed in the gym all the time. Did nothing but bench press, incline, decline, push-ups, but I couldn't even extend my leg after the quadricep thing. It took me like a year's worth of hacky sack to get back to where I kind of walked somewhat normal, and I still don't walk normal. And after playing hacky sack, I'm not left leg dominant. Like if you push me, my right leg still goes forward, but I have way more dexterity with my left leg, and I'm way better at hacky sack with my left leg. But that was part of my rehab, the hacky sack. And then I got into music, and I was in a garage band for like 2.5 years. So I think music really kind of mellowed me out, changed me.
It's got a lot to do with music and beat and dance and stepping and using your own body weight and finding your balance as you regain strength after damage. It takes it, but that's the thing. There is sports can incur increasing levels of damage to the point where there's a tackle and the boy doesn't get up again, ever. And it's so simple. It's like it gets to a point where it's like, okay, I'm at this level of fitness. Do I want to carry on doing stuff like this, or do I want to do something else now? And I kind of went to motorbikes and off-road trials riding, where it's a lot about body position and balance, strength, slow maneuvers, like thinking ahead, moving your body weight, making the bike step around the place, all that sort of stuff. I wish I'd went into free running, but never got there. But now and again, I'll have a little go depending where I am. If there's a few tree branches that I can swing off of and rocks that I can vault over in my journey, yeah, that gets done. But yeah, your own body weight can actually keep you really, really quite fit and able if you use it and you stretch.
So I found out not too long ago that intermittent, I think it's called hypoxia, where you're starving yourself from oxygen. It causes like growth hormone and all kinds of stuff like that. And that's how I trained when I went swimming. I wouldn't swim on top of the water like everybody else. I would swim under the water, and I could swim the width, not the length, the width of a Olympic-sized pool there and back without diving in, only pushing off the side of the walls.
Yep. I think you might be right about the hypoxia thing. Wim Hof does it, like he increases it with cold, and is it the peril divers in Fiji or somewhere, the natural divers that can go down to past where
Right.
Yeah, they're another one that do it as well. It's like strengthening the blood to hold the CO2 and release it slower, technically, and be less affected by, because doesn't it increase bloody hell, what's it called?
Hemoglobin?
Yeah, your overall hemoglobin count, but doesn't it increase the effects of bloody hell? What's the thing that builds up in the muscle under exercise?
Oh, the sugar, the kind of the trash that makes you sore.
No, like you know, like if you're doing press ups and eventually your muscles start to get really tight and more tight, and what's that
Muscle
stuff?
bound?
No, there's a name for it.
Lactate, your muscle the lactic
Lactate,
acid.
yeah.
Yeah, lactic acid. Thank you. Yes. Like you're pushing your lactic acid tolerance as well, I think.
So you're saying smoking's good when you exercise, eh? I've been doing that a lot, friends, until I quit smoking.
So when I played football, I mentioned that I played every play. Defense, offense, kickoff return, and deep snapper. That's every single play. And my coaches would not pull me out and put in a second stream until the fourth quarter. I'd start fading a little bit, and then he'd pull me out and put in a fresh guy.
Yep. I do believe I really do think like sports like that. It's a game of not just who's in play, but who's got the ability to do the play for how long at which part of the game, and then they should be respected and subbed out when their energy's not entirely broken or fully spent. That should be respected because there's a guy on the bench like at that same level for that same position, and he should get a crack at it too. And that's what I like about the chess side of American football. They really do bring guys in from the bench, and European football's getting a little bit more like that. Where there's a second team sitting there and they actually get played throughout the game. It's kind of cool. But it keeps the pace up, it keeps the energy levels up, it keeps the drive up in the game. But yeah, it says a lot when the coach said when the coach blew his whistle when he knew you were getting tired, mate. That says a lot.
Yeah, it was so much fun. I mean, I didn't realize how much fun it was at the time, but looking back on it, as long as I didn't show up to the game in crutches, it was a good time.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a couple of times I wondered if I would be able to actually stand or walk for a while. There was once that, well, it was an ankle injury. And I've always been prone for going out, like when your ankle flips over. But
Yeah.
it was just like there was the weight of me and three other guys on this ankle when it flipped, and it was just
Oh, jeez.
sore for a long. I went for it, and they said that I'd fractured the bone on the outside of the ankle. Like the fracture was about quarter an inch deep, and it was vertical. But it was just there was something happened to the tendon in there, and it took me a long fucking time, mate, to get because as I say, I was
Oh.
always bad for going over my ankles when I was little, and then when it would happen progressively every now and again by mistake after the injury in rugby, and it used to cause me to leap about 3 feet into the air and I was screaming
Yeah,
pain.
it's bad.
Yeah,
So
bro.
I sprained it first in kindergarten, and I continuously sprain my ankles because I'm walking through people's yards at night, and I can't see what I'm stepping into. And the last time I did it, I stepped into a hole, but only like
Damn.
my big toe and the other toe like hit the side of the hole. So it turned, and then I fell in the hole on that ankle.
Holy shit.
And I'm like looking around, like, did anybody see that? And I crawl back to my car and I sit there for a while. And I couldn't walk for like 3 or 4 days. I couldn't put an ounce of weight on that toe, on anything.
That's the one.
And I've done it so many times, it sucks.
Yeah, it doesn't adjust there. Doesn't adjust, man. You need a head torch.
Something, dude. 'Cause, I mean, it looks like the same grass as everywhere else because when the mower goes over the grass, it's all the same length. But there's a hole under there.
Yeah. I get you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've done ABCs and rebuilt my ankles after spraining them so many times, and It just happens over and over again. Last time was bad though. Last time sucked.
Yeah.
And I've sprained it and walked on it for a week, and then couldn't walk. I don't know how that works. But I walked on it for a whole week with it sprained, and I was just, moving kind of slow. And then one day I just woke up and couldn't walk. But that was years
Yeah,
ago. That
yeah,
was
it
years and
does.
years ago.
It just seems to swell up and lock. Yeah. No, I do. I try and stretch every day, and I try and stretch beyond my ability every day. If I'm lucky and I remember it, it's twice a day, morning and night. And especially if I'm doing certain things like going out for a bit of a run through the countryside or a jog or a walk or whatever. Yeah, I'll stretch out beforehand. It makes all the difference, man. The times that of late that I've just jumped up to go and do something without actually being limber enough to jump up and do it anymore, it comes at a price, mate. It can be fucking sore when you move too fast and you've just been sitting for too long and you're not actually limber.
Well, we like to go to the hills and go on nature walks and stuff like that. We don't do it as much as I would like, but if it was up to me, I would go swimming every weekend
Yeah. Yeah,
or
that's
something.
it's one thing that I really should get back into it. But yeah, it's
Swimming is where it's at.
I'm more liable to mess around in a local Scottish loch or a big lake or something like
Yeah.
that, or a small lake as you would know it. Or even a river that's got pools in it. That's where you'll normally find me come the good weather is up
The
a hill
backwater.
somewhere. Yeah, something that's got elevational drop and it's got all nice pools and
Yeah.
little rock slides.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where you'll find me, mate.
Well, there's stuff like that here. I just don't know where they are yet. I just moved here. Almost been here a year. I've been to the mountains. I've been to the foothills. I've been to the plains. Pretty interesting over here. Lots of fucking cool rocks and fossils everywhere.
Nice.
And I'm a rock nerd, so especially
Mhm.
after running into Stellium 7 in here
Oh
and
yeah.
like going to his YouTube channel and actually
Yeah.
finding what he's talking about. Like, wait, no. There's the seam. There's the shape. There's the ventricles. What the fuck?
Yeah. And like, okay, can it be pareidolia at that level?
It can. It can.
But
But it's the
it,
amount of anomalies
yeah, and
that are reoccurring.
it repeats.
Yeah.
It's
So,
so weird, dude.
and I'm right here in, the mountains, so there's lots of rocks. Some of them look like fucking hearts.
Many of them look like hearts and valves, and yeah,
Yep.
some look like
Especially that
arcs.
seam. The seam is what gives it away. If it was just the seam, okay, pareidolia. But here's the seam, and on the top left, here's the holes where the ventricles were. It's like, okay. And it's got that shape, that same shape.
Yeah.
And sometimes the heart freezes or petrifies or whatever when it's laying flat on its back, and you could tell. And then sometimes it's on its side, and you can tell. But it's still that same shape. And it's like a
Yes.
cut of meat,
Yep. Yep.
but it's
Well,
petrified.
the whole thing's a valve, so it's designed to pump one way. So
Right.
it's it kind of primes it and forces itself, and the muscle size is different, and that's why it's a heart, and the way that the muscle groupings are laid out. And I think you can, like some of the rocks, I've actually seen what looks like it's not cartilage between the layers of muscle, the connective tissue that's between the layers of muscle.
Yeah.
It's more that, and it almost comes out like like the white. God, I forget the name of the rock. More like a strain of marble that seems to run through it. But when
Yeah.
you look at it, it's actually in between the what would be layers of muscle or areas of muscle. It's bizarre.
Are you a
Uh,
Highlander? Are you in the Highlands?
I'm at the foot of the Highlands at the moment. Yeah,
Gotcha.
I'm just I'm in Perthshire, but I'm in rural Perthshire, which is north of Edinburgh, not quite as far north as, well, I think I'm actually slightly, is Dundee slightly higher than me? I would say I'm about halfway up, certainly maybe 2/3 of the way up Scotland.
It's crazy the geologists say that that mountain range in Scotland is the same mountain range in America.
Yep.
Crazy.
Yep. Pangea claim, you can see in some of the old stuff on Pangea that I've seen. It's the same strata, the same granite or whinstone. We call it. We've got a lot of whinstone, but yeah, granite. And then there's part of it that's slate, and yeah, you've got that as well in certain areas. It is.
So it's not the same mountain range in Colorado, but it's the Appalachian mountain range.
Uh-huh.
So when your kind came over here, they found right at home in
Yes.
Appalachia.
The topography and the scenery and the landscape's just like a bigger version than here did.
Yeah.
And you over there, before they cleared the Highlands, they cleared the trees from the Highlands. And the Scots pine is technically gone now.
Yeah.
The Industrial Revolution took the Scots pine because of its high resin, high resin rate count, whatever, and turned it into firelighters for everyone in the industrial age. So you bought these little bundles of sticks as firelighters for your steam engine, your locomotion engine, your factory, your house fire. These are the things that lit the fires in trains and all of that. These little bundles of sticks, but it was Scots pine, and they actually harvested Scotland for a lot of the Scots pine for boats, and then for firelighters. They cleared the Highlands before they cleared the Highlands, and then once they did that, they just filled it full of birds and stuff. And it's hunting, shooting, fishing country now.
That's the thing about coming over here. There's so much wood still left here.
Yep.
Crazy. But the Native American, they weren't just peaceful Buddhists. They burnt a shitload of it down before the European ever came over.
Well, they also farmed a lot of the woods. They did long season burns and short season burns, and they burned a lot of the grounds around the woods, so the bigger trees would stay around longer and survive the big weathers, the big snows, because it's a bigger country, and you do get bigger weather fronts and stuff, and more radical, like you've got higher elevations. I'm not sure if the majority of America is at sea level, so yeah, the thermal properties, yeah, but then with the elevational change and the rapid elevational change, yeah, you can see how the indigenous peoples actually farmed the whole of the lands, bro. If you look on a lot of drone footage and high altitude stuff, you see evidence of ancient farming, and also not so ancient stuff that looks like farm tracks where it was quartered and divided, maybe in the 16 or the 1800s or 1700s. You can actually see it all, but it's actually all replanted again. It's bizarre, bro. Absolutely bizarre.
Yeah, it's really amazing. The Native Americans were such a mixed bunch. There was like people that were like proper, who like were really in tune with nature. And then there were some of them who were like, I'm just going to come to your territory and burn down your land. Like the Apache, like they were being defensive, like mostly in the beginning. And then after a while, they were like, you know what? Fuck you. Come get some.
Yeah, yes, at the point, they were being defensive. They were actually trying to defend their lands, their burial grounds, their ancient rights and stuff. But they were approachable and friendly as well. The first encounters weren't all that bad. But, people were trading before there was flea infested or whatever infested blankets handed across.
Right.
Trappers and traders for long and long. You know, came into these lands and knew these tribes, knew these families, and knew these peoples. But yeah, there's a point where they turned around and, well, they said, you know, well, do you really want it? Fine, you can have it. And other
Well, it was when
tribes,
they were being double
other tribes,
crossed, you know. They would
the
have a treaty and, you know, the
yeah,
Europeans would break it.
yeah,
And after a while, it was like, you pushed us off, and now you can't push us off any further. And the Navajo is like the only tribe that you have to be like 100% Navajo to be like accepted in the tribe. Whereas
okay,
Cherokee, like on the east side of the United States, they considered if you got 1% Cherokee, you're Cherokee. But the
okay.
Navajo on the west side, they're like, no, fuck that. We don't want any half breeds.
See, that's I kind of respect that. That, you know, people say that, oh, that's racist, that's racism, you know, that's whatever. It's not. It's actually genetic protection of
Preservation.
preservation. Yeah, yeah, of
So
your
they're like
bloodline.
preservationists, like preserving, like, you know, rhinos, but it's not animals. They're preserving their, you know, genetics, their inheritance.
Yeah,
Yeah, I work with a
that,
Navajo guy.
that's the thing. If you go back to them, they knew that it was peoples of the earth. That, you know, the tribes of the earth, all across the face of earth. You know, yes, man can move around and, you know, have fun here and there, but there's certain lines that you should try and go, you know, the other way before you just mix everything and throw it all away.
Yeah.
You know, and now they've
Well, if
weaponized.
anybody can be racist, it would be the Navajo, right? Because they're like the last, you know, intact tribe.
Aye,
And I
yeah,
wouldn't call it racist. I would just say they're ethnocentric. And why wouldn't they be?
that's the one. Yeah, that's the one I was trying to think of using. Yeah, ethnocentric. Yeah,
Yeah, I don't blame them.
yeah, indigenously proud, bro. Nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
They're not actually causing harm to other people by any way, shape, or form. They're not belittling anyone else by any way, shape, or form. They're just saying, look, here's
Right.
our ideals. You know. And yes, they do have members of the community that say, sorry, mum and dad. You know, sorry, elders, sorry, sisters. I love this man, or I love this woman, and you know, I'm leaving, and you know, that stuff still goes on, but they just encourage it to not go on. It's nothing necessarily completely taboo, you know. If that's the way it
Hey,
happens, well, that's the way it happens.
sorry, old dude. Hey, can
Yeah,
you
man,
drag
carry
the
on.
bot? Can you drag the bot over to politics?
No, dude, I don't have that ability. It's only Helio or Flat Wide that can do it.
Okay.
But if you ping Helio, or who does it? Is it Helio or Flat Wide's?
I think that one is Flat Lloyd's one.
He's usually around awake somewhere, bro. To be honest, I'm kind of surprised that he didn't just realise that we're all just blathering a load of nonsense and move it. You
I'll have a
We're
look
catching
around.
up. We're catching up.
know. Yeah.
All right.
So I'm a civic nationalist, which means that I don't really care what color my neighbor is, because this is not an ethno state. But for you guys over there, like, I wouldn't want to see Japan like replaced by like Africans. So over there, I think they should preserve their culture, and the only way to do that, realistically, is to preserve their genetic um, pool, I guess, so
Yeah.
to speak.
Yeah.
So when I make this argument over here, it's stupid. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, what? We're going to be all Irish over here? Yeah, right. It's not going to work. But over there, like, I wouldn't want to see Irish people like wiped off the map. You know what I mean? That would suck. That would be stupid to replace them with a bunch of, you know, XYZ Hindus, Muslims, Japanese. Like, I do actually believe in ethno states over there because that's what they are. You guys are ethno states.
Yes. Yeah. Very much so. And there's parts of Britain that are ethno state enclave, if you like. It's like, you know, we're so accommodating in Britain and in Europe that, you know, we'll welcome any man, colour, creed, race, religion. And especially if you're looking for sanctuary or help, or if you're in genuine despair, the door's open, man. But it's been, well, you know what's happening basically with the body movement. But yeah, it's one of these things. I mean, we've had folk from the Caribbean, folk from Nigeria and Africa coming over here for as long as we've traded with African princes and nobility for as long as. It's like a whole load of things that like we sort of share in our own ways. But I do agree that it should be protected in a sense as best as it can, or cherished. But over here, we used to have a culture where anyone moving here from anywhere else, or any other culture, adapted to our cultures, our ways, our standards, ideals, goals, civilization, how we
They
go about.
assimilated.
Yeah, assimilated to living in Britain as British. Okay, it doesn't matter. You're Indian Britain, you're Caribbean Britain. Didn't matter.
Right.
You know what I mean? And yeah, over time you can apply for full British citizenship, sort of the same as America, and that's fine.
But now you guys are losing neighborhoods and getting kicked out of neighborhoods.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, and that's the problem.
That's
That is
weird.
the entire.
Yeah, they have full blown Somalian communities in America that fucking take all the fucking taxpayer money and fucking launder it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yep.
It's just happening everywhere except fucking Poland and Russia.
Yeah, Poland, they're not playing any games.
They ain't fucking playing games. They're like, get the fuck out. Nobody coming in
Russia
here.
is
I
too.
want Polish only. That's right. Get the fuck out. No darkies.
Yeah, but
That's
you'll notice.
actually what they're doing.
I know.
You'll
We're
notice
looking at every other country. They're like, your country's getting destroyed. No, thank you for us.
Poland over the last decade have come over here steadily but surely because they were part of the European Union. And a few of the other countries just sort of border Poland, if you like, that part of Europe. They've had free access to come over here. So they've come over and they've done the jobs that the Brits used to do, like picking berries on farms and working in, little factory environments.
Oh, cheap labor.
Some of like acclimatized to being British, and some have now got children who are fully British citizens. Some married Brits. Some Brits went and lived in Poland, but now we're
But
separating
Polish
them.
people are cool though. They assimilate.
Yeah. And the strange thing was that it was all like the students that would come over in their hundreds every year. They were all actually lawyers, doctors, physicists. Many of them had multilingual. Some actually had PhDs and stuff. Then it would be full on medics and whatnot. And as I say, lawyers. The whole gamut. But there they are picking berries in the Scottish sunshine because it's a they can be paid, send all the money home, live here quite cheaply, get financed by the European Union, which Britain also paid into, and a wage. it's you know what I mean, but it's mad because a lot of them also were really quite happy to just come and work here and experience living in Britain. But yeah, their whole idea was, okay, Poland's been struggling, but we're going to make it strong again. You watch what we do. And a lot of people say, oh, it's gangsters and stuff like that, but that comes with any sort of moody movement of people. A lot of young girls work in prostitution and stuff like that on the side. But mortgages were getting paid, land debts were getting paid, towns, villages, apartments and everything. If you go to Poland now, the infrastructure there is huge and growing. You know what I mean? It's flourishing. But look what it's been through in the process. No wonder they say no to everything else now.
Well, I think you guys need to retake what is yours, and the people that are cool, like the sheiks, they're pretty cool, right?
You mean the Muslim community or the Arabs?
No, the sheik's the one that wears the headband, not
The,
the
the Arabians,
not the pic.
yeah, there's a
No,
massive.
not the Arabians. So the sheiks are the ones that wear the headbands and the big beards. They're not Muslims.
They wear white robes with towels in hot weather, and they farm they farm oil in places like Addis Ababa. That kind of sheiks.
I'm just saying there's a difference between the Muslims and the sheiks.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. You have to, otherwise you'll start a holy war. And they're actually it's part of their religion that they carry daggers. They're the only ones that are allowed to carry daggers.
I
And
guess you're right. They are Arabic.
then those in a few of the Indian religions. Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't think they were Arabic. I thought they were like more like Asian.
Mm. Yeah, it's the people that come. That's the other side. It's the ones that come over here with the big money, because we've got the schools, the big, the big college facilities and whatnot. And if you're part of the European Union, you get access. So not so far from me, approximately 3.5 to 4 miles. The daughters of all your major sheiks and foreign princes and whatnot, they've got full ability to go to a boarding school, sort of like a Harry Potter school. And yeah, a lot of people come over here for the benefits and education, and then move on, and a lot of them actually move into our politics as well, which you'll have noticed in the last 10 years.
Yeah, you guys are some of the best inventors in the world.
Yeah, when it comes to sort of cottage industry level, yeah, and we can mechanise it, but they've stolen industrialisation, so it's kind of flourished again on the small levels. They say that Britain doesn't make anything, but we actually produce tons of stuff. It's quite frightening.
If you guys were allowed to be free, you Scottish, you would be pumping out so many inventions. Like per capita way more than probably everybody else. I think it's the Scottish and the Canadians. Well, probably not so much more. You guys aren't free anymore, but you guys got to be free in order to make shit or invent shit.
Yeah.
You got to have the freedom to do it.
It's the make and mend thing. It's the how do we do this with absolutely bugger all. What have we got to hand? What can we make or convert? Or it's that.
I see what you mean. Scarcity equals necessity, so you got to have the scarcity to make the shit work somehow, right?
Yep.
People always comment at work that I've got the industriousness, like I can make shit work even if it's not working. Because I always see problems and try to fix them and shit. People are like, I never would have thought of that shit. So maybe it's a genetic thing.
I think it's about reading the environment. If it's stuff that breaks down under load or wear and tear, there's a reason for it, and it's like, and sometimes it's obvious that if you do things in a different pattern or a different way, it's the logistics of stuff, especially what you're involved in firsthand. It's like, yeah, my boss came in one day and went, right, why have you done this? And I went, well, because that works there, that's closer to that, so holds better pressure. That's a more clean flow for bodies to move through. And he went, hang on, Peter. Okay, we're going to revamp this place. What do you know? And it's worked in a few different scenarios. You adapt to things, or you see the possibility in adaptation to things, or adoption of things.
Yeah, when I worked in Texas, I worked at a pizza place that used cornmeal, and at the end of the night, I would just sweep everything underneath the make line, where you make the pizzas.
Yeah.
And then at the very end of the night, after sweeping everything, and it's almost time to mop, I pull out the make line and just sweep everything up against the wall and into the trash can or into the dustpan.
Yep.
And when I started doing that, everybody else started doing it because it's so much easier than sweeping it into a pile, because when you sweep it into the pile, then you accidentally sweep it past the pile. But sweeping it against the wall, it can't move. So little
Yeah.
things like that, it just makes closing just like, a few minutes faster every night.
Yeah. Yeah, if you take the time, there's always a more, what is it, feng shui way of doing things.
Right.
A natural flow to how stuff should work, or it works better under less stress, or it's less faff, it's less fuss, it's less, but it takes, it just takes a little bit of time and thought. And more often than not, a decent boss that actually watches you, what you're doing, and says, yeah, I like that. And then, if the workplace encourages the work, positive progress from a workforce or an individual, it's for the right reasons. It's the way forward. It's promoted health and safety to the point where there's 0 deaths logged every day anymore, and it certainly wasn't like that for a very, 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 very long time.
Right. Especially those indentured servants that are getting close to their 7-year term being up.
Yep. It's just a forward-thinking way to health and safety and to the working processes. Some of it's freaking overkill. That it's health and safety gone riot, and it's just ridiculous. It really, really is. But yeah, in general, like it's the logistics can flow against you or for you. Necessity is the mother of all invention, as they say. If you don't want to trip over something, do it a different bloody way, or rearrange
Look
things.
at all the knots we have.
Eh?
All the different knots we can tie.
Oh yeah, yes. I'm just starting to learn to play with paracord. Oh my, oh my,
Oh yeah.
oh my,
You
oh
can do
my.
some magic tying things down with just a little bit of paracord.
Yeah, you can see why it was important to like own the hemp industry for the shipping years. He who controlled the knots controlled the seas at one time, man.
Yeah, you guys really need to plant your trees back. You need to get your trees going again.
Absolutely. There is a drive now. You can get
Yeah, you can get Scottish land, buy a tree, invest
yeah.
in it.
Well, if you buy a plot of land, you can have a tax offset if you plant deciduous or coniferous. You get a cash stipend or a cash return on coniferous. You can every 3 years or so, or you could do Christmas trees. That's what a lot of people are doing now. They're doing a variation on spruce for Christmas cutting. So, but there's also the timber industry, which is still huge, and we're going to like different types of timbers now, like MDF. Structural timbers that are they need wood that they can just trash before they remake what they want from it. We don't just use cut panels anymore. But of course, you've still got pine as well. So that's still a big return on about a 3 to 6 year sort of loop, if you like. But yeah, the deciduous stuff, you get a tax offset if you can plant more deciduous, longer standing, or I think more trees that are meant to be here, like the Scots pine. I think there's an initiative to bring it back. But the other thing is, at the foot of the Highlands, this whole area, 30-mile radius, of which I'm sort of not in the middle of, I'm off to one side by about 20 miles, is now getting hit with wind farms. We're going to have a coverage of, there's 2 wind farms going up in front, one behind me, lower down the glen and further up the glen. But hopefully most of it will be out of my sight. So the chances of getting trees planted on these lands ever again. That's a long way in the future, bro.
I remember a thing, I guess it was about a decade ago. You can invest in Scottish land, and you'll be the owner, partial owner of that land for every tree that you buy. And they say that this will give you the title of Lord or Lady. And I thought about doing it, to make my wife a lady, it was real cheap. It wasn't like a lot of money, but I never did do it. And yeah, you could actually get like a little tiny deed or a partial owner of I guess a foot of land.
Yeah, a foot square. I think you could buy a foot square was the basic one. A plot might have been 4 foot square or 2 foot square. Sorry. Yeah, I do remember that, and it was the Lord thing was because of the titleship of the deed on the ground.
Right.
I can't remember if it was freehold or leasehold. It might have been on Skye because the family that owns, well, technically they own the Coolins and the mountains in Skye, have the right to sell it off, and they were selling bits of it off. So it might have been up in Skye, the island. And there could have been an initiative to replant the forest as well, and that would make sense. But it does sound like a bit more of a Highland Croft initiative kind of thing. Possibly up around Inverness or around about there. Which is
So
more
I
the
think
north.
I think I'm related to Scottish royalty. I trace my bloodline all the way back to Charlemagne and King David and Adam and Eve.
I wouldn't be surprised, dude, if you were. I mean, the genealogy and the history tree is a massive thing now. It's
Yeah,
not
huge.
crazy to say that that name does tie in across history to these bloodlines. It's not crazy at all to say it.
Well, I'll put it to you like this: I may not be 100% Scottish, that's for sure, but I am a direct descendant of Gilbreth, which is like a outsider Scottish.
Okay, yeah.
I'm sure you know that name. You've heard that name, Gilbreth.
Yes, aye. Shortened to Gilbert. There's an English side of your clan as well. The Gilberts.
It's what?
The H is removed. It's been shortened to Gilbert.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, there's an English side to the Gilberts over here as well. But yeah,
Right,
Gilbert.
they were English.
See, that's the thing. It was England and Scotland was only the borders. We always kind of mixed.
Right. Right.
There's family north and south, and Ireland too. Yeah.
But I trace my bloodline back to Harold the Bald, I think. But I think he
Okay.
was a invader king. I think he came and conquered.
Harold was one of the Norse or
Yeah.
Nordic or there's another name for them as well. Someone says sorry?
One of the Scandinavians.
Yes, yeah, but there's like an older record of people coming from the north that were actually more Slavic as well. But yeah, in general, he's one of the Scandinavian Nordic kings.
Yeah, do your bloodline. It's interesting. When I traced it back, I was, related to pharaohs and kings and queens in France and Switzerland and all kinds of people from like royalty and a whole bunch of dukes and duchesses and all kinds of weird shit.
Yeah. Yep. I can trace mine back to a part of Scotland, an entire shire that has my name on it. There's a castle there that's my name on it, and I blood right on it. If enough people die, someone's going to knock on my door. But there'll be bills to pay, and But the thing is, I'll be a bloody lord. Heads will freaking roll if anybody's taking the piss, and yeah, I'd be fair though. I would be fair, and I would give everybody fair countenance too. on the land, and fair share of the land, and for whatever they put in, there would be more in return. Yeah. But there's also a side of my family that sided with all manner of nefarity over the years, going back through slave trading, the movement of people, you know, the whole sort of like creation of the Commonwealth, if you like. A lot of my family were sort of involved in stuff like that.
The colonialist.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then, you know, even further back where it was the family was split, or rather the name of the family was split into two sides, a darker side and an Irish side. And they sided with the different sides of the lords and fucking fought with each other. Aye.
Yeah, you guys were really tribalist, but you also fucking fought with each other like way more than most people. Because I think it's in your blood, like you fucking Irish and Scottish people, you would just about fight over anything, and then when it came time to like, you know, join arms and go to battle, you would like settle your differences and go to war. You
Yeah.
guys were tribalist for a long time, like extremely tribalist.
Absolutely. If you look on aerial photographs around where I am, you can see what's technically Pictish settlements. And not too far from where I am as well, there's a place on the map that's classed as a Roman fort. I'm pretty much right where, as far as the Romans really got. And there's evidence of it all around in the topography and, you know, the way that, you know, eventually you can see the footprint of things, and settlements and stuff. And it, you know, it's still an evidence the way that we used to live, and it was family orientated. You know, glen to
Yeah,
glen,
tribe
valley.
means family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the ones that had fields and good weather, everybody went to help them. Same with the crops, the ones that had, you know, issues with crops, and everybody went to help them. Like the Amish in so many ways. But yeah, it's also very territorial because of family. And then the allegiances to the crown and the church, and the handouts that people got in the lordships and the lairdships and the lands that were granted to allegiance to various powers and stuff through the years. You know, it takes that community allegiance, that like like countrywide family allegiance, international family approach, sort of way of being society, to fighting with each other and being jealous and being hungry while him over the hills got lots of money, you know, and being in adverse conditions, and then, you know, being sold over or felt like you're sold over and going to war over it and killing a bunch of people when it's actually all based in a story. But yeah, when it comes to fighting and war, we're quick to temper, dude. We really are. As you well know with me, and some of the things I've said over the years. Yeah, but there's always a thing with us. If we're speaking, if we're talking, if we're actually saying things at you, even in temper through our teeth or whatever, we're not fighting you. We're not hitting you. You only need to be really, really cautious when we go quiet, because that's when
Yeah,
talking finished.
that's exactly what I do. If I'm
But
really angry, I'll go quiet and nobody knows that I'm angry.
that's a maturity level in manhood, mate. That's really what that is. That's, you're not worth speaking to anymore. The next step is a smack in the mouth, mate, or you're getting sat in your arse.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
and yeah, normally that's given verbally too, but it's intoned in our attitude and our approach. Like
Body language.
yes, yes, and when you can't see each other, it comes across in a vocal sense.
Right, right.
So there's all of that as well. Yeah.
You know, it's really amazing, the people from the British Isles, because you guys have been active since like the Bronze Age, just mining and working your ass off in those mines and pulling. Was it the tin? Yeah, I think you guys had tin
Yeah,
there.
and tin from Wales. There's evidence of gold in Scotland. and other ores. But yeah, mainly tin and coal to fire the furnaces.
So you guys were like shipping metals across the or what do you call that little? It's not really an ocean.
The
Between
channels.
you and France, the channel, yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys go back, you know, probably 4,000 or 5,000 years almost with that tin, and
Yep. Well, there's evidence of there's two or three places that have got forges or foundries that you know it's clear that what's there is maybe a couple of hundred or you know a few hundred years old, but it's actually been a forge or a foundry for what looks like maybe 700 years or over 1,000 years. You know, it's the places that people brought minerals or you know stuff to make iron. So you know, like you say, the Bronze Age and the Iron Age. Yeah, steel was fashioned here, and it was a big part of our industry. That yeah, you know, we showed the world in a sense. It went to America, and it went to China, and eventually now we don't actually create steel here anymore. The last steel mill, I think, in Wales is closed.
yeah, I think up in like northern part of like the United States, like around Michigan, I think they had copper mines that were
Yeah.
active pre-Columbus.
Yep. The
So
foundry
some people,
sites. The foundry sites are like you see ancient foundry sites where it would be near the mine, and I've actually seen a lot of research into American stuff like that, where you know where you find the copper mine. If you look around, you'll actually find not too far away, possibly a place that they were making ingots.
yeah,
You know, and there's evidence of where it was crushed or washed, or you know they tried to get the best from the ore that they were pulling out. And then you can see where the ground's been fired, and it's where they were casting ingots for. And then you know the seasons would change, the water level would rise or unfreeze or whatever. You could get your ships in, way up into the rivers on flood tides and neap tides, and take the ore out.
yep.
Yeah, America's riddled with waterways that people don't understand. They're actually natural canals that have been used for the indigenous people, or by the indigenous people, and you know, like the industrialization of America before canals were even dug there.
Yeah, I think a
Mm,
lot of people act like the Native Americans were all like savages and, you know, uneducated. I think they were some of them that were extremely educated, and I think there's something to the whole old world, or some people call it Tartaria. I think the old world is evident that the native people were far superior in a lot of things, just not warfare.
Yeah, yeah. I sort of get the impression that the native peoples became peoples under the sky, where before they were peoples who had amazing constructions. You know, there's some amazing carvings in America that don't quite equate to timelines, or you know, some rock stuff that is clearly Incan. You know, they were messing around with stone before they were peoples under the sky, and to me, I think there was a point where they became travellers, and they sort of became the people under the sky, when they were under skins and whatnot. But yeah, it's a lot of theoretics at that point. But yeah, it's. I think the intelligent people sort of moved away from cities and societies as they crumbled, and it's not the
Yeah,
first time it happened.
yeah,
But they become the travellers, and almost as, in a sense, the shunned. The people who live in the towns, in the lee of the town over here. There's a family in Ireland called Townsley, and you know that name is notoriously known for gypsies and pikeys. And I'm sorry, Townsleys, I'm not trying to decry you. I know there may be some listening. I mean no harm, ill or foul in your family or creed or name. And I think you'll understand that it's more for the sense of people have been labelled because they're different. They didn't want to conform to parts of society.
Right.
You know, I mean, if you ask a lot of the traveller communities over here, they know full well that the Earth's flat and stationary. That's why a lot of their kids don't get sent to schools.
Right.
They're home educated on what level is and what fluid dynamics is and how to build stuff and what do you know what I mean? And they work the infrastructures now. I know a few
That's
people who own road companies and road repair companies and big building companies too. And they come from traveller blood. Indigenous peoples that were, you know, roamed the land for one reason or another at one point in time. But yeah, always thinking ahead, always seem to be smarter or think a better or an easier way of doing it. And get the family involved. So
I think
family.
Romania was like that for a long time before Rome conquered them.
Yes.
And then when Rome brought their, you know, legal system, kind of cocked everything up.
Mhm.
Instead of greasing the skids, just slows down progress, I think.
It's just another way of taxing society so it pays for the body politic to sit there and tell us what to do. Oh, you know, you have to do this a certain way, you have to slow down, you have to come to us for information because you're too busy doing it all, making it all happen and making it all work. You're the guys that are doing it all, so we need to sit around and think about it and you need to pay us tax.
Right. Politic. Poly meaning multiple, tick meaning parasite.
Yeah, dug in deeper than your average blood-sucking varmint. Yeah,
Yeah,
politics
we
is great,
we
but
do
it's
got it over here too.
oh yeah. Well, Rome is the House of the Senate. Excuse me, and America's not run by Rome. The fucking House of the Senate.
Yeah, I called them the brothel of fools.
Nice one, nice one. Do they all go to the baths together?
They sold their asses to get their seats.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got no respect.
If it's not worthy of it, bro, you shouldn't have, because you only feel guilty or annoyed at yourself for it.
Think that I voted one time. I feel guilty for that. Given my consent. Ugh.
I voted a few times when I was young, but I fully still believed that politics was a thing that we could actually influence back then. That was the 80s, late 80s. I think I became, yeah, I was 16. And I voted a few times. Or was I, yeah, 16. But yeah, it's over the years and research and actually time around the place. And I learned that it's just the same faces or different faces or, and you know, different coloured ties. You know, we've got umpteen parties over here. You guys have only sort of really got two main parties. Although we end up with one or two sort of main parties. We've got Monster Raven Loonies, we've got Greens, we've got, you know, you can choose from any colour tie over here you like. Rainbow ties if you want.
Yeah.
You know, but it doesn't change anything. It's still the ones that voted out there. Oh, it's their fault. We're fixing all the problems. We're great. Listen to us. X number of months later, it just
No
loops.
shit.
Yep.
Yeah, with American politics, the right gets elected, they go too far authoritarianism, and then they say, "Oh, we got to do something about this." The left gets elected, and they go too far liberal. Oh, we got to do something about this, and the pendulum hypnotizes the masses.
Yes, that's the one. That's the very one.
I don't
And it's
want no
actually
part of it. And then people say, "Well, you didn't vote. You don't have a right to complain about it." It's like, I don't have a right. I don't have a right. You sure about that?
yes. Well, don't worry about it. I'm sure all the people in Graves who voted, that'll change things.
Right.
You know, I mean, if they really want to countenance a great majority, look what the past generations did for us. Surely that should swing a vote. There was a time recently in the UK where they were terrified because the demographic on older people over here were enough to actually swing a vote. And strangely enough, in the past sort of 10 years, health issue problems, that's changed. The older generations don't have enough, there are not enough of them here anymore to actually tell government, wait a minute, you can't do this, get out of that job now. The ones that really knew.
Right. Well, the COVID 1984 took out a whole bunch of elders.
Yeah.
And businesses.
Mm-hmm. Strange how they played it all out on film and stuff, and then although that loops back, it keeps coming back. It's all played out
the
on
movies,
film, and
Hollywood.
Society sort of follows suit. It's really quite interesting.
Yeah, I seem to remember a movie. Gwyneth Paltrow cheated on her husband with a guy who was touching a pig. Next thing you know, like half the world were gone missing, or whatever the correct terminology is that YouTube is going to find acceptable.
Yeah, moved on.
Yeah, that was that propaganda.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was a strange spate of zombie movies. Pardon me. Over the last, if you go back the early part of the last decade, the mass fear of the masses of something coming in a mass format that could it put everyone in
World
a
War
certain
Z's.
yeah. It's the unseen enemy. A lot of me, for a long time, I said that it's part of it all was down to the humanity being too young, not cleaning up after itself, and living in unhealthy conditions. And I don't doubt that that's furthered the issue in many places and people's experiences with health issues over the past few years. But I know for a fact it certainly wasn't what was touted in the mainstream propaganda. But yeah, I think there's a lot to be said for being able and being aware and being able to clean up after yourself and living in healthy, clean conditions and eating reasonably well. That's on our side of it. Over the past 10 years, the stuff that's come to light about food, processed food, pharmakeia involved with food, it's highly alarming. But that's snowballed now, so it's getting better.
I've always been one against cutting the yard. Like, I don't want to cut the grass.
Uh-huh.
And it's because there's natural stuff out there that's like supposed to grow. And my neighbor told me that they'll come and find you. And one day I delivered to this guy, and he had grass up to the hips. And it's not just grass over here. It's like whatever can grow needs to grow, because there's not a lot of stuff in the dry mountains.
Yeah.
And I can see the tree line, so stuff needs to grow. So my neighbor told me the cops will come find you if you don't cut the grass. And it was just my neighbor wanted me to cut my grass. And after talking to other people that lived here, they're like, no, you can let it grow. Like, the cops don't care. Like, the cops here do not care if you have a big, luscious backyard full of edible plants.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, I shouldn't have cut my grass.
Well, it's its last cut for a little while then. Yeah, but that's what neighbours do, and that's what they want to uphold their ideas of community. And like over there, you guys have got zoning laws and stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's possible that in a zone, it's naturally agreed between the body politic or the local community level. Yeah, we'll all keep our grass below or try to maintain, a front or like the front side face of the property, or everybody tries to maintain a look. But again,
Right.
it's all what laws are there. Like, and if the laws ain't there, then the naturalists wins every time, hands down. I've got like I've got a front lawn that you could play cricket on, and a back green that, well, you could grow potatoes on. But the back green I leave it fallow most of the year. Sometimes I'll cut a pathway through it, but I'll leave it for natural flowers and fauna and butterflies.
Yeah.
I've,
That's what I
I've
should have
got,
done. I went
yeah.
back there and waged war and murdered all kinds of shit back there. I feel
Well,
bad for it. I should have let it grow. Next year I'm gonna.
yeah, just mulch it where you want, and you'll just feed it back in. Well, I mean, that's it. It's taking it's like getting your hair cut short. Sometimes it'll grow back thicker. For those people out there that have still got hair, I remember that process.
How you getting up there? You said you were voting in the 80s. I was born in the 80s. So what does that put you, about 63?
Well, I was born in '69. I think my first vote might have been something like the end of the '80s when I was
Okay, you were
16.
born in 69, so
Yeah, I'm 56.
yeah. I was a little off.
It gets confusing after a while, to be honest. It's like, which decade of my life was that then?
Right.
And then I go to stand up and I remember, oh, it was about 4 or 5 of them ago.
I lost track of my age for a little while because I don't celebrate my birthday or anything like that. And I thought I was older than I was. And then when someone actually asked me, I did the math and I was like, oh, I'm only 43. Thought I was older because I just didn't care to think about it.
Yeah,
It just
yeah.
doesn't matter to me.
Your 30s and 40s, I think, as a man, should be full of confidence and not hindered by worries of getting older or having had to do stuff by this age. You
Right.
know, like, oh damn, I'm pushing to the end of my 30s now. Oh no, parents, and if you haven't, like, if you're not lucky enough to be a parent by that point, like many of us are, but like some guys aren't, and it's like they're pressed into doing stuff, and it can steal time. A year can feel like 3 years at times, depending on seasonal change as well. If you don't get a proper winter or a proper summer, 2 years can blend into one very easily.
Yeah, there's been a few years like that in Texas. Didn't
Yeah,
get a winter at all.
yep.
But here in
So,
Colorado, we definitely get winters.
yeah, absolutely, you do. Absolutely. Yeah. Nice part of America to be in, dude. But
Mile high, mile high.
yeah, and I know you're not a foolish man, and I know you go protected where you go, but go as protected as you can, and remember, even out in the wilds, we're not alone.
Right. So when I moved here, I found out about the game. The game here is a little different. So
Yeah.
instead of, carrying around a 9mm, one should probably get a 1911 and 10mm. So, of course, do my due diligence. If I'm going to be hiking out in the woods around here, there could be an actual moose. I think they
Yes.
got elks or moose.
Yes.
The bigfooters. And you don't want a 9mm if one of them comes creeping around.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You're actually putting yourself under more threat and the animal under more danger of harm, needless harm, or stress or whatever, by popping off a little silly thing that's making a noise and only
Right.
going to annoy it.
Right.
If
So
you're
go ahead.
if you're showing an animal a weapon, most animals realise that, man, when you lift something towards you, it's something else to be countenanced, yeah?
Right.
And it has to show intent and ability.
Yeah, so I didn't want to get like a 357 Magnum revolver, so I was thinking something a little more modern, something I could reload. So the the power is about the same as a 10 millimeter that actually has a real hot load, because there's a
Yeah,
lot of fake 10 millimeter rounds out there.
yeah. It's you get up to a certain gauge and you're good. And then it's all about what you're actually sending and what it does, and what the abilities of a magazine can be used for.
Right.
Yeah.
But if I was going to try to stop a man my size, I wouldn't want to use a 9 millimeter.
What would you
A
prefer?
man my size is a 10 millimeter.
Yeah.
Because honestly, the 9 millimeter is good, but even if you hit somebody in the chest, they're still walking around for a couple minutes.
Yeah.
And they can do a lot of damage in those couple minutes. But if you got a proper round with high penetration and high stopping power and the hollow point, you could just about stop a bear. You could stop a bear with these rounds.
Absolutely. Yeah. I've been looking at high power air rifles and where it is now, and there's an awful lot sitting around 10 mil with the option of 40 cal. And it's very, 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 very interesting. But I need to adhere to all the correct laws here for the likes of that.
So the 40 caliber is a neutered 10 millimeter.
Yes,
It's like shrunk down a little bit, circumcised.
yes, yes. Slim lines, so to speak,
Yeah.
to
Yeah,
get
yeah.
there just a fraction quicker. Yeah, yeah. But the 10 mil stuff that they're coming out with, even in the self protection sort of range, is highly impressive, man. Highly, highly
Yeah, the
impressive.
buffalo bore, those rounds are getting 1,300 feet per second.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive for, a magazine loader pistol.
Yeah, yeah. Isn't it just? Isn't it
And
just?
it does kick. It kicks. You cannot limp wrist that gun.
Yeah, yeah. I've watched a lot of the range stuff on it and the people using them and whatnot, and you see that you really don't get involved with stuff that would actually damage you heavily if you weren't to fully brace it correctly. And I've seen a few girls damaged with things, people that aren't fully braced or little, smaller framed,
Yeah.
and they're physically thrown backwards or knocked, feet backwards. Some are actually head over heels. It's
Yeah,
just
it's one of the things that pisses me off
who
when
the fuck
somebody
let
hands a
them
little
hold?
lady a big gun and doesn't teach her how to shoot it.
Like, who the fuck let them hold that? Let alone fucking pull the trigger
Yeah,
up.
where's the prick that needs me to shove his head in the toilet?
Yeah, absolutely.
Who did that to that woman?
Yeah.
Because you don't want
Yeah.
your woman to be afraid of a gun. You want her to take your back. And,
Yep.
you can only look 180 degrees.
Well, you need that. Listen, if that's a woman learning to shoot a gun or fire a weapon like that, she needs to be able to have your back.
Right.
So yeah, the last thing you want is some problem laughing at you because your woman's just painted the wall red with herself.
Right. So I always hand a woman a 22 round, the 22 round rifle.
Yes.
It's perfect for women learning to shoot and young men. Men that have never shoot, always hand them the 1022. The Ruger 1022 is something that everybody in the world should own. Everybody.
Yes, and I think it should come at the end of your national service, sir. There you go. You've earned this. You've learned how
Yep.
to shoot. It's been your buddy all the way through.
Yep.
And that's yours.
Yep. It's
And
definitely a good rifle.
an appropriate sidearm and an appropriate shotgun as well.
Yep. Because the 22 will take just about anything out, small game. And if you're a really good shot, you hit a deer right behind the ear, you could get a white-tailed deer. I wouldn't try a moose or an
No.
elk with that one, but you'd have to be a really good shot. I don't know about a pig. I don't think it would take out a pig. But
Well,
as far as big animals, 30-06, is a perfect round for big animals like we're talking about around here.
Yeah.
And it'll fly straight for a long ways because it's such a massive, it's high velocity and high mass. So it's got a lot of momentum, so it's hard for the wind to pull it off course.
Uh-huh.
And for a higher speed round, it's a little smaller. 270 is a good deer round.
Okay, yeah.
Not very popular round though, but my grandpa had one. I think it was a 270. But I got his 30-06.
Yeah, it's a benchmark for a lot of people for a lot of good reason.
Mm.
Yeah, I do. Like, I mean, firearms over here massively locked down in the past 5 years or so.
Yep.
Yeah, and anything that can, be used to project a projectile, if you like.
Yeah.
Catapults or anything. It's the whole safety overkill thing. And yeah, and a lot of reason, it's fine to have people to have licenses for any kind of any kind of firearm, whether it be, like gas or air or whatever, and there should be levels of use and reason for use and interaction with, but it shouldn't be a flat out case of, oh no, we can't have the British, or we can't have the people of the land armed or having guns in all their homes. Oh no, why would they want them? Oh no, 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 no. You know, we should have free right to be. I'm out in the country. I should be able to have a rifle. I should be able to have a shotgun and a sidearm, bro.
Yeah, because there's animals out there, and the worst one is human.
Yeah, yeah. And I would rather have the threat or the deterrent than the
Right.
ability to do the damage.
Right. Because that deterrent is overwhelming the senses to the point to where the fight or flight kicks in, and if you hear a shotgun pump, you're going to think twice about kicking in that door.
Yeah.
And you guys have real doors over there with real locks, so someone has to bang on your door for a minute for they actually get through.
Yeah, that's
And
quite true. Yeah, yeah.
because you guys have, houses made of stone a lot of times. And if you
Yes.
guys had that shotgun pump, people would stop trying to break in.
Yes.
And the shotgun is a perfect self-defense weapon because if you put a bunch of buckshot in there, one pull of the trigger is like 9mm bullets heading towards that person. It's the same energy.
Well, see, that's again why I believe about self-defensive weapons and styles of weapons as self-defensive. If you change that buckshot for rock salt,
Yeah,
you're not going to kill someone that makes it through that door, but you're going to fucking stop. Excuse my language. You're going to stop them. They ain't going to carry on after a 12 gauge of buckshot in them.
Nope, they're going to yipe, 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 yipe. They're going to run.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Even
only for self-defense. The philosophy of martial arts is the best. You have to be, what is it? A sane, sober, moral, prudent person is how the active self-protection guy puts it.
Uh-huh.
So, if you're a sane, moral, prudent person, you're not gonna pick a fight. You're gonna be like, hey, I don't want any trouble. You're right, dude. You know what? You're right. Forgive me, and walk away. And the only time that it's absolutely necessary is when it's absolutely necessary and there's no other choice.
Yep.
That philosophy is key that goes along with teaching someone how to shoot. Because who wants the court dates? Who wants that? If you could just pepper spray them, that'd be way better.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean about self-defense tech. Like we can access a few things like that over here, but certainly not. Okay, maybe it should be registered. Maybe there's nothing wrong with having it all kind of registered and who's got what and who is actually able to have things. Maybe it is the way forward. But yeah, it's we shouldn't have the right removed. before we realise the rights are gone, and it's now illegal, and you're now going to be arrested for certain things. You know, and
Yeah,
Charles
that's the
was a
part that gets me.
criminal.
Arresting people for being able to defend their families.
Yeah.
And to me, the
Well,
argument's so clear in my head that guns don't have rights, but women do. Women have the right to have equal footing. And if that's one thing that it does, it puts a woman equal to a man as far as her ability to use force. Because a
yeah.
woman, it's not easy for her to use deadly force on a full-grown man. I mean, unless it's Ronda Rousey.
Well, yeah.
But most
Yeah.
women aren't Ronda Rousey.
Absolutely.
Most women can't break your arm.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the majority of girls are trusting and gentle and honest things.
Right.
You know, they're lithe and they're little and they may be fit and able, but in a lot of ways, but they certainly don't have the ability and that a man has. It's an uneven scale, and to ask a girl to protect herself with nothing more than the threat of a knife, no freaking way, mate.
Yeah.
No way. You know, every young woman should be schooled in hand-to-hand combat, self-defense, and reading people and
Have a
firearms.
pistol fit like a glove.
Yeah, firearms. Find your gun. Find your place in safety. The fact that you've got that gun, it's going to keep you safe. And maybe someday your family too. And that's where women are more dangerous than men in a lot of ways, because it's not so much the male mountain lion that you got to watch; it's the female one.
Right.
It's the female. And I've seen a few girls step up to the mark quite readily because you're threatening their family or their family's
Right.
environment, and they
Right.
will tell you straight in your face that they will tear your throat out in front of their children. It's whispered in your ear.
Yeah.
I will literally rip your throat out with these hands, and you're showing the nails.
Yeah.
If you do anything or say anything to threaten or harm, or some girls can carry themselves and know how to, but
Yep.
there's scenarios where that's nothing. That just doesn't count. That doesn't weigh into the game, and every woman should be ability to say no. If you go any further, there's it's firearms, or
So I heard,
some level of pepper spray that will drop someone instantly, or something like that.
I heard stories of the ancient Germans when they were getting invaded. Their women would fight topless because the Muslims didn't see things like that. And as
Yes.
the women would get attacked, their screams would make the men fight harder.
Right.
And I think to myself, like, that's what we were doing? Oh. Like, they would
Guerrilla
fight topless. You know how much balls it takes to fight topless?
guerrilla tactics. Well, it's the bare-breasted women. It's like it's like most men will initially either avert their eyes or be totally transfixed at the fact
Right.
that we are even anything but alive at that point. There are
Right.
only two things that we're focused on, and
Right.
if they're moving, we ain't watching what fucking everything else is going on.
Right.
Or we're looking away through courtesy. It's a
Right.
natural thing that's installed in men as mother. That's why father may rule the roost, but the queen's your mum.
Right.
It's a different thing. You can piss your father off, but by God, you better not annoy your mother.
Right.
If she's the only one that can tell your father he's actually got the right to kill you and to go and do it.
One time my friend Adam invited me over after work, and I was quiet going in the house, and he didn't announce my presence, and his girlfriend came out wearing nothing but t-shirt and panties. And I
Wow.
did an about face, I did a 180, and she went into the room and got dressed, and she figured out I was there. And then after, when I left, he came outside and was like, "Hey man, I just want to let you know, I really respect the fact that you turned around."
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like, what do you expect me to do?
Yeah.
Like, what's the other option? Gawk at her in her own house?
Yeah. 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 No, it's strange as well because society promotes the opposite in a lot of ways. Now, you know, it's like women's sexuality should be recognised and respected even at a young age, and you know, if they want to dress scantily or whatever, that should be respected or whatever, even at a young age. And it's like, wait the fuck a minute, mate, that's just the reverse of what's actually correct. You know, it's completely and utterly reversed in so many ways, you know, and then it's turned and it's thrown in society's face that, you know, we're all looking at scantily clad women. Hello. And we're bad men for it. Well, you aren't wearing anything, girls. Do the rest of your shirt up, please. Button the buttons that are there instead of just the bottom one. Thanks very much, Petal. You know?
You know, it's a fine line in Texas because the heat is so bad in Texas.
Yeah, that's fair countenance, bro. Yeah, people need air about them. Yeah, yeah, but you know,
If they would wear
most
a
wise
skirt, they
girls.
would get air, wouldn't they? If they had a skirt, if
Yes,
they had a
exactly.
dress.
Most guys. Yeah, most wise girls, and yeah, like in the summertime, I'll wear a kilt, bro. When it gets hot, you don't mess around with things that just keep you hot and unable to
Right.
function. Yeah, so
Right.
yeah, I've got a couple of like, you know, lightweight cheesecloth cotton shirts, loose fitting
Yep.
stuff.
Yep.
But yes, even if I'm wearing the kilt, I'm always appropriately attired should any event occur. You know, I don't. I choose to not be a true Scotsman if I'm going out in public. I will wear underwear,
Right.
just in case.
Right, in case you get arrested.
Well, in case I cause a car crash or something, bro. You know.
A little bit of wind, Marilyn Monroe.
Sometimes I can be up a ladder, but yeah, it's like it's you know it's still cool for like in a lot of ways for girls to put their hand up your skirt when you're a boy. It's kind of crazy in a lot of ways.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
You know, if you're wearing a kilt, it'll be like, you know, somebody will lift it to see if you're being arsed or not, and it happens to be a
Oh
girl.
yeah, I
It's
have no
usually a
idea.
girl more often than not, or you know, some girl that's been dared by her friend to go and check you out and see if you're a true Scotsman.
Oh
You'll
wow,
be
that's funny.
you'll be standing there, and there'll be you know, some female trying to think about lifting your kilt. It's mental. It's crazy.
Scottish women are like that though. They just, you know, they kind of don't give a fuck. They do and say what they want sometimes.
Yeah. And
So my wife, she's got family from Nova Scotia, so I think she's a little Scottish too. But I haven't checked her bloodline.
yeah, around the Glasgow area, the terminology for it would be Gallus.
Gallus.
Yes,
What does that mean?
GALOU. Cheeky, brazen, mischievous.
A little crude.
Yeah, well, a little bit luck chancing. A little bit kind of naughty.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit full of piss and vinegar in a good way.
Yeah.
It's a wee bit Gallus. The one that'll step forward and just, you know, have a wee play.
Right.
The one that'll go for it.
The Irish girls, they're not like that so much, are they?
Um,
Maybe a little, but not as much.
oh yeah, aye, they can be mischievous, but like if their father's around, oh, you can forget that. They're straight upstanding, fine young ladies of the community.
That makes sense.
But a lot of that's to do with Catholicism, I did. You know, and which part of society, like the Catholicism is so strong in Ireland that, you know, it's, to this day there's still foundlings. You know, there's still babies being left on steps because of that stuff.
Yeah.
You know, and like backstreet abortions didn't really stop all that long ago. You know, there was still fey wifeys or whatever they're called that helped young girls with abortion, and of course there was, you know, like birthing clinics and whatnot, and monasteries, and religion holds sway over a lot of it. You know, a lot of adoptions and stuff like that, where a young girl would be able to carry on with her life, which I think is better than you know, abortion side of things. But because if somebody's pregnant, well, the baby's got life then, and that's that. You know, it should be
Right.
given full course, and its mother should be given full course on what age of her life she's at, or what point in her life she's at. And if it's to be that she's not to be a baby's mother, then everything should be taken care of with
Yeah, we're
mothering.
not dogs.
You know? Yes, sir. Exactly. We're not dogs. Exactly. Yep. Yep.
Plus, how easy is it to get fixed these days? And there's
Well, precaution. There's plenty of precaution you can take. Physical precaution, physical barriers, chemical things.
right,
You know.
dime a dozen everywhere.
Yeah. But
Morning,
it's
after.
also, you know, it's also about chastity and virtue and stuff like that. So yeah, like in a lot of communities, a lot more rural communities, I think it's easier for a girl to want to be seen as full of virtue and a little bit chaste. You know, at least to a correct age, if you know what I mean.
Hey man, it's been real fun talking to you, but I drive for a living, so I'm gonna have to go get some sleep.
I know you do, bro, and like, thank you very much for staying awake. I hope you're not too far to go home, or if you're home, get to bed early and sleep well.
Oh yeah, I'm home. Yeah.
Oh, nice
I
one, man.
usually stay up to 4 or 5 ever since I got this new game.
Oh, what are you
So,
playing now? What are you playing now?
Battlefield 6. Battlefield 6 is an amazing game. I haven't played first-person shooter probably over a year, but this game has got me back into it.
Nice one. Nice one. Well, enjoy your rest. Dream well, mate.
All right, peace to you, brother.
Yeah, great talking to you as always, sir.
All right, same.
Huh.
I'm out.
Later, dude. Oh, Stark's in. Hello, Stark. I haven't been watching the chat. Sorry, dude. I've probably put everyone to sleep, though.
Man, you guys still sleeping? Wakey, wakey. What's up, man? Good morning.
Hello.
Ugh, man, I have a headache.
I don't believe in 24/7.
What was that? I'm sorry.
Do you believe when you talk about flat Earth, so you talk about the measurement or the shape of the planet?
Oh, well, the measurement kind of goes hand in hand with the shape of the surface, though. Not kind of,
No,
it does.
measurement is a different thing. I also have a measurement. That doesn't mean planet Earth is vertical according to my height or whatever it is, according to my measurement. Okay, that's not how things work. Measurement is a different thing. Shape is a different thing.
I mean, yeah, you're right, but at the same time, if you're measuring something as horizontal and flat, then that kind of does go with the shape, right?
There are a lot of things. There are a lot of things are horizontal. That doesn't mean planet Earth is flat. If you are talking about the shape, if you are talking about the measurement, yeah, this area or that area, according to the surface, it's flat.
Oh. Sorry.
Areas are flat.
I need
So
some
that's not how things
caffeine.
work.
So, what is your measurement, if I may ask?
Well, it is not my measurement. Last time I was here, and the guy, I think he's the owner of this VC. I don't know, but he has more power here, maybe. He clearly said to me that when we talk about flat Earth, we only talk about the measurement. We never talk about the shape of the planet, the outside shape. Okay, that's what he said very very clearly. His
I
profile
think I'm
picture is like his profile picture is like ancient. What was those people? Mayan civilization, something like that. The person looked like. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da.
You're gonna have to excuse me. I'm still trying to wake up.
That's okay.
Are you pardon me for asking, are you in India right now?
Yes.
Nice. That country gets so much hate. I don't understand it because I would love to go there. I'm not even gonna lie.
Well, when you are famous in the history, when you hold the most of the GDP, and somebody looted you, and that country is growing again. So yeah, humans have millions of reasons to hate to each other, to kill to each other. That's how humanity works for a lot of
Yeah.
peoples. So it doesn't matter. That's okay.
Yeah. Well, see, there's a YouTuber that I watch, and he used to go to India all the time, and he loved it. And now when he goes to India, all he does is shit talk it. And I'm like, it confuses me because I'm like, well, I mean, India has its issues. I mean, it tends to be well,
We
well
can
for one,
also do that. We can also
huh?
do that in India. We can also do that. Like we can go to Europe and USA. We can, show uh, shitty nature of Americans and the Europeans and the dirty places. We can do that, but we don't have time for that. That's the difference between the civilization and the country who just built like 200 years ago.
Yeah. But what's the guy's name? His name's Bald and Bankrupt. And yeah, he used to go to India all the time. And like India's, like I said, India's, it's got its issues. But I mean, what country doesn't have its issues? I mean, oh, India is dirty. It's dirty. Okay, well, I mean, dude, the United States is dirty. I mean,
New
ugh.
York State is the dirtiest state.
Huh?
Everybody knows about that. We Indians can
Yeah.
do that, you know. We Indians can post the videos. So we are not interested in that. I think that's a negative point. Right now, we should give answer the language these people suit to that.
Hmm.
We should do the
Yeah.
same thing. But then we think like we should not become like them.
Right. Oh man, I have such a hangover. I need to go get some caffeine. I'll
Because
be right
if
back.
I'm telling you, if one time it started, okay, from Indian side, Indians are not going to stop because we are also mad in that case. We will not start anything, but if one time we started, then it's not going to stop because we are 1.4 billion peoples. Then there will
Right.
be then there will be billions of videos who will become shameful for US and the Europe.
Yeah, but I mean, the U.S. is shameful. I mean, what's it called? It's like, ah, if you live in a glass house, don't throw stones. You know, like India has its
Yeah,
issues, but so does in every other country. Like we all have our issues with, especially with cleanliness. I mean, there's parts that like there's a neighborhood right down the street from my house, and it looks like a third world country. Yeah, it's in the richest country in the known world. So, yeah. What's up, triangles? How you doing, man? But I'll be right back. Oh man, my Indian friend left.
Line of sight defeats flat Earth.
Huh? I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you said. My bad.
Line of sight defeats flat Earth.
Oh, you have to run that by me one more time. I apologize. What defeats flat Earth?
Line of sight.
Oh, line of sight.
Yep.
Yeah, like your line of sight that's parallel to sea level. Okay.
No. That's not what I mean. I
Well,
mean
yeah,
that the
but your line of
electromagnetic.
sight is parallel to sea level, is it not?
No. What I mean is that the electromagnetic spectrum propagates in straight lines unless acted on by large gravity wells. That's what I mean.
So line of sight proves that gravity is a force. I
Oh,
don't really.
Light of sight defeats that the Earth is flat.
Well, your
Because
line of
if the
sight
Earth was
is
flat,
parallel to horizontal ground
no.
level.
If the Earth was
Okay.
flat, if the Earth was flat, we would not need a bunch of the stuff that we currently have on this planet because the Earth is a globe.
Okay, if you say so.
No, so check it out. I was in the military, right? Listen, I was in the military, all right?
Yeah.
And I was in the Navy, all right? And I worked on aircraft carriers. I was a flight deck troubleshooter, okay? And one of the squadrons that we carried around with us were these squadrons of E2C Hawkeyes, okay? And these are planes with radar domes on them. I know you've seen AWACS planes, right? The Advanced Early Warning System planes with the big radar domes that spin on them. You've seen those, right?
Yeah. What did you say your planes were called? I was going to Google it. It's
E2C Hawkeyes. E2C Hawkeyes.
U2C Hawkeyes.
Echo to Charlie Hawkeye. E2C Hawkeye. It's a radar plane. It's a dome plane, okay? So, this squadron exists for a couple reasons, but one of the main things they do is they fly out about 300 miles apart so that they can continue the radar sight picture. And the reason they have to fly out these X amount of miles is because the Earth is a sphere. Now, since the electromagnetic spectrum propagates in a straight line unless acted upon by large gravity wells, this would mean that if the Earth was flat, you wouldn't need planes to repeat the signal as it goes over the horizon because you would only need one radio tower in the middle of the pizza planet for all radio signals, period. There would be no need for repeaters, nothing, because the electromagnetic spectrum propagates in a straight line. And because this squadron exists, and the U.S. military would not spend the
billions upon billions upon billions upon billions upon billions of dollars to develop, train, maintain this squadron, whose main sole purpose is to elongate the radar picture of a theater of operation. If you're
You guys
flat,
want to know
this
something funny?
would not need to exist. Okay, this is blatant. The Earth is round.
Do you guys want to
Round
know
and flat
something
are not
funny?
mutually exclusive, but I gotta go on mute. I'll be right back.
I had